Chapter 45 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jealousy. The torches we have just referred to, the eager attention everyone displayed, and the new ovation paid to the king by Fouquet arrived in time to suspend the effect of a resolution which La Valliere had already considerably shaken in Louis XIV's heart. He looked at Fouquet with a feeling almost of gratitude for having given La Valliere an opportunity of showing herself so generously disposed, so powerful in the influence she exercised over his heart. The moment of the last and greatest display had arrived. Hardly had Fouquet conducted the king toward the chateau when a mass of fire burst from the dome of Vaux, with a prodigious uproar pouring a flood of dazzling cataracts of rays on every side, and illumining the remotest corners of the gardens. The fireworks began. Colbert, at 20 paces from the king, who was surrounded and fêted by the owner of Vaux, seemed, by the obstinate persistence of his gloomy thoughts, to do his utmost to recall Louis's attention, which the magnificence of the spectacle was already, in his opinion, too easily diverting. Suddenly, just as Louis was on the point of holding it out to Fouquet, he perceived in his hand the paper which, as he believed, La Valliere had dropped at his feet as she hurried away. The still stronger magnet of love drew the young prince's attention toward the souvenir of his idol, and by the brilliant light, which increased momentarily in beauty and drew from the neighboring villages loud cheers of admiration, the king read the letter which he supposed was a loving and tender epistle La Valliere had destined for him. But as he read it, a death-like pallor stole over his face, and an expression of deep-seated wrath, illumined by the many-colored fire which gleamed so brightly, soaring around the scene, produced a terrible spectacle which everyone would have shuddered at could they only have read into his heart, now torn by the most stormy and most bitter passions. There was no truce for him now, influenced as he was by jealousy and mad passion. From the very moment when the dark truth was revealed to him, every gentler feeling seemed to disappear. Pity, kindness of consideration, the religion of hospitality, all were forgotten. In the bitter pang which wrung his heart, he, still too weak to hide his sufferings, was almost on the point of uttering a cry of alarm and calling his guards to gather round him. This letter which Colbert had thrown down at the king's feet, the reader has doubtlessly guessed, was the same that had disappeared with the porter Toby at Fontainebleau after the attempt which Fouquet had made upon La Valliere's heart. Fouquet saw the king's pallor and was far from guessing the evil. Colbert saw the king's anger and rejoiced inwardly at the approach of the storm. Fouquet's voice drew the young prince from his wrathful reverie. "What is the matter, sire?" inquired the superintendent with an expression of graceful interest. Louis made a violent effort over himself as he replied, "Nothing." "I am afraid your majesty is suffering." "I am suffering, and have already told you so, monsieur, but it is nothing." And the king, without waiting for the termination of the fireworks, turned toward the chateau. Fouquet accompanied him, and the whole court followed, leaving the remains of the fireworks consuming for their own amusement. The superintendent endeavored again to question Louis XIV, but did not succeed in obtaining a reply. He imagined there had been some misunderstanding between Louis and La Valliere in the park, which had resulted in a slight quarrel, and that the king, who was not ordinarily sulky by disposition, but completely absorbed by his passion for La Valliere, had taken a dislike to everyone because his mistress had shown herself offended with him. This idea was sufficient to console him. He had even a friendly and kindly smile for the young king when the latter wished him good night. This, however, was not all the king had to submit to. He was obliged to undergo the usual ceremony, which on that evening was marked by close adherence to the strictest etiquette. The next day was the one fixed for the departure. It was but proper that the guests should thank their host and show him a little attention in return for the expenditure of his 12 millions. The only remark, approaching to amiability, which the king could find to say to Monsieur Fouquet as he took leave of him, were in these words: "Monsieur Fouquet, you shall hear from me. Be good enough to desire Monsieur d'Artagnan to come here." But the blood of Louis XIV, who had so profoundly dissimulated his feelings, boiled in his veins, and he was perfectly willing to order Monsieur Fouquet to be put an end to with the same readiness, indeed, as his predecessor had caused the assassination of le Marechal d'Ancre. And so he disguised the terrible resolution he had formed beneath one of those royal smiles which, like lightning flashes, indicated coup d'état. Fouquet took the king's hand and kissed it. Louis shuddered throughout his whole frame, but allowed Monsieur Fouquet to touch his hand with his lips. 5 minutes afterward, D'Artagnan, to whom the royal order had been communicated, entered Louis XIV's apartment. Aramis and Philippe were in theirs, still eagerly attentive and still listening with all their ears. The king did not even give the captain of the musketeers time to approach his armchair, but ran forward to meet him. "Take care," he exclaimed, "that no one enters here." "Very good, sire," replied the captain, whose glance had for a long time past analyzed the stormy indications on the royal countenance. He gave the necessary order at the door, but, returning to the king, he said, "Is there something fresh the matter, your majesty?" "How many men have you here?" inquired the king, without making any other reply to the question addressed to him. "What for, sire?" "How many men have you, I say?" repeated the king, stamping upon the ground with his foot. "I have the musketeers." "Well, and what others?" 20 guard and 13 Swiss." "How many men will be required to—" "To do what, sire?" replied the musketeer, opening his large, calm eyes. "To arrest Monsieur Fouquet." D'Artagnan fell back a step. "To arrest Monsieur Fouquet?" he burst forth. "Are you going to tell me that it is impossible?" exclaimed the king in tones of cold, vindictive passion. "I never say that anything is impossible," replied D'Artagnan, wounded to the quick. "Very well, do it then." D'Artagnan turned on his heel and made his way toward the door. It was but a short distance, and he cleared it in half a dozen paces. When he reached it, he suddenly paused and said, "Your majesty will forgive me, but in order to effect this arrest, I should like written directions." "For what purpose? And since when has the king's word been insufficient for you?" "Because the word of a king, when it springs from a feeling of anger, may possibly change when the feeling changes." "A truce to set phrases, monsieur. You have another thought besides that." "Oh, I, at least, have certain thoughts and ideas which, unfortunately, others have not," D'Artagnan replied impertinently. The king, in the tempest of his wrath, hesitated and drew back in the face of D'Artagnan's frank courage, just as a horse crouches on his haunches under the strong hand of a bold and experienced rider. "What is your thought?" he exclaimed. "This, sire," replied D'Artagnan. "You cause a man to be arrested when you are still under his roof, and passion is alone the cause of that. When your anger shall have passed, you will regret what you have done, and then I wish to be in a position to show you your signature. If that, however, should fail to be a reparation, it will at least show us that the king was wrong to lose his temper." "Wrong to lose his temper!" cried the king in a loud, passionate voice. "Did not my father, my grandfathers too before me, lose their temper at times in heaven's name?" "The king your father and the king your grandfather never lost their temper except when under the protection of their own palace." "The king is master wherever he may be." "That is a flattering complimentary phrase which cannot proceed from anyone but Monsieur Colbert. But it happens not to be the truth. The king is at home in every man's house when he has driven its owner out of it." The king bit his lips, but said nothing. "Can it be possible?" said D'Artagnan. "Here is a man who is positively ruining himself in order to please you, and you wish to have him arrested. Mordieu, sire, if my name was Fouquet and people treated me in that manner, I would swallow at a single gulp all sorts of fireworks and other things, and I would set fire to them and send myself and everybody else in blown-up atoms to the sky. But it is all the same. It is your wish, and it shall be done." "Go," said the king. "But you have men enough?" "Do you suppose I am going to take a whole host to help me? Arrest Monsieur Fouquet? Why, that is so easy that a very child might do it. It is like drinking a glass of wormwood. One makes an ugly face, and that is all." "If he defends himself?" "It is not at all likely. Defend himself when such extreme harshness as you are going to practice makes the man a very martyr. Nay, I am sure that if he has 1,000,000 of francs left, which I very much doubt, he would be willing enough to give it in order to have such a termination as this. But what does that matter? It shall be done at once." "Stay," said the king. "Do not make his arrest a public affair." "That will be more difficult." "Why so?" "Because nothing is easier than to go up to Monsieur Fouquet in the midst of 1,000 enthusiastic guests who surround him and say, 'In the king's name I arrest you.' But to go up to him, to turn him first one way and then another, to drive him up into one of the corners of the chessboard in such a way that he cannot escape, to take him away from his guests and keep him a prisoner for you, without one of them, alas, having heard anything about it, that indeed is a genuine difficulty, the greatest of all in truth, and I hardly see how it is to be done." "You had better say it is impossible, and you will have finished much sooner. Heaven help me, but I seem to be surrounded by people who prevent me doing what I wish." "I do not prevent your doing anything. Have you indeed decided?" "Take care of Monsieur Fouquet until I shall have made up my mind by tomorrow morning." "That shall be done, sire." "And return when I rise in the morning for further orders, and now leave me to myself." "You do not even want Monsieur Colbert, then?" said the musketeer, firing his last shot as he was leaving the room. The king started. With his whole mind fixed on the thought of revenge, he had forgotten the cause and substance of the offense. "No, no one," he said. "No one here. Leave me." D'Artagnan quitted the room. The king closed the door with his own hands and began to walk up and down his apartment at a furious pace, like a wounded bull in an arena, trailing from his horn the colored streamers and the iron darts. At last he began to take comfort in the expression of his violent feelings. "Miserable wretch that he is! Not only does he squander my finances, but with his ill-gotten plunder he corrupts secretaries, friends, generals, artists, and all, and tries to rob me of the one to whom I am most attached. This is the reason that perfidious girl so boldly took his part, gratitude, and who can tell whether it was not a stronger feeling, love itself?" He gave himself up for a moment to the bitterest reflections. "A satyr," he thought, with that abhorrent hate with which young men regard those more advanced in life, who still think of love. "A man who has never found opposition or resistance in anyone, who lavishes his gold and jewels in every direction, and who retains his staff of painters in order to take the portraits of his mistresses in the costume of goddesses." The king trembled with passion as he continued.
He pollutes and profanes everything that belongs to me. He destroys everything that is mine. He will be my death at last, I know. That man is too much for me. He is my mortal enemy, but he shall forthwith fall. I hate him, I hate him, I hate him."
And as he pronounced these words, he struck the arm of the chair in which he was sitting violently, over and over again, and then rose like one in an epileptic fit.
Tomorrow, tomorrow! Oh, happy day!" he murmured. "When the sun rises, no other rival shall that brilliant king of space possess but me. That man shall fall so low that when people look at the abject ruin my anger shall have wrought, they will be forced to confess at last, and at least, that I am indeed greater than he."
The king, who was incapable of mastering his emotions any longer, knocked over with a blow of his fist a small table placed close to his bedside, and in the very bitterness of anger, almost weeping and half suffocated, he threw himself on his bed, dressed as he was, and bit the sheets in his extremity of passion, trying to find repose of body at least there. The bed creaked beneath his weight, and with the exception of a few broken sounds emerging, or one might say, exploding, from his overburdened chest, absolute silence soon reigned in the chamber of Morpheus. End of chapter 45. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 46 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. High Treason. The ungovernable fury which took possession of the king at the sight and at the perusal of Fouquet's letter to La Valliere by degrees subsided into a feeling of pain and extreme weariness. Youth, invigorated by health and lightness of spirits, requiring soon that what it loses should be immediately restored, youth knows not those endless sleepless nights which enable us to realize the fable of the vulture unceasingly feeding on Prometheus. In cases where the man of middle life, in his acquired strength of will and purpose, and the old, in their state of natural exhaustion, find incessant augmentation of their bitter sorrow, a young man, surprised by the sudden appearance of misfortune, weakens himself in sighs and groans and tears, directly struggling with his grief, and is thereby far sooner overthrown by the inflexible enemy with whom he is engaged. Once overthrown, his struggles cease. Louis could not hold out more than a few minutes, at the end of which he had ceased to clench his hands, and scorch in fancy with his looks the invisible objects of his hatred. He soon ceased to attack with his violent imprecations not Monsieur Fouquet alone, but even La Valliere herself. From fury he subsided into despair, and from despair to prostration. After he had thrown himself for a few minutes to and fro convulsively on his bed, his nerveless arms fell quietly down, his head lay languidly on his pillow, his limbs, exhausted with excessive emotion, still trembled occasionally, agitated by muscular contractions, while from his breast faint and infrequent sighs still issued. Morpheus, the tutelary deity of the apartment, toward whom Louis raised his eyes, wearied by his anger and reconciled by his tears, showered down upon him the sleep-inducing poppies with which his hands are ever filled. So presently the monarch closed his eyes and fell asleep. Then it seemed to him, as it often happens in that first sleep so light and gentle, which raises the body above the couch and the soul above the earth, it seemed to him, we say, as if the god Morpheus, painted on the ceiling, looked at him with eyes resembling human eyes, that something shone brightly and moved to and fro in the dome above the sleeper, that the crowd of terrible dreams which thronged together in his brain, and which were interrupted for a moment, half revealed a human face, with a hand resting against the mouth, and in an attitude of deep and absorbed meditation. And, strange enough, too, this man bore so wonderful a resemblance to the king himself, that Louis fancied he was looking at his own face reflected in a mirror, with the exception, however, that the face was saddened by a feeling of the most profoundest pity. Then it seemed to him as if the dome gradually retired, escaping from his gaze, and that the figures and attributes painted by Lebrun became darker and darker, as the distance became more and more remote. A gentle, easy movement, as regular as that by which a vessel plunges beneath the waves, had succeeded to the immovableness of the bed. Doubtless the king was dreaming, and in this dream the crown of gold which fastened the curtains together seemed to recede from his vision, just as the dome to which it remained suspended had done, so that the winged genius which, with both its hands, supported the crown seemed, though vainly so, to call upon the king, who was fast disappearing from it. The bed still sunk. Louis, with his eyes open, could not resist the deception of this cruel hallucination. At last, as the light of the royal chamber faded away into darkness and gloom, something cold, gloomy, and inexplicable in its nature seemed to infect the air. No paintings, nor gold, nor velvet hangings were visible any longer. Nothing but walls of a dull grey color, which the increasing gloom made darker every moment, and yet the bed still continued to descend, and after a minute, which seemed in its duration almost an age to the king, it reached a stratum of air, black and chill as death, and then it stopped. The king could no longer see the light in his room, except as from the bottom of a well we can see the light of day.
"I am under the influence of some atrocious dream," he thought. "It is time to awaken from it. Come, let me wake."
Everyone has experienced the sensation the above remark conveys. There is hardly a person who, in the midst of a nightmare whose influence is suffocating, has not said to himself, by the help of that light which still burns in the brain when every human light is extinguished, "It is nothing but a dream, after all." This was precisely what Louis XIV said to himself, but when he said, "Come, come, wake up," he perceived that not only was he already awake, but still more, that he had his eyes open also. And then he looked around him. On his right hand and on his left, two armed men stood in stolid silence, each wrapped in a huge cloak and the face covered with a mask. One of them held a small lamp in his hand, whose glimmering light revealed the saddest picture a king could look upon. Louis could not help saying to himself that his dream still lasted, and that all he had to do to cause it to disappear was to move his arms or to say something aloud. He darted from his bed and found himself upon the damp, moist ground. Then, addressing himself to the man who held the lamp in his hand, he said, "What is this, monsieur? And what is the meaning of this jest?"
"It is no jest,"
replied in a deep voice the masked figure that held the lantern.
Do you belong to Monsieur Fouquet?"
inquired the king, greatly astonished at his situation.
"It matters very little to whom we belong,"
said the phantom.
"We are your masters now. That is sufficient."
The king, more impatient than intimidated, turned to the other masked figure.
"If this is a comedy," he said, "you will tell Monsieur Fouquet that I find it unseemly and improper, and that I command it should cease."
The second masked person to whom the king had addressed himself was a man of huge stature and vast circumference. He held himself erect and motionless as any block of marble.
"Well," added the king, stamping his foot, "you do not answer."
"We do not answer you, my good monsieur,"
said the giant in a stentorian voice,
"because there is nothing to say."
"At least tell me what you want,"
exclaimed Louis, folding his arms with a passionate gesture.
"You will know by and by,"
replied the man who held the lamp.
"In the meantime, tell me where I am."
"Look."
Louis looked all around him, but By the light of the lamp which the masked figure raised for the purpose, he could perceive nothing but the damp walls, which glistened here and there with the slimy traces of the snail.
Oh, a dungeon!"
cried the king.
No, a subterranean passage.
"Which leads—"
Will you be good enough to follow us?"
"I shall not stir from hence,"
cried the king.
"If you are obstinate, my dear young friend,"
replied the taller of the two,
"I will lift you up in my arms and roll you up in your own cloak, and if you should happen to be stifled, why, so much the worse for you."
As he said this, he disengaged from beneath his cloak a hand of which Milo of Crotona would have envied him the possession, on the day when he had that unhappy idea of rending his last oak. The king dreaded violence, for he could well believe that the two men into whose power he had fallen had not gone so far with any idea of drawing back, and that they would consequently be ready to proceed to extremities, if necessary. He shook his head and said,
"It seems I have fallen into the hands of a couple of assassins. Move on, then."
Neither of the men answered a word to this remark. The one who carried the lantern walked first. The king followed him, while the second masked figure closed the procession. In this manner they passed along a winding gallery of some length, with as many staircases leading out of it as are to be found in the mysterious and gloomy places of Anne Radcliffe's creation. All these windings and turnings, during which the king heard the sound of running water over his head, ended at last in a long corridor closed by an iron door. The figure with the lamp opened the door with one of the keys he wore suspended at his girdle, where, during the whole of the brief journey, the king had heard them rattle. As soon as the door was opened and admitted the air, Louis recognized the balmy odors that trees exhale in a hot summer night. He paused hesitatingly for a moment or two, but the huge sentinel who followed him thrust him out of the subterranean passage.
"Another blow,"
said the king, turning toward the one who had just had the audacity to touch his sovereign.
"What do you intend to do with the King of France?"
"Try to forget that word,"
replied the man with the lamp, in a tone which as little admitted of a reply as one of the famous decrees of Minos.
"You deserve to be broken on the wheel for the words that you have just made use of,"
said the giant as he extinguished the lamp his companion handed to him.
"But the king is too kind-hearted."
Louis, at that threat, made so sudden a movement that it seemed as if he meditated flight, but the giant's hand was in a moment placed on his shoulder, and fixed him motionless where he stood.
"But tell me at least where we are going,"
said the king.
"Come,"
replied the former of the two men, with a kind of respect in his manner, and leading his prisoner toward a carriage which seemed to be in waiting. The carriage was completely concealed amid the trees. Two horses with their feet fettered were fastened by a halter to lower branches of a large oak.
"Get in,"
said the same man, opening the carriage door and letting down the step. The king obeyed, seated himself at the back of the carriage, the padded door of which was shut and locked immediately upon him and his guide. As for the giant, he cut the fastenings by which the horses were bound, harnessed them himself, and mounted on the box of the carriage, which was unoccupied. The carriage set off immediately at a quick trot, turned into the road to Paris, and in the forest of Senart found a relay of horses fastened to the trees in the same manner the first horses had been, and without a postilion. The man on the box changed the horses and continued to follow the road toward Paris with the same rapidity, so that they entered the city about 3 o'clock in the morning. The carriage proceeded along the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and after having called out to the sentinel,
"By the king's order,"
the driver conducted the horses into the circular enclosure of the Bastile. Looking out upon the courtyard called Le Cour du Gouvernement, there the horses drew up, reeking with sweat at the flight of steps, and a sergeant of the guard ran forward.
"Go and wake the governor,"
said the coachman with a voice of thunder. With the exception of this voice, which might have been heard at the entrance of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, everything remained as calm in the carriage as in the prison. 10 minutes afterwards, Monsieur de Baisemeaux appeared in his dressing gown on the threshold of the door.
"What is the matter now?" he asked. "And whom have you brought me there?"
The man with the lantern opened the carriage door and said 2 or 3 words to the one who acted as driver, who immediately got down from his seat, took up a short musket which he kept under his feet, and placed its muzzle on his prisoner's chest.
"And fire at once if he speaks,"
added aloud the man who alighted from the carriage.
"Very good,"
replied his companion without another remark. With this recommendation, the person who had accompanied the king in the carriage ascended the flight of steps at the top of which the governor was awaiting him.
"Monsieur d'Herblay,"
said the latter.
"Hush," said Aramis. "Let us go into your room." "Good heavens! What brings you here at this hour?" "A mistake, my dear Monsieur de Baisemeaux," Aramis replied quietly. "It appears that you were quite right the other day." "What about?" inquired the governor. "About the order of release, my dear friend." "Tell me what you mean, monsieur, no, monseigneur," said the governor, almost suffocated by surprise and terror. "It is a very simple affair. You remember, dear Monsieur de Baisemeaux, that an order of release was sent to you?" "Yes, for Marchiali." "Very good. We both thought that it was for Marchiali." "Certainly. You will recollect, however, that I would not credit it, but that you compelled me to believe it." "Oh, Baisemeaux, my good fellow, what a word to make use of! Strongly recommended, that was all." "Strongly recommended? Yes, strongly recommended to give him up to you, and that you carried him off with you in your carriage." "Well, my dear Monsieur de Baisemeaux, it was a mistake. It was discovered at the ministry, so that I now bring you an order from the king to set at liberty Selden. That poor Selden fellow, you know." "Selden? Are you sure this time?" "Well, read it yourself," added Aramis, handing him the order. "Why," said Baisemeaux, "this order is the very same that has already passed through my hands." "Indeed?" "It is the very one I assured you I saw the other evening. Parbleu! I recognize it by the blot of ink." "I do not know whether it is that, but all I know is that I bring it for you." "But then, what about the other?" "What other?" "Marchiali." "I have got him here with me." "But that is not enough for me. I require a new order to take him back again." "Don't talk such nonsense, my dear Baisemeaux. You talk like a child. Where is the order you received respecting Marchiali?" Baisemeaux ran to his iron chest and took it out. Aramis seized hold of it, coolly tore it in 4 pieces, held them to the lamp, and burnt them. "Good heavens! What are you doing?" exclaimed Baisemeaux in an extremity of terror. "Look at your position quietly, my good governor," said Aramis with imperturbable self-possession, "and you will see how very simple the whole affair is. You no longer possess any order justifying Marchiali's release." "I am a lost man." "Far from it, my good fellow, since I have brought Marchiali back to you, and all accordingly is just the same as if he had never left." "Ah!" said the governor, completely overcome by terror. "Plain enough, you see, and you will go and shut him up immediately." "I should think so, indeed." "And you will hand over this Selden to me, whose liberation is authorized by this order. Do you understand?" I... You do understand, I see,
said Aramis.
Very good.
Baisemeaux clapped his hands together.
But why, at all events, after having taken Marchiali away from me, do you bring him back again?
Cried the unhappy governor in a paroxysm of terror and completely dumbfounded.
For a friend such as you are, said Aramis, for so devoted a servant, I have no secrets.
And he put his mouth close to Baisemeaux's ear as he said in a low tone of voice,
You know the resemblance between that unfortunate fellow and the king? Yes. Very good. The first use that Marchiali made of his liberty was to persist. Can you guess what? How is it likely I should guess? To persist in saying that he was King of France, to dress himself up in clothes like those of the king, and then pretend to assume that he was the king himself. Gracious heavens! That is the reason why I have brought him back again, my dear friend. He is mad, and lets everyone see how mad he is. What is to be done, then? That is very simple. Let no one hold any communication with him. You understand that when his peculiar style of madness came to the king's ears, the king, who had pitied his terrible affliction, and saw that all his kindness had been repaid by black ingratitude, became perfectly furious, so that now, and remember this very distinctly, dear Monsieur de Baisemeaux, for it concerns you most closely, so that there is now, I repeat, sentence of death pronounced against all those who may allow him to communicate with anyone else but me or the king himself. You understand, Baisemeaux? Sentence of death. You need not ask me whether I understand. And now, let us go down and conduct this poor devil back to his dungeon again, unless you prefer he should come up here. What would be the good of that? It would be better, perhaps, to enter his name in the prison book at once. Of course, certainly, not a doubt of it. In that case, have him up.
Baisemeaux ordered the drums to be beaten and the bell to be rung, as a warning to everyone to retire in order to avoid meeting a prisoner about whom it was desired to observe a certain mystery. Then, when the passages were free, he went to take the prisoner from the carriage, at whose breast Porthos, faithful to the directions which had been given him, still kept his musket levelled.
"Ah, is that you, miserable wretch?"
cried the governor as soon as he perceived the king.
"Very good, very good."
And immediately making the king get out of the carriage, he led him, still accompanied by Porthos, who had not taken off his mask, and Aramis, who again resumed his, up the stairs, to the second Bertaudiere, and opened the door of the room in which Philippe for 6 long years had bemoaned his existence. The king entered the cell without pronouncing a single word. He faltered in, as limp and haggard as a rain-struck lily. Baisemeaux shut the door upon him, turned the key twice in the lock, and then returned to Aramis.
"It is quite true,"
he said in a low tone,
"that he bears a striking resemblance to the king, but less so than you said." "So that," said Aramis, "you would not have been deceived by the substitution of the one for the other." "What a question!" "You are a most valuable fellow, Baisemeaux," said Aramis, "and now set Selden free." "Oh, yes, I was going to forget that. I will go and give orders at once." "Bah, tomorrow will be time enough." "Tomorrow? Oh, no, this very minute." "Well, go off to your affairs. I will go away to mine, but it is quite understood, is it not?" "What is quite understood?" "That no one is to enter the prisoner's cell, except with an order from the king, an order which I will bring myself." "Quite so. Adieu, monseigneur."
Aramis returned to his companion.
"Now, Porthos, my good fellow, back again to Vaux, and as fast as possible."
"A man is light and easy enough when he has faithfully served his king, and in serving him saved his country," said Porthos. "The horses will be as light as if our tissues were constructed of the wind of heaven. So let us be off."
And the carriage, lightened of a prisoner, who might well be, as he in fact was, very heavy in the sight of Aramis, passed across the drawbridge of the Bastile, which was raised again immediately behind it. End of chapter 46. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 47 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Night at the Bastile. Pain, anguish, and suffering in human life are always in proportion to the strength with which a man is endowed. We will not pretend to say that heaven always apportions to a man's capability of endurance the anguish with which he afflicts him, for that indeed would not be true, since heaven permits the existence of death, which is sometimes the only refuge open to those who are too closely pressed, too bitterly afflicted as far as the body is concerned. Suffering is in proportion to the strength which has been accorded. In other words, the weak suffer more, where the trial is the same, than the strong. And what are the elementary principles, we may ask, that compose human strength? Is it not, more than anything else, exercise, habit, experience? We shall not even take the trouble to demonstrate this, for it is an axiom in morals as in physics. When the young king, stupefied and crushed in every sense and feeling, found himself led to a cell in the Bastile, he fancied death itself as but a sleep, that it, too, has its dreams as well, that the bed had broken through the flooring of his room at Vaux, that death had resulted from the occurrence, and that still carrying out his dream, the king, Louis XIV, now no longer living, was dreaming one of those horrors, impossible to realize in life, which is termed dethronement, imprisonment, an insult toward a sovereign who formerly wielded unlimited power. To be present at, an actual witness, too, of this bitterness of death, to float indecisively in an incomprehensible mystery between resemblance and reality, to hear everything, to see everything without interfering in a single detail of agonizing suffering, was, so the king thought within himself, a torture far more terrible since it might last forever.
"Is this what is termed eternity? Hell?"
he murmured at the moment the door was closed upon him, which we remember Baisemeaux had shut with his own hands. He did not even look round him, and in the room, leaning with his back against the wall, he allowed himself to be carried away by the terrible supposition that he was already dead, as he closed his eyes in order to avoid looking upon something even worse still.
"How can I have died?"
he said to himself, sick with terror.
"The bed might have been let down by some artificial means, but no, I do not remember to have felt a bruise, nor any shock either. Would they not rather have poisoned me at my meals, or with the fumes of wax, as they did my ancestress, Jeanne d'Albret?"
Suddenly the chill of the dungeons seemed to fall like a wet cloak upon Louis's shoulders.
"I have seen,"
he said,
"my father lying dead upon his funeral couch, in his regal robes, that pale face so calm and worn, those hands once so skillful, lying nerveless by his side, those limbs stiffened by the icy grasp of death. Nothing there betokened a sleep that was disturbed by dreams. And yet, how numerous were the dreams which heaven might have sent that royal corpse, him who so many others had preceded, hurried away by him into eternal death. No, that king was still the king. He was enthroned still upon that funeral couch as upon a velvet armchair. He had not abdicated one title of his majesty. God, who had not punished him, will not punish me who have done nothing." A strange sound attracted the young man's attention. He looked around him and saw on the mantel-shelf, just below an enormous crucifix, coarsely painted in fresco on the wall, a rat of enormous size, engaged in nibbling a piece of dry bread, but fixing all the time an intelligent and inquiring look upon the new occupant of the cell. The king could not resist a sudden impulse of fear and disgust. He moved back toward the door, uttering a loud cry, as if he but needed this cry, which escaped from his breast almost unconsciously, to recognize himself. Louis knew that he was alive and in full possession of his natural senses. "A prisoner!" he cried. A prisoner!"
He looked round him for a bell to summon someone to him.
"There are no bells in the Bastile," he said, "and it is in the Bastile I am imprisoned. In what way can I have been made a prisoner? It must have been owing to a conspiracy of Monsieur Fouquet. I have been drawn to Vaux as to a snare. Monsieur Fouquet cannot be acting alone in this affair. His agent, that voice that I but just now heard, was Monsieur d'Herblay. I recognized it. Colbert was right, then. But what is Fouquet's object? To reign in my place instead? Impossible. Yet, who knows?"
thought the king, relapsing into gloom again.
"Perhaps my brother, the Duc d'Orléans, is doing that which my uncle wished to do during the whole of his life against my father. But the queen, my mother too, and La Valliere, oh, La Valliere, she will have been abandoned to Madame. Dear, dear girl! Yes, it is. It must be so. They have shut her up as they have me. We are separated forever."
And at this idea of separation, the poor lover burst into a flood of tears and sobs and groans.
"There is a governor in this place," the king continued in a fury of passion. "I will speak to him. I will summon him to me."
He called. No voice replied to his. He seized hold of his chair and hurled it against the massive oaken door. The wood resounded against the door and awakened many a mournful echo in the profound depths of the staircase, but from a human creature, none. This was a fresh proof for the king of the slight regard in which he was held at the Bastile. Therefore, when his first fit of anger had passed away, having remarked a barred window through which there passed a stream of light, lozenge-shaped, which must be, he knew, the bright orb of approaching day, Louis began to call out. At first, gently enough, then louder and louder still, but no one replied. 20 other attempts which he made, one after another, obtained no other or better success. His blood began to boil within him and mount to his head. His nature was such that, accustomed to command, he trembled at the idea of disobedience. The prisoner broke the chair, which was too heavy for him to lift, and made use of it as a battering ram to strike against the door. He struck so loudly and so repeatedly that the perspiration soon began to pour down his face. The sound became tremendous and continuous. Certain stifled, smothered cries replied in different directions. This sound produced a strange effect upon the king. He paused to listen. It was the voice of the prisoners, formerly his victims and now his companions. The voices ascended like vapors through the thick ceilings and the massive walls, and rose in accusations against the author of this noise, as doubtless their sighs and tears accused, in whispered tones, the author of their captivity. After having deprived so many people of their liberty, the king came among them to rob them of their rest. This idea almost drove him mad. It redoubled his strength, or rather his will. bent upon obtaining some information or a conclusion to the affair. With a portion of the broken chair he recommenced the noise. At the end of an hour Louis heard something in the corridor, behind the door of his cell, and a violent blow which was returned upon the door itself made him cease his own.
"Are you mad?"
said a rude, brutal voice.
"What is the matter with you this morning?"
"This morning?" thought the king, but he said aloud politely, "Monsieur, are you the governor of the Bastile?"
"My good fellow, your head is out of sorts," replied the voice. "But that is no reason why you should make such a terrible disturbance. Be quiet, mordieu!"
"Are you the governor?"
the king inquired again. He heard a door on the corridor close. The jailer had just left, not condescending to reply a single word. When the king had reassured himself of this departure, his fury knew no longer any bounds. As agile as a tiger, he leapt from the table to the window and struck the iron bars with all his might. He broke a pane of glass, the pieces of which fell clanking into the courtyard below. He shouted with increasing hoarseness, "The governor! The governor!" This excess lasted fully an hour, during which time he was in a burning fever. With his hair in disorder and matted on his forehead, his dress torn and covered with dust and plaster, his linen in shreds, the king never rested until his strength was utterly exhausted, and it was not until then that he clearly understood the pitiless thickness of the walls, the impenetrable nature of the cement, invincible to every influence but that of time, and that he possessed no other weapon but despair. He leaned his forehead against the door and let the feverish throbbings of his heart calm by degrees. It had seemed as if one single additional pulsation would have made it burst.
"A moment will come when the food which is given to the prisoners will be brought to me. I shall then see someone. I shall speak to him and get an answer."
And the king tried to remember at what hour the first repast of the prisoners was served at the Bastile. He was ignorant even of this detail. The feeling of remorse at this remembrance smote him like the thrust of a dagger, that he should have lived for 25 years a king, and in the enjoyment of every happiness, without having bestowed a moment's thought on the misery of those who had been unjustly deprived of their liberty. The king blushed for very shame. He felt that Heaven, in permitting this fearful humiliation, did no more than render to the man the same torture as had been inflicted by that man upon so many others. Nothing could be more efficacious for reawakening his mind to religious influences than the prostration of his heart and mind and soul beneath the feeling of such acute wretchedness. But Louis dared not even kneel in prayer to God to entreat him to terminate his bitter trial.
"Heaven is right," he said. "Heaven acts wisely. It would be cowardly to pray to Heaven for that which I have so often refused my own fellow creatures."
He had reached this stage of his reflections, that is, of his agony of mind, when a similar noise was again heard behind his door, followed this time by the sound of the key in the lock and of the bolts being withdrawn from their staples. The king bounded forward to be nearer to the person who was about to enter, but suddenly reflecting that it was a movement unworthy of a sovereign, he paused, assumed a noble and calm expression, which for him was easy enough, and waited with his back turned toward the window in order, to some extent, to conceal his agitation from the eyes of the person who was about to enter. It was only a jailer with a basket of provisions. The king looked at the man with restless anxiety, and waited until he spoke.
"Ah," said the latter, "you have broken your chair. I said you had done so. Why, you have gone quite mad."
"Monsieur," said the king, "be careful what you say. It will be a very serious affair for you."
The jailer placed the basket on the table and looked at his prisoner steadily.
"What do you say?"
he said.
"Desire the governor to come to me," added the king, in accents full of calm and dignity.
"Come my boy,"
said the turnkey,
"you have always been very quiet and reasonable, but you are getting vicious, it seems, and I wish you to know it in time. You have broken your chair and made a great disturbance. That is an offense punishable by imprisonment in one of the lower dungeons. Promise me not to begin over again, and I will not say a word about it to the governor."
"I wish to see the governor," replied the king, still governing his passions.
"He will send you off to one of the dungeons, I tell you, so take care."
"I insist upon it. Do you hear?"
Your eyes are becoming wild again. Very good. I shall take away your knife."
and the jailer did what he said, quitted the prisoner, and closed the door, leaving the king more astounded, more wretched, more isolated than ever. It was useless, though he tried it, to make the same noise again on his door, and equally useless that he threw the plates and dishes out of the window. Not a single sound was heard in recognition. 2 hours afterwards he could not be recognized as a king, a gentleman, a man, a human being. He might rather be called a madman, tearing the door with his nails, trying to tear up the flooring of his cell, and uttering such wild and fearful cries that the old Bastile seemed to tremble to its very foundations for having revolted against its master. As for the governor, the jailer did not even think of disturbing him. The turnkeys and the sentinels had reported the occurrence to him, but what was the good of it? Were not these madmen common enough in such a prison, and were not the walls still stronger? Monsieur de Baisemeaux, thoroughly impressed with what Aramis had told him, and in perfect conformity with the king's order, hoped only that one thing might happen, namely, that the madman Marchiali might be mad enough to hang himself to the canopy of his bed, or to one of the bars of the window. In fact, the prisoner was anything but a profitable investment for Monsieur Baisemeaux, and became more annoying than agreeable to him. These complications of Selden and Marchiali, the complications first of setting at liberty and then imprisoning again, the complications arising from the strong likeness in question, had at last found a very proper denouement. Baisemeaux, even though he thought he had remarked that D'Herblay himself was not altogether dissatisfied with the result.
"And then really,"
said Baisemeaux to his next in command,
"an ordinary prisoner is already unhappy enough in being a prisoner. He suffers quite enough, indeed, to induce one to hope, charitably enough, that his death may not be far distant, with still greater reason, accordingly, when the prisoner has gone mad, and might bite and make a terrible disturbance in the Bastile. Why, in such a case, it is not simply an act of mere charity to wish him dead. It would be almost a good and even commendable action, quietly to have him put out of his misery."
And the good-natured governor thereupon sat down to his late breakfast. End of chapter 47. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 48 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Shadow of Monsieur Fouquet. D'Artagnan, still confused and oppressed by the conversation he had just had with the king, could not resist asking himself if he were really in possession of his senses, if he were really and truly at Vaux, if he, D'Artagnan, were really the captain of the Musketeers, and Monsieur Fouquet the owner of the chateau in which Louis XIV was at that moment partaking of his hospitality. These reflections were not those of a drunken man, although everything was in prodigal profusion at Vaux, and the surintendant's wines had met with a distinguished reception at the fete. The Gascon, however, was a man of calm self-possession, and no sooner did he touch his bright steel blade than he knew how to adopt morally the cold, keen weapon as his guide of action. "Well," he said as he quitted the royal apartment, I seem now to be mixed up historically with the destinies of a king and of the minister. It will be written that Monsieur d'Artagnan, a younger son of a Gascon family, placed his hand on the shoulder of Monsieur Nicolas Fouquet, the surintendant of the finances of France. My descendants, if I have any, will flatter themselves with the distinction which this arrest will confer, just as the members of the de Luynes family have done with regard to the estates of the poor Marechal d'Ancre. But the thing is, how best to execute the king's directions in a proper manner. Any man would know how to say to Monsieur Fouquet, "Your sword, monsieur." But it is not every one who would be able to take care of Monsieur Fouquet without others knowing anything about it. How am I to manage, then, so that Monsieur le Surintendant pass from the height of favor to the direst disgrace, that Vaux be turned into a dungeon for him, that after having been steeped to his lips, as it were, in all the perfumes and incense of Assuras, he is transferred to the gallows of Aman, in other words, of Enguerrand de Marigny? And at this reflection, D'Artagnan's brow became clouded with perplexity. The musketeer had certain scruples on the matter, it must be admitted. To deliver up to death, for not a doubt existed that Louis hated Fouquet mortally, the man who had just shown himself so delightful and charming a host in every way was a real insult to one's conscience. "It almost seems," said D'Artagnan to himself, "that if I am not a poor, mean, miserable fellow, I should let Monsieur Fouquet know the opinion the king has about him. Yet, if I betray my master's secret, I shall be a false-hearted, treacherous knave, a traitor, too, a crime provided for and punishable by military laws. So much so, indeed, that 20 times in former days, when wars were rife, I have seen many a miserable fellow strung up to a tree for doing, in but a small degree, what my scruples counsel me to undertake upon a great scale now. No, I think that a man of true readiness of wit ought to get out of this difficulty with more skill than that. And now, let us admit that I do possess a little readiness of invention. It is not at all certain, though, for after having for 40 years absorbed so large a quantity, I should be lucky if there were to be a pistole's worth left." D'Artagnan buried his head in his hands, tore at his mustache in sheer vexation, and added, "What can be the reason of Monsieur Fouquet's disgrace? There seem to be 3 good ones. The first, because Monsieur Colbert doesn't like him. The second, because he wished to fall in love with Mademoiselle de la Valliere. And lastly, because the king likes Monsieur Colbert and loves Mademoiselle de la Valliere. Oh, he is lost! But shall I put my foot on his neck? I, of all men, when he is falling a prey to the intrigues of a pack of women and clerks? For shame! If he be dangerous, I will lay him low enough. If, however, he be only persecuted, I will look on. I have come to such a decisive determination that neither king nor living man shall change my mind. If Athos were here, he would do as I have done. Therefore, instead of going in cold blood up to Monsieur Fouquet and arresting him offhand and shutting him up altogether, I will try and conduct myself like a man who understands what good manners are. People will talk about it, of course, but they shall talk well of it, I am determined." And D'Artagnan, drawing, by a gesture peculiar to himself, his shoulder belt over his shoulder, went straight off to Monsieur Fouquet, who, after he had taken leave of his guests, was preparing to retire for the night and to sleep tranquilly after the triumphs of the day. The air was still perfumed or infected, whichever way it may be considered, with the odors of the torches and the fireworks. The wax lights were dying away in their sockets. The flowers fell unfastened from the garlands. The groups of dancers and courtiers were separating in the salons. Surrounded by his friends, who complimented him and received his flattering remarks in return, the surintendant half closed his wearied eyes. He longed for rest and quiet. He sank upon the bed of laurels which had been heaped up for him for so many days past, It might almost have been said that he seemed bowed beneath the weight of the new debts which he had incurred for the purpose of giving the greatest possible honor to this fete. Fouquet had just retired to his room, still smiling, but more than half asleep. He could listen to nothing more, he could hardly keep his eyes open. His bed seemed to possess a fascinating and irresistible attraction for him. The god Morpheus, the presiding deity of the dome painted by Lebrun, had extended his influence over the adjoining rooms and showered down his most sleep-inducing poppies upon the master of the house. Fouquet, almost entirely alone, was being assisted by his valet de chambre to undress, when Monsieur d'Artagnan appeared at the entrance of the room. D'Artagnan had never been able to succeed in making himself common at the court, and notwithstanding he was seen everywhere and on all occasions, he never failed to produce an effect wherever and whenever he made his appearance. Such is the happy privilege of certain natures, which in that respect resemble either thunder or lightning. Everyone recognizes them, but their appearance never fails to arouse surprise and astonishment, and whenever they occur, the impression is always left that the last was the most conspicuous or most important. "What, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" said Fouquet, who had already taken his right arm out of the sleeve of his doublet. "At your service," replied the musketeer. "Come in, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan." "Thank you." "Have you come to criticize the fete? You are ingenious enough in your criticisms, I know." "By no means." "Are not your men looked after properly?" "In every way." "You are not comfortably lodged, perhaps?" "Nothing could be better." "In that case I have to thank you for being so amiably disposed, and I must not fail to express my obligations to you for all your flattering kindness." These words were as much as to say, "My dear D'Artagnan, pray go to bed, since you have a bed to lie down on, and let me do the same." D'Artagnan did not seem to understand it. "Are you going to bed already?" he said to the superintendent. "Yes. Have you anything to say to me?" "Nothing, monsieur, nothing at all. You sleep in this room, then?" "Yes, as you see." "You have given a most charming fete to the king." "Do you think so?" "Oh, beautiful!" "Is the king pleased?" "Enchanted." "Did he desire you to say as much to me?" "He would not choose so unworthy a messenger, monseigneur." "You do not do yourself justice, Monsieur d'Artagnan." "Is that your bed there?" "Yes, but why do you ask? Are you not satisfied with your own?" "May I speak frankly to you?" "Most assuredly." "Well, then, I am not." Fouquet started and then replied, "Will you take my room, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" "What, deprive you of it, monseigneur? Never." "What am I to do, then?" "Allow me to share yours with you." Fouquet looked at the musketeer fixedly. "Ah, ah," he said, "you have just left the king." "I have, monseigneur." "And the king wishes you to pass the night in my room?" "Monseigneur." "Very well, Monsieur d'Artagnan, very well. You are the master here." "I assure you, monseigneur, that I do not wish to abuse." Fouquet turned to his valet and said, "Leave us." When the man had left, he said to D'Artagnan, "You have something to say to me?" "I?" "A man of your superior intelligence cannot have come to talk with a man like myself, at such an hour as the present, without grave motives." "Do not interrogate me." "On the contrary, what do you want with me?"
Nothing more than the pleasure of your society."
"Come into the garden, then," said the superintendent suddenly, "or into the park."
"No,"
replied the musketeer hastily.
"No."
"Why?"
"The fresh air."
"Come, admit at once that you arrest me," said the superintendent to the captain.
"Never,"
said the latter. "You intend to look after me, then?"
"Yes, monseigneur, I do, upon my honor."
"Upon your honor? Ah, that is quite another thing. So I am to be arrested in my own house?"
"Do not say such a thing."
"On the contrary, I will proclaim it aloud."
"If you do so, I shall be compelled to request you to be silent."
"Very good. Violence toward me, and in my own house, too."
"We do not seem to understand one another at all. Stay a moment. There is a chessboard there. We will have a game, if you have no objections."
"Monsieur d'Artagnan, I am in disgrace, then?"
"Not at all, but—"
"I am prohibited, I suppose, from withdrawing from your sight."
"I do not understand a word you are saying, monseigneur, and if you wish me to withdraw, tell me so."
"My dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, your mode of action is enough to drive me mad. I was almost sinking for want of sleep, but you have completely awakened me."
"I shall never forgive myself, I am sure. And if you wish to reconcile me with myself, why, go to sleep in your bed in my presence, and I shall be delighted."
"I am under surveillance, I see."
"I will leave the room if you say any such thing."
"You are beyond my comprehension."
"Good night, monseigneur," said D'Artagnan, as he pretended to withdraw. Fouquet ran after him.
"I will not lie down," he said, "seriously, and since you refuse to treat me as a man, and since you finesse with me, I will try and set you at bay, as a hunter does a wild boar."
"Bah!" cried D'Artagnan, pretending to smile.
"I shall order my horses and set off for Paris,"
said Fouquet, sounding the captain of the musketeers. "If that be the case, monseigneur, it is very difficult."
"You will arrest me, then?"
"No, but I shall go along with you."
"That is quite sufficient, Monsieur d'Artagnan," returned Fouquet coldly. "It was not for nothing you acquired your reputation as a man of intelligence and resource, but with me all this is quite superfluous. Let us come to the point. Do me a service. Why do you arrest me? What have I done?"
"Oh, I know nothing about what you may have done, but I do not arrest you, this evening at least."
"This evening?" said Fouquet, turning pale. "But tomorrow?"
"It is not tomorrow just yet, monseigneur. Who can ever answer for the morrow?"
"Quick, quick, captain, let me speak to Monsieur d'Herblay."
"Alas, that is quite impossible, monseigneur. I have strict orders to see that you hold no communication with anyone."
"With Monsieur d'Herblay, captain, with your friend."
"Monseigneur, is Monsieur d'Herblay the only person with whom you ought to be prevented holding any communication?" Fouquet colored, and then, assuming an air of resignation, he said,
"You are right, monsieur. You have taught me a lesson I ought not to have evoked. A fallen man cannot assert his right to anything, even from those whose fortunes he may have made. For a still stronger reason,
he cannot claim anything from those to whom he may never have had the happiness of doing a service."
"Monseigneur."
"It is perfectly true, Monsieur d'Artagnan. You have always acted in the most admirable manner towards me, in such a manner, indeed, as most becomes the man who is destined to arrest me. You, at least, have never asked me anything."
"Monsieur," replied the Gascon, touched by his eloquent and noble tone of grief, "will you, I ask it as a favor, pledge me your word as a man of honor that you will not leave this room?"
"What is the use of it, dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, since you keep watch and ward over me? Do you suppose I should contend against the most valiant sword in the kingdom?"
"It is not that at all, monseigneur, but that I am going to look for Monsieur d'Herblay, and consequently to leave you alone."
Fouquet uttered a cry of delight and surprise. "To look for Monsieur d'Herblay! To leave me alone!" he exclaimed, clasping his hands together.
"Which is Monsieur d'Herblay's room? The blue room, is it not?"
"Yes, my friend, yes."
"Your friend! Thank you for that word, monseigneur. You confer it upon me today, at least, if you have never done so before."
"Ah, you have saved me."
"It will take a good 10 minutes to go from hence to the blue room and to return," said D'Artagnan.
"Nearly so."
"And then to awake Aramis, who sleeps very soundly when he is asleep. I put that down at another 5 minutes, making a total of 15 minutes' absence. And now, monseigneur, give me your word that you will not in any way attempt to make your escape, and that when I return I shall find you here again."
"I give it, monsieur,"
replied Fouquet with an expression of the warmest and deepest gratitude. D'Artagnan disappeared. Fouquet looked at him as he quitted the room, waited with a feverish impatience until the door was closed behind him, and as soon as it was shut, flew to his keys, opened 2 or 3 secret doors concealed in various articles of furniture in the room, looked vainly for certain papers which doubtless he had left at Saint Mande, and which he seemed to regret not having found in them. Then hurriedly seizing hold of letters, contracts, papers, writings, he heaped them up into a pile which he burnt in the extremest haste upon the marble hearth of the fireplace, not even taking time to draw from the interior of it the vases and pots of flowers with which it was filled. As soon as he had finished, like a man who has just escaped an imminent danger and whose strength abandons him as soon as the danger is past, he sank down, completely overcome, on a couch. When D'Artagnan returned, he found Fouquet in the same position. The worthy musketeer had not the slightest doubt that Fouquet, having given his word, would not even think of failing to keep it, but he had thought it most likely that Fouquet would turn his, D'Artagnan's, absence to the best advantage in getting rid of all the papers, memorandums, and contracts, which might possibly render his position, which was even now serious enough, more dangerous than ever. And so, lifting up his head like a dog who has regained the scent, he perceived an odor resembling smoke he had relied on finding in the atmosphere, and having found it, made a movement of his head in token of satisfaction. As D'Artagnan entered, Fouquet on his side raised his head, and not one of D'Artagnan's movements escaped him. And then the looks of the 2 men met, and they both saw that they had understood each other without exchanging a syllable.
"Well,"
asked Fouquet, the first to speak,
"and Monsieur d'Herblay?"
"Upon my word, monseigneur," replied D'Artagnan, "Monsieur d'Herblay must be desperately fond of walking out at night and composing verses by moonlight in the Park of Vaux, with some of your poets in all probability, for he is not in his own room."
"What? Not in his own room?"
cried Fouquet, whose last hope thus escaped him, for unless he could ascertain in what way the Bishop of Vannes could assist him, he perfectly well knew that he could expect assistance from no other quarter. "Or indeed," continued D'Artagnan, If he is in his own room, he has very good reasons for not answering."
"But surely you did not call him in such a manner that he could have heard you?"
"You can hardly suppose, monseigneur, that having already exceeded my orders, which forbade me leaving you a single moment, you can hardly suppose, I say, that I should have been mad enough to rouse the whole house and allow myself to be seen in the corridor of the Bishop of Vannes, in order that Monsieur Colbert might state with positive certainty that I gave you time to burn your papers."
"My papers?"
"Of course. At least that is what I should have done in your place. When anyone opens a door for me, I always avail myself of it."
"Yes, yes, and I thank you, for I have availed myself of it."
"And you have done perfectly right. Every man has his own peculiar secrets with which others have nothing to do. But let us return to Aramis, monseigneur."
"Well, then I tell you, you could not have called loud enough, or Aramis would have heard you."
"However softly any one may call Aramis, monseigneur, Aramis always hears when he has an interest in hearing. I repeat what I said before. Aramis was not in his own room, or Aramis had certain reasons for not recognizing my voice, of which I am ignorant and of which you may be even ignorant yourself, notwithstanding your liege man is His Greatness the Lord Bishop of Vannes." Fouquet drew a deep sigh, rose from his seat, took 3 or 4 turns in his room, and finished by seating himself, with an expression of extreme dejection, upon his magnificent bed with velvet hangings and costliest lace. D'Artagnan looked at Fouquet with feelings of the deepest and sincerest pity. "I have seen a good many men arrested in my life," said the musketeer sadly. "I have seen both Monsieur de Cinq-Mars and Monsieur de Chalais arrested, though I was very young then. I have seen Monsieur de Condé arrested with the princes. I have seen Monsieur de Retz arrested. I have seen Monsieur Broussel arrested. Stay a moment, monseigneur, it is disagreeable to have to say, but the very one of all those whom you most resemble at this moment was that poor fellow Broussel. You were very near doing as he did, putting your dinner napkin in your portfolio and wiping your mouth with your papers. Mordieu! Monseigneur Fouquet, a man like you ought not to be dejected in this manner. Suppose your friends saw you."
"Monsieur d'Artagnan," returned the surintendant with a smile full of gentleness, "you do not understand me. It is precisely because my friends are not looking on that I am as you see me now. I do not live, exist even, isolated from others. I am nothing when left to myself. Understand that throughout my whole life I have passed every moment of my time in making friends, whom I hoped to render my stay and support. In times of prosperity, all these cheerful, happy voices, rendered so through and by my means, formed in my honor a concert of praise and kindly actions. In the least disfavor, these humbler voices accompanied in harmonious accents the murmur of my own heart. Isolation I have never yet known. Poverty, a phantom I have sometimes beheld, clad in rags, awaiting me at the end of my journey through life. Poverty has been the spectre with which many of my own friends have trifled for years past, which they poetize and caress, and which has attracted me towards them. Poverty, I accept it, acknowledge it, receive it, as a disinherited sister, for poverty is neither solitude nor exile nor imprisonment. Is it likely I shall ever be poor with such friends as Pelisson, as La Fontaine, as Molière, with such a mistress as— Oh, if you knew how utterly lonely and desolate I feel at this moment, and how you, who separate me from all I love, seem to resemble the image of solitude, of annihilation, death itself."
"But I have already told you, Monsieur Fouquet," replied D'Artagnan, moved to the depths of his soul, "that you are woefully exaggerating. The king likes you."
"No, no," said Fouquet, shaking his head.
"Monsieur Colbert hates you."
"Monsieur Colbert! What does that matter to me?"
"He will ruin you."
"Ah, I defy him to do that, for I am ruined already."
At this singular confession of the superintendent, D'Artagnan cast his glance all round the room, and although he did not open his lips, Fouquet understood him so thoroughly that he added:
"What can be done with such wealth of substance as surrounds us, when a man can no longer cultivate his taste for the magnificent? Do you know what good the greater part of the wealth and the possessions which we rich enjoy confer upon us? Merely to disgust us, by their very splendor even, with everything which does not equal it. Vaux, you will say, and the wonders of Vaux. What of it? What boot these wonders? If I am ruined, how shall I fill with water the urns which my naiads bear in their arms, or force the air into the lungs of my Tritons? To be rich enough, Monsieur d'Artagnan, a man must be too rich."
D'Artagnan shook his head.
"Oh, I know very well what you think," replied Fouquet quickly. "If Vaux were yours, you would sell it, and would purchase an estate in the country, an estate which should have woods, orchards, and land attached, so that the estate should be made to support its master. Worth 40 millions you might—"
"10 millions," interrupted D'Artagnan.
"Not a million, my dear captain. No one in France is rich enough to give 2 millions for Vaux, and to continue to maintain it as I have done. No one could do it. No one would know how."
"Well," said D'Artagnan, "in any case, 1 million is not abject misery."
"It is not far from it, my dear monsieur. But you do not understand me. No, I will not sell my residence at Vaux. I will give it to you if you like."
And Fouquet accompanied these words with a movement of the shoulders to which it would be impossible to do justice. "Give it to the king. You will make a better bargain."
"The king does not require me to give it to him," said Fouquet. "He will take it away from me with the most absolute ease and grace, if it pleases him to do so, and that is the very reason I should prefer to see it perish. Do you know, Monsieur d'Artagnan, that if the king did not happen to be under my roof, I would take this candle, go straight to the dome, and set fire to a couple of huge chests of fusées and fireworks, which are in reserve there, and would reduce my palace to ashes."
"Bah!" said the musketeer negligently. "At all events, you would not be able to burn the gardens, and that is the finest feature of the place."
"And yet," resumed Fouquet thoughtfully, "what was I saying? Great heavens! Burn Vaux, destroy my palace! But Vaux is not mine. These wonderful creations are, it is true, the property, as far as sense of enjoyment goes, of the man who has paid for them. But as far as duration is concerned, they belong to those who created them. Vaux belongs to Lebrun, to Lenotre, to Pelisson, to Laval, to La Fontaine, to Molière. Vaux belongs to posterity, in fact. You see, Monsieur d'Artagnan, that my very house has ceased to be my own."
"That is all well and good,"
said D'Artagnan. "The idea is agreeable enough, and I recognize Monsieur Fouquet himself in it. That idea, indeed, makes me forget that poor fellow Broussel altogether, and I now fail to recognize in you the whining complaints of that old Frondeur. If you are ruined, monsieur, look at the affair manfully, for you too, mordieu, belong to posterity, and have no right to lessen yourself in any way. Stay a moment, look at me, I who seem to exercise in some degree a kind of superiority over you, because I am arresting you. Fate, which distributes their different parts to the comedians of this world, accorded me a less agreeable and less advantageous part to fill than yours has been. I am one of those who think that the parts which kings and powerful nobles are called upon to act are infinitely of more worth than the parts of beggars or lackeys. It is far better on the stage, I mean, of another theatre than the theatre of this world. It is far better to wear a fine coat and to talk a fine language than to walk the boards shod with a pair of old shoes, or to get one's backbone gently polished by a hearty dressing with a stick. In one word, you have been a prodigal with money. You have ordered and been obeyed, have been steeped to the lips in enjoyment, while I have dragged my tether after me, have been commanded and have obeyed, and have drudged my life away. Well, although I may seem of such trifling importance beside you, monseigneur, I do declare to you that the recollection of what I have done serves me as a spur, and prevents me from bowing my old head too soon. I shall remain until the very end a trooper, and when my turn comes, I shall fall perfectly straight, all in a heap, still alive after having selected my place beforehand. Do as I do, Monsieur Fouquet. You will not find yourself the worse for it. A fall happens only once in a lifetime to men like yourself, and the chief thing is to take it gracefully when the chance presents itself. There is a Latin proverb, the words have escaped me, but I remember the sense of it very well, for I have thought over it more than once, which says, "The end crowns the work." Fouquet rose from his seat, passed his arm round D'Artagnan's neck and clasped him in a close embrace, whilst the other hand he pressed his hand. "An excellent homily," he said after a moment's pause. "A soldier's, monseigneur." "You have a regard for me in telling me all that." "Perhaps." Fouquet resumed his pensive attitude once more, and then a moment after he said, "Where can Monsieur d'Herblay be? I dare not ask you to send for him." "You would not ask me because I would not do it, Monsieur Fouquet. People would learn it, and Aramis, who is not mixed up with the affair, might possibly be compromised and included in your disgrace." "I will wait here till daylight," said Fouquet. "Yes, that is best." "What shall we do when daylight comes?" "I know nothing at all about it, monseigneur." "Monsieur d'Artagnan, will you do me a favor?" "Most willingly." "You guard me, I remain. You are acting in the full discharge of your duty, I suppose?" "Certainly." "Very good, then. Remain as close to me as my shadow, if you like, and I infinitely prefer such a shadow to anyone else." D'Artagnan bowed to the compliment. "But forget that you are Monsieur d'Artagnan, captain of the musketeers. Forget that I am Monsieur Fouquet, surintendant of the finances, and let us talk about my affairs." "That is a rather delicate subject." "Indeed?" "Yes, but for your sake, Monsieur Fouquet, I will do what may almost be regarded as an impossibility." "Thank you. What did the king say to you?" "Nothing." "Ah, is that the way you talk?" "The deuce!" what do you think of my situation?"
"I do not know."
"However, unless you have some ill feeling against me—"
"Your position is a difficult one."
"In what respect?"
"Because you are under your own roof."
"However difficult it may be, I understand it very well."
"Do you suppose that, with anyone else but yourself, I should have shown so much frankness?"
"What, so much frankness, do you say? You who refused to tell me the slightest thing?"
"At all events, then, so much ceremony and consideration."
"Ah, I have nothing to say in that respect."
"One moment, monseigneur. Let me tell you how I should have behaved towards anyone but yourself. It might be that I happened to arrive at your door just as your guests or your friends had left you, or if they had not gone yet, I should wait until they were leaving, and should then catch them one after the other like rabbits. I should lock them up quietly enough. I should steal softly along the carpet of your corridor, and with one hand upon you, before you suspected the slightest thing amiss, I should keep you safely until my master's breakfast in the morning. In this way, I should just the same have avoided all publicity, all disturbance, all opposition. But there would also have been no warning for Monsieur Fouquet, no consideration for his feelings, none of those delicate concessions which are shown by persons who are essentially courteous in their natures, whenever the decisive moment may arrive. Are you satisfied with the plan?"
"It makes me shudder."
"I thought you would not like it. It would have been very disagreeable to have made my appearance tomorrow without any preparation, and to have asked you to deliver up your sword."
"Oh, monsieur, I should have died of shame and anger."
"Your gratitude is too eloquently expressed. I have not done enough to deserve it, I assure you."
"Most certainly, monsieur. You will never get me to believe that."
"Well, then, monseigneur, if you are satisfied with what I have done, and have somewhat recovered from the shock which I prepared you for as much as I possibly could, let us allow the few hours that remain to pass away undisturbed. You are harassed and should arrange your thoughts. I beg you, therefore, go to sleep, or pretend to go to sleep, either on your bed or in your bed. I will sleep in this armchair, and when I fall asleep, my rest is so sound that a cannon would not wake me."
Fouquet smiled.
"I expect, however," continued the musketeer, "the case of the door being opened, whether a secret door or any other, or the case of anyone going out of or coming into the room, for anything like that, my ear is as quick and sensitive as the ear of a mouse. Creaking noises make me start. It arises, I suppose, from a natural antipathy to anything of the kind. Move about as much as you like. Walk up and down in any part of the room. Write, efface, destroy, burn. Nothing like that will prevent me from going to sleep, or even prevent me from snoring. But do not touch either the key or the handle of the door, for I should start up in a moment, and that would shake my nerves and make me ill."
"Monsieur d'Artagnan," said Fouquet, "you are certainly the most witty and the most courteous man I ever met with, and you will leave me only one regret, that of having made your acquaintance so late."
D'Artagnan drew a deep sigh, which seemed to say, "Alas, you have perhaps made it too soon." He then settled himself in his armchair, while Fouquet, half lying on his bed and leaning on his arm, was meditating on his misadventures. In this way, both of them, leaving the candles burning, awaited the first dawn of the day, and when Fouquet happened to sigh too loudly, D'Artagnan only snored the louder. Not a single visit, not even from Aramis, disturbed their quietude. Not a sound even was heard throughout the whole vast palace. Outside, however, the guards of honor on duty and the patrol of musketeers paced up and down,
and the sound of their feet could be heard on the gravel walks. It seemed to act as an additional soporific for the sleepers, while the murmuring of the wind through the trees and the unceasing music of the fountains whose waters tumbled in the basin still went on uninterruptedly, without being disturbed at the slight noises and items of little moment that constitute the life and death of human nature. End of chapter 48. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 49 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Morning. In vivid contrast to the sad and terrible destiny of the king, imprisoned in the Bastile, and tearing in sheer despair the bolts and bars of his dungeon, the rhetoric of the chroniclers of old would not fail to present, as a complete antithesis, the picture of Philippe lying asleep beneath the royal canopy. We do not pretend to say that such rhetoric is always bad and always scatters, in places where they have no right to grow, the flowers with which it embellishes and enlivens history. But we shall, on the present occasion, carefully avoid polishing the antithesis in question, but shall proceed to draw another picture as minutely as possible, to serve as foil and counterfoil to the one in the preceding chapter. The young prince alighted from Aramis's room in the same way the king had descended from the apartment dedicated to Morpheus. The dome gradually and slowly sank down under Aramis's pressure, and Philippe stood beside the royal bed, which had ascended again after having deposited its prisoner in the secret depths of the subterranean passage. Alone in the presence of all the luxury which surrounded him, alone in the presence of his power, alone with the part he was about to be forced to act, Philippe for the first time felt his heart and mind and soul expand beneath the influence of 1,000 mutable emotions, which are the vital throbs of a king's heart. He could not help changing color when he looked upon the empty bed, still tumbled by his brother's body. This mute accomplice had returned, after having completed the work it had been destined to perform. It returned with the traces of the crime. It spoke to the guilty author of that crime with the frank and unreserved language which an accomplice never fears to use in the company of his companion in guilt, for it spoke the truth. Philippe bent over the bed and perceived a pocket-handkerchief lying on it, which was still damp from the cold sweat which had poured from Louis XIV's face. This sweat-bestained handkerchief terrified Philippe, as the gore of Abel frightened Cain.
"I am face to face with my destiny," said Philippe, his eyes on fire, and his face a livid white. "Is it likely to be more terrifying than my captivity has been sad and gloomy? Though I am compelled to follow out at every moment the sovereign power and authority I have usurped, shall I cease to listen to the scruples of my heart? Yes, the king has lain on this bed. It is indeed his head that has left its impressions on this pillow, his bitter tears that have stained this handkerchief, and yet I hesitate to throw myself on the bed, or to press in my hand the handkerchief which is embroidered with my brother's arms. Away with such weakness! Let me imitate Monsieur d'Herblay, who asserts that a man's actions should be always 1 degree above his thoughts. Let me imitate Monsieur d'Herblay, whose thoughts are of and for himself alone, who regards himself as a man of honor, so long as he injures or betrays his enemies only. I alone should have occupied this bed, if Louis XIV had not, owing to my mother's criminal abandonment, stood in my way, and this handkerchief, embroidered with the arms of France, would in right and justice belong to me alone, if, as Monsieur d'Herblay observes, I had been left in my royal cradle. Philippe, son of France, take your place on that bed. Philippe, sole king of France, resume the blazonry that is yours. Philippe, sole heir presumptive to Louis XIII, your father, show yourself without pity or mercy for the usurper, who at this moment has not even to suffer the agony of the remorse of all that you have had to submit to."
With these words, Philippe, notwithstanding an instinctive repugnance of feeling, and in spite of the shudder of terror which mastered his will, threw himself on the royal bed and forced his muscles to press the still warm place where Louis XIV had lain, while he buried his burning face in the handkerchief still moistened by his brother's tears. With his head thrown back and buried in the soft down of his pillow, Philippe perceived above him the crown of France, suspended, as we have stated, by angels with outspread golden wings. A man may be ambitious of lying in a lion's den, but can hardly hope to sleep there quietly. Philippe listened attentively to every sound. His heart panted and throbbed at the very suspicion of approaching terror and misfortune, but confident in his own strength, which was confirmed by the force of an overpoweringly resolute determination, he waited until some decisive circumstance should permit him to judge for himself. He hoped that imminent danger might be revealed to him, like those phosphoric lights of the tempest, which show the sailors the altitude of the waves against which they have to struggle. But nothing approached. Silence, that mortal enemy of restless hearts and of ambitious minds, shrouded in the thickness of its gloom during the remainder of the night the future King of France, who lay there sheltered beneath his stolen crown. Toward the morning, a shadow, rather than a body, glided into the royal chamber. Philippe expected his approach, and neither expressed nor exhibited any surprise.
"Well, Monsieur d'Herblay?"
"Well, sire, all is accomplished."
"How?"
"Exactly as we expected."
"Did he resist?"
"Terribly. Tears and entreaties."
"And then?"
"A perfect stupor."
"But at last?"
"Oh, at last, a complete victory and absolute silence."
"Did the governor of the Bastile suspect anything?"
"Nothing."
"The resemblance, however—"
"Was the cause of the success."
"But the prisoner cannot fail to explain himself. Think well of that. I have myself been able to do as much as that on former occasion."
"I have already provided for every chance. In a few days, sooner if necessary, we will take the captive out of his prison, and will send him out of the country, to a place of exile so remote."
"People can return from their exile, Monsieur d'Herblay."
"To a place of exile so distant, I was going to say, that human strength and the duration of human life would not be enough for his return."
Once more a cold look of intelligence passed between Aramis and the young king.
"And Monsieur de Vallon?"
asked Philippe, in order to change the conversation.
"He will be presented to you today, and confidentially will congratulate you on the danger which that conspirator has made you run."
"What is to be done with him?"
"With Monsieur de Vallon?"
"Yes, confer a dukedom on him, I suppose."
"A dukedom,"
replied Aramis, smiling in a significant manner.
"Why do you laugh, Monsieur d'Herblay?"
"I laugh at the extreme caution of your idea."
"Cautious? Why so?"
"Your Majesty is doubtless afraid that poor Porthos may possibly become a troublesome witness, and you wish to get rid of him."
"What, in making him a duke?"
"Certainly. You would assuredly kill him, for he would die from joy, and the secret would die with him."
"Good heavens!"
"Yes," said Aramis phlegmatically, "I should lose a very good friend."
At this moment, and in the middle of this idle conversation, under the light tone of which the two conspirators concealed their joy and pride at their mutual success, Aramis heard something which made him prick up his ears.
"What is that?"
said Philippe.
"The dawn, sire."
"Well?"
"Well, before you retired to bed last night, You probably decided to do something this morning, at break of day."
"Yes, I told my captain of the Musketeers," replied the young man hurriedly, "that I should expect him."
"If you told him that, he will certainly be here, for he is a most punctual man."
"I hear a step in the vestibule."
"It must be he."
"Come, let us begin the attack," said the young king resolutely.
"Be cautious, for heaven's sake. To begin the attack, and with D'Artagnan, would be madness. D'Artagnan knows nothing, he has seen nothing. He is 100 miles from suspecting our mystery in the slightest degree, but if he comes into this room the first this morning, he will be sure to detect something of what has taken place, and which he would imagine it his business to occupy himself about. Before we allow D'Artagnan to penetrate into this room, we must air the room thoroughly, or introduce so many people into it that the keenest scent in the whole kingdom may be deceived by the traces of 20 different persons."
"But how can I send him away, since I have given him a rendezvous?" observed the prince, impatient to measure swords with so redoubtable an antagonist.
"I will take care of that," replied the bishop. "And in order to begin, I am going to strike a blow which will completely stupefy our man."
"He too is striking a blow, for I hear him at the door," added the prince hurriedly. And in fact, a knock at the door was heard at that moment. Aramis was not mistaken, for it was indeed D'Artagnan who adopted that mode of announcing himself. We have seen how he passed the night in philosophizing with Monsieur Fouquet, but the musketeer was very weary even of feigning to fall asleep, and as soon as earliest dawn illumined with its gloomy gleams of light the sumptuous cornices of the superintendent's room, D'Artagnan rose from his armchair, arranged his sword, brushed his coat and hat with his sleeve like a private soldier getting ready for inspection. "Are you going out?" said Fouquet. "Yes, monseigneur. And you?" "I shall remain." "You pledge your word?" "Certainly." "Very good. Besides, my only reason for going out is to try and get that reply. You know what I mean." "That sentence, you mean?" "Stay, I have something of the old Roman in me. This morning when I got up I remarked that my sword had got caught in one of the aiguillettes, and that my shoulder belt had slipped quite off. That is an infallible sign." "Of prosperity?" "Yes, be sure of it. For every time that confounded belt of mine stuck fast to my back, it always signified a punishment from Monsieur de Tréville, or a refusal of money by Monsieur de Mazarin. Every time my sword hung fast to my shoulder belt, it always predicted some disagreeable commission or other for me to execute, and I have had showers of them all my life through. Every time, too, my sword danced about in its sheath. A duel, fortunate in its result, was sure to follow. Whenever it dangled about the calves of my legs, it signified a slight wound. Every time it fell completely out of the scabbard, I was booked, and made up my mind that I should have to remain on the field of battle, with 2 or 3 months under surgical bandages into the bargain." "I did not know your sword kept you so well informed," said Fouquet, with a faint smile, which showed how he was struggling against his own weakness. "Is your sword bewitched, or under the influence of some imperial charm?" "Why, you must know that my sword may almost be regarded as part of my own body. I have heard that certain men seem to have warnings given them by feeling something the matter with their legs, or a throbbing of their temples. With me, it is my sword that warns me. Well, it told me of nothing this morning, but stay a moment. Look here. It has just fallen of its own accord into the last hole of my belt. Do you know what that is a warning of?" "No." "Well, that tells me of an arrest that will have to be made this very day." "Well,"
said the surintendant, more astonished than annoyed by this frankness. "If there is nothing disagreeable predicted to you by your sword, I am to conclude that it is not disagreeable for you to arrest me."
"You? Arrest you?"
"Of course. The warning—"
"It does not concern you, since you have been arrested ever since yesterday. It is not you I shall have to arrest, be assured of that. That is the reason why I am delighted, and also the reason why I said that my day will be a happy one." And with these words, pronounced with the most affectionate graciousness of manner, the captain took leave of Fouquet in order to wait upon the king. He was on the point of leaving the room when Fouquet said to him, "One last mark of kindness." "What is it, monseigneur?"
"Monsieur d'Herblay. Let me see Monsieur d'Herblay."
"I am going to try and get him to come to you." D'Artagnan did not think himself so good a prophet. It was written that the day would pass away and realize all the predictions that had been made in the morning. He accordingly knocked, as we have seen, at the king's door. The door opened. The captain thought it was the king who had just opened it himself, and this supposition was not altogether inadmissible, considering the state of agitation in which he had left Louis XIV the previous evening. But instead of his royal master, whom he was on the point of saluting with the greatest respect, he perceived the long, calm features of Aramis. So extreme was his surprise that he could hardly refrain from uttering a loud exclamation. "Aramis!" he said.
"Good morning, dear D'Artagnan,"
replied the prelate coldly. "You here?" stammered out the musketeer.
"His Majesty desires you to report that he is still sleeping after having been greatly fatigued during the whole night."
"Ah," said D'Artagnan, who could not understand how the Bishop of Vannes, who had been so indifferent a favorite the previous evening, had become in half a dozen hours the most magnificent mushroom of fortune that had ever sprung up in the sovereign's bedroom. In fact, to transmit the orders of the king even to the mere threshold of that monarch's room, to serve as an intermediary of Louis XIV, so as to be able to give a single order in his name at a couple paces from him. He must have become more than Richelieu had ever been to Louis XIII. D'Artagnan's expressive eye, half-opened lips, his curling mustache, said as much indeed in the plainest language to the chief favorite, who remained calm and perfectly unmoved.
"Moreover,"
continued the bishop,
"you will be good enough, Monsieur le Capitaine de Mousquetaires, to allow those only to pass into the king's room this morning who have special permission. His Majesty does not wish to be disturbed just yet."
"But," objected D'Artagnan, almost on the point of refusing to obey this order, and particularly of giving unrestrained passage to the suspicions which the king's silence had aroused. "But, Monsieur l'Evêque, His Majesty gave me a rendezvous for this morning." "Later, later," said the king's voice from the bottom of the alcove, a voice which made a cold shudder pass through the musketeer's veins. He bowed, amazed, confused, and stupefied by the smile with which Aramis seemed to overwhelm him as soon as these words had been pronounced.
"And then," continued the bishop, "as an answer to what you were coming to ask the king, my dear D'Artagnan, here is an order of His Majesty, which you will be good enough to attend to forthwith, for it concerns Monsieur Fouquet."
D'Artagnan took the order which was held out to him. "To be set at liberty!" he murmured. "Ah!" And he uttered a second "Ah!" still more full of intelligence than the former, for this order explained Aramis's presence with the king, and that Aramis, in order to have obtained Fouquet's pardon, must have made considerable progress in the royal favor, and that this favor explained in its tenor the hardly conceivable assurance with which Monsieur d'Herblay issued the order in the king's name. For D'Artagnan, it was quite sufficient to have understood something of the matter in hand to order to understand the rest. He bowed and withdrew a couple of paces as though he were about to leave.
"I am going with you," said the bishop.
Where to?"
"To Monsieur Fouquet. I wish to be a witness of his delight."
"Ha! Aramis, how you puzzled me just now!"
said D'Artagnan again. "But you understand now, I suppose?"
"Of course I understand," he said aloud, but added in a low tone to himself, almost hissing the words between his teeth, "No, no, I do not understand yet, but it is all the same, for here is the order for it." And then he added, "I will lead the way, monseigneur," and he conducted Aramis to Fouquet's apartments. End of chapter 49, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 50 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The King's Friend. Fouquet was waiting with anxiety. He had already sent away many of his servants and friends who, anticipating the usual hour of his ordinary receptions, had called at his door to inquire after him. Preserving the utmost silence respecting the danger which hung suspended by a hair above his head, he only asked them, as he did everyone indeed who came to the door, where Aramis was. When he saw D'Artagnan return, and when he perceived the Bishop of Vannes behind him, he could hardly restrain his delight. It was fully equal to his previous uneasiness. The mere sight of Aramis was a complete compensation to the surintendant for the unhappiness he had undergone in his arrest. The prelate was silent and grave, D'Artagnan completely bewildered by such an accumulation of events. "Well, captain, so you have brought Monsieur d'Herblay to me." "And something better still, monseigneur." "What is that?" "Liberty." "I am free?" "Yes, by the king's order." Fouquet resumed his usual serenity, that he might interrogate Aramis with a look. "Oh, yes, you can thank Monsieur l'Evêque de Vannes," pursued D'Artagnan, "for it is indeed to him that you owe the change that has taken place in the king." "Oh," said Fouquet, more humiliated at the service than grateful at its success. "But you," continued D'Artagnan, addressing Aramis, "you who have become Monsieur Fouquet's protector and patron, can you not do something for me?" "Anything in the wide world you like, my friend," replied the bishop in his calmest tones. "One thing only, then, and I shall be perfectly satisfied. How on earth did you manage to become the favorite of the king, you who have never spoken to him more than twice in your life?" "From a friend such as you are," said Aramis, "I cannot conceal anything." "Ah, very good. Tell me, then." "Very well. You think that I have seen the king only twice, whilst the fact is I have seen him more than 100 times. Only we have kept it very secret. That is all." And without trying to remove the color which, at this revelation, made D'Artagnan's face flush scarlet, Aramis turned toward Monsieur Fouquet, who was as much surprised as the musketeer. "Monseigneur," he resumed, "the king desires me to inform you that he is more than ever your friend, and that your beautiful fete, so generously offered by you on his behalf, has touched him to the very heart." And thereupon he saluted Monsieur Fouquet with so much reverence of manner that the latter, incapable of understanding a man whose diplomacy was of so prodigious a character, remained incapable of uttering a single syllable, and equally incapable of thought or movement. D'Artagnan fancied he perceived that these two men had something to say to each other, and he was about to yield to that feeling of instinctive politeness which in such a case hurries a man toward the door, when he feels his presence is an inconvenience for others, but his eager curiosity, spurred on by so many mysteries, counseled him to remain. Aramis thereupon turned toward him and said in a quiet tone, "You will not forget, my friend, the king's order respecting those whom he intends to receive this morning, on rising." These words were clear enough, and the musketeer understood them. He therefore bowed to Fouquet and then to Aramis, to the latter with a slight admixture of ironical respect, and disappeared.
No sooner had he left than Fouquet, whose impatience had hardly been able to wait for that moment, darted toward the door to close it, and then returning to the bishop, he said, "My dear D'Herblay, I think it is now high time you should explain all that has passed, for in plain and honest truth, I do not understand anything." "We will explain all that to you," said Aramis, sitting down and making Fouquet sit down also. "Where shall I begin?" "With this, first of all. Why does the king set me at liberty?" "You ought rather to ask me what his reason was for having you arrested." "Since my arrest, I have had time to think over it, and my idea is that it arises out of some slight feeling of jealousy. My fete put Monsieur Colbert out of temper, and Monsieur Colbert discovered some cause of complaint against me. Belle-Ile, for instance." "No, there is no question at all just now of Belle-Ile." "What is it, then?" "Do you remember those receipts for 13 millions which Monsieur de Mazarin contrived to steal from you?" "Yes, of course." "Well, you are pronounced a public robber." "Good heavens!" "Oh, that is not all. Do you also remember that letter you wrote to La Valliere?" "Alas, yes." "And that proclaims you a traitor and a suborner." "Why should he have pardoned me, then?" "We have not yet arrived at that part of our argument. I wish you to be quite convinced of the fact itself. Observe this well. The king knows you to be guilty of an appropriation of public funds. Oh, of course I know that you have done nothing of the kind, but, at all events, the king has seen the receipts, and he can do no other than believe you are incriminated." "I beg your pardon, I do not see." "You will see presently, though. The king, moreover, having read your love letter to La Valliere, and the offers you there made her, cannot retain any doubt of your intentions with regard to that young lady. You will admit that, I suppose?" "Certainly. Pray conclude." "In the fewest words, the king, we may henceforth assume, is your powerful, implacable, and eternal enemy." "Agreed. But am I, then, so powerful that he has not dared to sacrifice me, notwithstanding his hatred, with all the means which my weakness or my misfortunes may have given him as a hold upon me?" "It is clear, beyond all doubt," pursued Aramis coldly, "that the king has quarreled with you irreconcilably." "But since he has absolved me—" "Do you believe it likely?" asked the bishop with a searching look. "Without believing in his sincerity, I believe it in the accomplished fact." Aramis slightly shrugged his shoulders. "But why, then, should Louis XIV have commissioned you to tell me what you have just stated?" "The king charged me with no message for you." "With nothing?" said the superintendent, stupefied. "But that order—" "Oh, yes, you are quite right. There is an order, certainly." And these words were pronounced by Aramis in so strange a tone that Fouquet could not resist starting. "You are concealing something from me, I see. What is it?" Aramis softly rubbed his white fingers over his chin, but said nothing. "Does the king exile me?" "Do not act as if you were playing at the game children play, at when they try to guess, and guess where a thing has been hidden, and are informed by a bell being rung, when they are approaching near to it or going away from it." "Speak, then." "Guess." "You alarm me." "Bah, that is because you have not guessed, then."
What did the king say to you? In the name of our friendship, do not deceive me." "The king has not said one word to me." "You are killing me with impatience, D'Herblay. Am I still superintendent?" "As long as you like." "But what extraordinary empire have you so suddenly acquired over his Majesty's mind?" "Ah, that's the point." "He does your bidding?" "I believe so." "It is hardly credible." "So anyone would say." "D'Herblay, by our alliance, by our friendship, by everything you hold dearest in the world, speak openly, I implore you. By what means have you succeeded in overcoming Louis XIV's prejudices? For he did not like you, I am certain." "The king will like me now," said Aramis, laying stress upon the last word. "You have something particular, then, between you?" "Yes." "A secret, perhaps?" "A secret." "A secret of such a nature as to change his Majesty's interests?" "You are indeed a man of superior intelligence, monseigneur, and have made a particularly accurate guess. I have, in fact, discovered a secret of a nature to change the interests of the King of France."
"Ah," said Fouquet, with the reserve of a man who does not wish to ask any more questions.
"And you shall judge of it yourself,"
pursued Aramis,
"and you shall tell me if I am mistaken with regard to the importance of this secret."
"I am listening. Since you are good enough to unbosom yourself to me, only do not forget that I have asked you about nothing which it may be indiscreet in you to communicate." Aramis seemed for a moment as if he were collecting himself. "Do not speak," said Fouquet. "There is still time enough."
"Do you remember,"
said the bishop, casting down his eyes,
"the birth of Louis XIV?"
"As if it were yesterday."
"Have you ever heard anything particular respecting his birth?"
"Nothing, except that the king was not really the son of Louis XIII."
"That does not matter to us, or the kingdom either. He is the son of his father, says the French law, whose father is recognized by law."
"True, but it is a grave matter when the quality of races is called into question."
"A merely secondary question, after all, so that, in fact, you have never learned or heard anything in particular."
"Nothing."
"That is where my secret begins. The queen, you must know, instead of being delivered a son, was delivered of twins."
Fouquet looked up suddenly as he replied, "And the second is dead?"
"You will see. These twins seemed likely to be regarded as the pride of their mother and the hope of France, but the weak nature of the king, his superstitious feelings, made him apprehend a series of conflicts between two children whose rights were equal. So he put out of the way, he suppressed one of the twins."
"Suppressed, do you say?"
"Have patience. Both the children grew up, the one on the throne whose minister you are, the other, who is my friend, in gloom and isolation."
"Good heavens! What are you saying, Monsieur d'Herblay? And what is this poor prince doing?"
"Ask me rather, what has he done?"
"Yes, yes."
"He was brought up in the country and then thrown into a fortress which goes by the name of the Bastile."
"Is it possible?" cried the surintendant, clasping his hands.
"The one was the most fortunate of men, the other the most unhappy and miserable of all living beings."
"Does his mother not know this?"
"Anne of Austria knows it all."
"And the king?"
"Knows absolutely nothing."
"So much the better," said Fouquet. This remark seemed to make a great impression on Aramis. He looked at Fouquet with the most anxious expression of countenance. "I beg your pardon, I interrupted you," said Fouquet.
"I was saying,"
resumed Aramis,
"that this poor prince was the unhappiest of human beings when Heaven, whose thoughts are over all his creatures, undertook to come to his assistance."
"Oh, in what way? Tell me."
"You will see. The reigning king, I say the reigning king, you can guess very well why."
"No, why?"
"Because both of them, being legitimate princes, ought to have been kings. Is not that your opinion?"
"It is, certainly."
"Unreservedly?"
"Most unreservedly. Twins are one person in two bodies."
"I am pleased that a legist of your learning and authority should have pronounced such an opinion. It is agreed, then, that each of them possessed equal rights, is it not?"
"Incontestably. But, gracious heavens, what an extraordinary circumstance!"
"We are not at the end of it yet. Patience."
"Oh, I shall find patience enough."
"Heaven wished to raise up for that oppressed child an avenger, or a supporter, or vindicator, if you prefer it. It happened that the reigning king, the usurper—you are quite of my opinion, I believe, that it is an act of usurpation quietly to enjoy and selfishly to assume the right over an inheritance to which a man has only half a right?"
"Yes, usurpation is the word."
"In that case, I continue, it was Heaven's will that the usurper should possess in the person of his first minister a man of great talent, of large and generous nature."
"Well, well," said Fouquet, "I understand you. You have relied upon me to repair the wrong which has been done to this unhappy brother of Louis XIV. You have thought well. I will help you. I thank you, D'Herblay, I thank you."
"Oh, no, it is not that at all. You have not allowed me to finish,"
said Aramis, perfectly unmoved. "I will not say another word, then."
"Monsieur Fouquet, I was observing the minister of the reigning sovereign was suddenly taken into the greatest aversion, and menaced with the ruin of his fortune, loss of liberty, loss of life even, by intrigue and personal hatred, to which the king gave too readily an attentive ear. But Heaven permits. Still, however, out of consideration for the unhappy prince who had been sacrificed, that Monsieur Fouquet should in his turn have a devoted friend who knew this state secret, and felt that he possessed strength and courage enough to divulge this secret, after having had the strength to carry it locked up in his own heart for 20 years.
"Go on farther," said Fouquet, full of generous feelings. "I understand you and can guess everything now. You went to see the king when the intelligence of my arrest reached you. You implored him. He refused to listen to you. Then you threatened him with that secret, threatened to reveal it, and Louis XIV, alarmed at the risk of its betrayal, granted to the terror of your indiscretion what he refused to your generous intercession. I understand, I understand. You have the king in your power. I understand."
"You understand nothing, as yet," replied Aramis. "And again you interrupt me. Then, too, allow me to observe that you pay no attention to logical reasoning, and seem to forget what you ought most to remember."
"What do you mean?"
"You know upon what I laid the greatest stress at the beginning of our conversation?"
"Yes, his Majesty's hate, invincible hate for me. Yes, but what feeling of hate could resist the threat of such a revelation?"
"Such a revelation, do you say? That is the very point where your logic fails you. What, do you suppose that if I had made such a revelation to the king, I should have been alive now?"
"It is not 10 minutes ago that you were with the king."
"That may be. He might not have had the time to get me killed outright, but he would have had the time to get me gagged and thrown in a dungeon. Come, come, show a little consistency in your reasoning, mordieu!"
And by the mere use of this word, which was so thoroughly his old musketeer's expression, forgotten by one who never seemed to forget anything, Fouquet could not but understand to what a pitch of exaltation the calm, impenetrable Bishop of Vannes had wrought himself. He shuddered.
"And then?"
replied the latter, after having mastered his feelings.
"Should I be the man I really am, should I be the true friend you believe me, if I were to expose you, whom the king already hates so bitterly, to a feeling more than ever to be dreaded in that young man? To have robbed him is nothing. To have addressed the woman he loves is not much. But to hold in your keeping both his crown and his honor, why, he would pluck out your heart with his own hands."
"You have not allowed him to penetrate your secret, then?"
"I would sooner, far sooner, have swallowed at one draught all the poisons that Mithridates drank in 20 years, in order to try and avoid death, than have betrayed my secret to the king."
"What have you done, then?"
"Ah, now we are coming to the point, monseigneur. I think I shall not fail to excite in you a little interest. You are listening, I hope."
"How can you ask me if I am listening? Go on." Aramis walked softly all around the room, satisfied himself that they were alone and that all was silent, and then returned and placed himself close to the armchair in which Fouquet was seated, awaiting with the deepest anxiety the revelation he had to make.
"I forgot to tell you,"
resumed Aramis, addressing himself to Fouquet, who listened to him with the most absorbed attention.
"I forgot to mention a most remarkable circumstance respecting these twins, namely that God had formed them so startlingly, so miraculously like each other, that it would be utterly impossible to distinguish the one from the other. Their own mother would not be able to distinguish them."
"Is it possible?" exclaimed Fouquet.
"The same noble character in their features, the same carriage, the same stature, the same voice."
"But their thoughts, degree of intelligence, their knowledge of human life?"
"There is inequality there, I admit, monseigneur. Yes, for the prisoner of the Bastile is, most incontestably, superior in every way to his brother, and if, from his prison, this unhappy victim were to pass to the throne, France would not, from the earliest period of its history, perhaps, have had a master more powerful in genius and nobility of character."
Fouquet buried his face in his hands, as if he were overwhelmed by the weight of this immense secret. Aramis approached him.
"There is a further inequality,"
he said, continuing his work of temptation.
"An inequality which concerns yourself, monseigneur, between these twins, both sons of Louis XIII, namely, the last comer does not know Monsieur Colbert."
Fouquet raised his head immediately. His features were pale and distorted. The bolt had hit its mark, not his heart, but his mind and comprehension. "I understand you," he said to Aramis. "You are proposing a conspiracy to me?"
"Something like it."
"One of those attempts which, as you said at the beginning of this conversation, alters the fate of empires."
"And of superintendents, too. Yes, monseigneur."
"In a word, you propose that I should agree to the substitution of the son of Louis XIII, who is now a prisoner in the Bastile, for the son of Louis XIII, who is at this moment asleep in the chamber of Morpheus." Aramis smiled with the sinister expression of the sinister thought which was passing through his brain.
"Exactly,"
he said. "Have you thought," continued Fouquet, becoming animated with that strength of talent which in a few seconds originates and matures the conception of a plan, and with that largeness of view which foresees all consequences and embraces every result at a glance, "have you thought that we must assemble the nobility, the clergy, and the third estate of the realm, that we shall have to depose the reigning sovereign, to disturb by so frightful a scandal the tomb of their dead father, to sacrifice the life, the honor of a woman, Anne of Austria, the life and peace of mind and heart of another woman, Maria Theresa, and suppose that it were all done, if we were to succeed in doing it?"
"I do not understand you," continued Aramis coldly. "There is not a single syllable of sense in all you have just said."
"What?" said the superintendent, surprised. "A man like you refused to view the practical bearing of the case. Do you confine yourself to the childish delight of a political illusion and neglect the chances of its being carried into execution? In other words, the reality itself. Is it possible?"
"My friend,"
said Aramis, emphasizing the word with a kind of disdainful familiarity,
"what does Heaven do in order to substitute one king for another?"
"Heaven!" exclaimed Fouquet. "Heaven gives directions to its agent, who seizes upon the doomed victim, hurries him away, and seats the triumphant rival on the empty throne. But you forget that this agent is called Death. Oh, Monsieur d'Herblay, in Heaven's name, tell me if you have had the idea."
"There is no question of that, monseigneur. You are going beyond the object in view. Who spoke of Louis XIV's death? Who spoke of adopting the example which Heaven sets in following out the strict execution of its decrees? No, I wish you to understand that Heaven effects its purposes without confusion or disturbance, without exciting comment or remark, without difficulty or exertion, and that men, inspired by Heaven, succeed like Heaven itself in all their undertakings, in all they attempt, in all they do."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, my friend,"
returned Aramis, with the same intonation on the word friend that he had applied to it the first time.
"I mean that if there has been any confusion, scandal, and even effort in the substitution of the prisoner for the king, I defy you to prove it."
"What?" cried Fouquet, whiter than the handkerchief with which he wiped his temples. "What do you say?"
"Go to the king's apartment,"
continued Aramis tranquilly.
"And you, who know the mystery, I defy even you to perceive that the prisoner of the Bastile is lying in his brother's bed."
But the king," stammered Fouquet, seized with horror at the intelligence.
"What king?"
said Aramis in his gentlest tones.
"The one who hates you, or the one who likes you?"
"The king of yesterday."
"The king of yesterday? Be quite easy on that score. He has gone to take the place in the Bastile, which his victim occupied for so many years."
"Great God! And who took him there?"
"I."
"You?"
"Yes, and in the simplest way. I carried him away last night, while he was descending into midnight. The other was ascending into day. I do not think there has been any disturbance whatever. A flash of lightning without thunder awakens nobody."
Fouquet uttered a thick, smothered cry, as if he had been struck by some invisible blow, and clasping his head between his clenched hands, he murmured, "You did that?"
"Cleverly enough, too. What do you think of it?"
"You dethroned the king, imprisoned him, too."
"Yes, that has been done."
"And such an action was committed here, at Vaux?"
"Yes, here, at Vaux, in the chamber of Morpheus. It would almost seem that it had been built in anticipation of such an act."
"And at what time did it occur?"
"Last night, between 12 and 1 o'clock."
Fouquet made a movement as if he were on the point of springing upon Aramis. He restrained himself.
"At Vaux, under my roof,"
he said in a half-strangled voice.
"I believe so, for it is still your house, and it is likely to continue so since Monsieur Colbert cannot rob you of it now."
"It was under my roof, then, monsieur, that you committed this crime?"
"This crime?"
said Aramis, stupefied.
"This abominable crime,"
pursued Fouquet, becoming more and more excited.
"This crime more execrable than an assassination, this crime which dishonors my name forever and entails upon me the horror of posterity."
"You are not in your senses, monsieur,"
replied Aramis, in an irresolute tone of voice.
"You are speaking too loudly. Take care."
"I will call out so loudly that the whole world shall hear me."
"Monsieur Fouquet, take care."
Fouquet turned round toward the prelate, whom he looked at full in the face.
"You have dishonored me," he said, "in committing so foul an act of treason, so heinous a crime upon my guest, upon one who was peacefully reposing beneath my roof. Oh, woe, woe is me!"
"Woe to the man, rather, who beneath your roof meditated the ruin of your fortune, your life. Do you forget that?"
"He was my guest, my sovereign."
Aramis rose, his eyes literally bloodshot, his mouth trembling convulsively.
"Have I a man out of his senses to deal with?"
he said.
"You have an honorable man to deal with."
"You are mad."
"A man who will prevent you consummating your crime."
"You are mad, I say."
"A man who would sooner, oh, far sooner die, who would kill you even, rather than allow you to complete his dishonor."
And Fouquet snatched up his sword, which D'Artagnan had placed at the head of his bed, and clenched it resolutely in his hand. Aramis frowned, and thrust his hand into his breast as if in search of a weapon. This movement did not escape Fouquet, who, full of nobleness and pride in his magnanimity, threw his sword to a distance from him and approached Aramis so close as to touch his shoulder with his disarmed hand.
"Monsieur," he said, "I would sooner die here on the spot than survive this terrible disgrace, and if you have any pity left for me,
I entreat you to take my life."
Aramis remained silent and motionless.
"You do not reply," said Fouquet.
Aramis raised his head gently, and a glimmer of hope might be seen once more to animate his eyes.
"Reflect, monseigneur," he said, "upon everything we have to expect. As the matter now stands, the king is still alive, and his imprisonment saves your life."
"Yes," replied Fouquet, "but you may have been acting on my behalf. But I will not, do not, accept your services. But, first of all, I do not wish your ruin. You will leave this house." Aramis stifled the exclamation which almost escaped his broken heart. "I am hospitable toward all who are dwellers beneath my roof," continued Fouquet, with an air of inexpressible majesty. "You will not be more fatally lost than he whose ruin you have consummated."
"You will be so,"
said Aramis in a hoarse, prophetic voice.
"You will be so, believe me."
"I accept the augury, Monsieur d'Herblay, but nothing shall prevent me, nothing shall stop me. You will leave Vaux. You must leave France. I give you 4 hours to place yourself out of the king's reach."
4 hours?
said Aramis, scornfully and incredulously. "Upon the word of Fouquet, no one shall follow you before the expiration of that time. You will therefore have 4 hours advance of those whom the king may wish to dispatch after you."
4 hours?
repeated Aramis in a thick, smothered voice. "It is more than you will need to get on board a vessel and flee to Belle-Isle, which I give you as a place of refuge."
"Ah,"
murmured Aramis, "Belle-Isle is as much mine for you as Vaux is mine for the king. Go, d'Herblay, go. As long as I live, not a hair of your head shall be injured."
"Thank you,"
said Aramis with a cold irony of manner. "Go at once, then, and give me your hand, before we both hasten away, you to save your life, I to save my honor." Aramis withdrew from his breast the hand he had concealed there. It was stained with his blood. He had dug his nails into his flesh, as if in punishment for having nursed so many projects, more vain, insensate, and fleeting than the life of the man himself. Fouquet was horror-stricken, and then his heart smote him with pity. He threw open his arms as if to embrace him.
"I had no arms,"
murmured Aramis, as wild and terrible in his wrath as the shade of Dido. And then, without touching Fouquet's hand, he turned his head aside and stepped back a pace or two. His last word was an imprecation, his last gesture a curse, which his blood-stained hand seemed to invoke, as it sprinkled on Fouquet's face a few drops of blood which flowed from his breast. And both of them darted out of the room by the secret staircase which led down to the inner courtyard. Fouquet ordered his best horses, while Aramis paused at the foot of the staircase which led to Porthos's apartment. He reflected profoundly, and for some time, while Fouquet's carriage left the courtyard at full gallop.
"Shall I go alone?"
said Aramis to himself.
"Or warn the prince? Oh, fury! Warn the prince and then do what? Take him with me? To carry this accusing witness about with me everywhere? War, too, would follow, civil war, implacable in its nature, and without any resource to save myself. It is impossible. What could he do without me? Oh, without me he will be utterly destroyed. Yet, who knows? Let destiny be fulfilled. Condemned he was, let him remain so then. Good or evil spirit, gloomy and scornful power, whom men call the genius of humanity, Thou art a power more restlessly uncertain, more baselessly useless than wild mountain wind. Chance, thou term'st thyself, but thou art nothing. Thou inflamest everything with thy breath, crumblest mountains at thy approach, and suddenly art thyself destroyed at the presence of the cross of dead wood, behind which stands another power, invisible like thyself, whom thou deniest perhaps, but whose avenging hand is on thee, and hurls thee in the dust, dishonored and unnamed. Lost! I am lost! What can be done? Flee to Belle-Isle? Yes, and leave Porthos behind me to talk and relate the whole affair to everyone. Porthos, too, who will have to suffer for what he has done. I will not let poor Porthos suffer. He seems like one of the members of my own frame, and his grief or misfortune would be mine as well. Porthos shall leave with me, and shall follow my destiny. It must be so.
And Aramis, apprehensive of meeting anyone to whom his hurried movements might appear suspicious, ascended the staircase without being perceived. Porthos, so recently returned from Paris, was already in a profound sleep. His huge body forgot its fatigue, as his mind forgot its thoughts. Aramis entered, light as a shadow, and placed his nervous grasp on the giant's shoulder.
"Come, Porthos," he cried. "Come!"
Porthos obeyed, rose from his bed, opened his eyes, even before his intelligence seemed to be aroused.
"We leave immediately,"
said Aramis.
"Ah?"
returned Porthos.
"We shall go mounted, and faster than we have ever gone in our lives."
"Ah?" repeated Porthos.
"Dress yourself, my friend."
And he helped the giant to dress himself, and thrust his gold and diamonds into his pocket. Whilst he was thus engaged, a slight noise attracted his attention, and on looking up, he saw D'Artagnan watching them through the half-open door. Aramis started. "What the devil are you doing there, in such an agitated manner?" said the musketeer.
"Hush!"
said Porthos.
"We are going off on a mission of great importance,"
added the bishop. "You are very fortunate," said the musketeer.
"Oh, dear me,"
said Porthos.
"I feel so wearied, I would far sooner have been fast asleep. But the service of the king."
"Have you seen Monsieur Fouquet?"
said Aramis to D'Artagnan. "Yes, this very minute in a carriage."
"What did he say to you?"
"Adieu, nothing more."
"Was that all?"
"What else do you think he could say? Am I worth anything now, since you have got into such high favor?"
"Listen,"
said Aramis, embracing the musketeer.
"your good times are returning again. You will have no occasion to be jealous of anyone."
"Ha! Bah!"
"I predict that something will happen to you today which will increase your importance more than ever."
"Really?"
"You know that I know all the news?"
"Oh, yes."
"Come, Porthos, are you ready? Let us go."
"I am quite ready, Aramis."
"Let us embrace D'Artagnan first."
"Most certainly."
"But the horses?"
"Oh, there is no want of them here. Will you have mine?"
"No, Porthos has his own stud. So, adieu, adieu."
The fugitives mounted their horses beneath the very eyes of the captain of the musketeers, who held Porthos's stirrup for him, and gazed after them until they were out of sight. On any other occasion, thought the Gascon, I should say that those gentlemen were making their escape. But in these days politics seem so changed that such an exit is termed going on a mission. I have no objection. Let me attend to my own affairs. That is more than enough for me." And he philosophically entered his apartments. End of chapter 50. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 51 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. showing how the countersign was respected at the Bastile. Fouquet tore along as fast as his horses could drag him. On his way he trembled with horror at the idea of what had just been revealed to him. "What must have been," he thought, "the youth of those extraordinary men, who even as age is stealing fast upon them, are still able to conceive such gigantic plans and carry them through without a tremor?" At one moment he could not resist the idea that all Aramis had just been recounting to him was nothing more than a dream, and whether the fable itself was not the snare, so that when Fouquet arrived at the Bastile he might possibly find an order of arrest, which would send him to join the dethroned king. Strongly impressed with this idea, he gave certain sealed orders on his route, while fresh horses were being harnessed to his carriage. These orders were addressed to Monsieur d'Artagnan and to certain others whose fidelity to the king was far above suspicion. "In this way," said Fouquet to himself, "prisoner or not, I shall have performed the duty that I owe my honor. These orders will not reach them until after my return, if I should return free, and consequently they will not have been unsealed. I shall take them back again. If I am delayed, it will be because some misfortune will have befallen me, and in that case assistance will be sent for me as well as for the king." Prepared in this manner, the superintendent arrived at the Bastile. He had traveled at the rate of 5 leagues and a half the hour. Every circumstance of delay which Aramis had escaped in his visit to the Bastile befell Fouquet. It was useless giving his name, equally useless his being recognized. He could not succeed in obtaining an entrance. By dint of entreaties, threats, commands, he succeeded in inducing a sentinel to speak to one of the subalterns, who went and told the major. As for the governor, they did not even dare disturb him. Fouquet sat in his carriage at the outer gate of the fortress, chafing with rage and impatience, awaiting the return of the officers, who at last reappeared with a sufficiently sulky air. "Well," said Fouquet impatiently, "what did the major say?"
"Well, monsieur," replied the soldier, "the major laughed in my face. He told me that Monsieur Fouquet was at Vaux, and that even were he at Paris, Monsieur Fouquet would not get up so early an hour as the present." "Mordieu, you are an absolute set of fools!" cried the minister, darting out of the carriage, and before the subaltern had time to shut the gate, Fouquet sprang through it and ran forward in spite of the soldier, who cried out for assistance. Fouquet gained ground, regardless of the cries of the man, who, however, having at last come up with Fouquet, called out to the sentinel of the second gate, Look out, sentinel!" The man crossed his pike before the minister, but the latter, robust and active, and hurried away too by his passion, wrested the pike from the soldier and struck him a violent blow on the shoulder with it. The subaltern who approached too closely received a share of the blows as well. Both of them uttered loud and furious cries, at the sound of which the whole of the first body of the advanced guard poured out of the guardhouse. Among them there was one, however, who recognized the superintendent and who called, "Monseigneur! Ah, monseigneur! Stop, you fellows!" And he effectually checked the soldiers, who were on the point of revenging their companions. Fouquet desired them to open the gate, but they refused to do so without the countersign. He desired them to inform the governor of his presence, but the latter had already heard the disturbance at the gate. He ran forward, followed by his major and accompanied by a picket of 20 men, persuaded that an attack was being made on the Bastile. Baisemeaux also recognized Fouquet immediately, and dropped the sword he bravely had been brandishing. "Ah, monseigneur!" he stammered. "How can I excuse—"
"Monsieur," said the superintendent, flushed with anger and heated by his exertions, "I congratulate you. Your watch and ward are admirably kept." Baisemeaux turned pale, thinking that this remark was made ironically and portended a furious burst of anger. But Fouquet had recovered his breath and Beckoning the sentinel and the subaltern, who were rubbing their shoulders, towards him, he said, "There are 20 pistoles for the sentinel, and 50 for the officer. Pray, receive my compliments, gentlemen. I will not fail to speak to his Majesty about you. And now, Monsieur Baisemeaux, a word with you." And he followed the governor to his official residence, accompanied by a murmur of general satisfaction. Baisemeaux was already trembling with shame and uneasiness. Aramis's early visit from that moment seemed to possess consequences which a functionary such as he, Baisemeaux, was perfectly justified in apprehending. It was quite another thing, however, when Fouquet, in a sharp tone of voice and with an imperious look, said, "You have seen Monsieur d'Herblay this morning?"
"Yes, monseigneur."
"And are you not horrified at the crime of which you have made yourself an accomplice?"
"Well," thought Baisemeaux, "good so far." And then he added aloud, "But what crime, monseigneur, do you allude to?"
"That for which you can be quartered alive, monsieur. Do not forget that. But this is not a time to show anger. Conduct me immediately to the prisoner."
"To what prisoner?"
said Baisemeaux, trembling. "You pretend to be ignorant. Very good. It is the best plan for you, perhaps. For, in fact, were you to admit your participation in such a crime, it would be all over with you. I wish, therefore, to seem to believe in your assumption of ignorance."
"I entreat you, monseigneur."
"That will do. Lead me to the prisoner."
"To Marchiali?"
"Who is Marchiali?"
"The prisoner who was brought back this morning by Monsieur d'Herblay."
"He is called Marchiali?" said the superintendent, his convictions somewhat shaken by Baisemeaux's cool manner.
"Yes, monseigneur, that is the name under which he was inscribed here."
Fouquet looked steadily at Baisemeaux as if he would read his very heart, and perceived with that clear-sightedness most men possess who are accustomed to the exercise of power, that the man was speaking with perfect sincerity. Besides, in observing his face for a few moments, he could not believe that Aramis would have chosen such a confidant. "It is the prisoner," said the superintendent to him, "whom Monsieur d'Herblay carried away the day before yesterday?"
"Yes, monseigneur."
"And with whom he brought back this morning," added Fouquet quickly, for he understood immediately the mechanism of Aramis's plan.
"Precisely, monseigneur."
"And his name is Marchiali, you say?"
"Yes, Marchiali. If monseigneur has come here to remove him, so much the better, for I was going to write about him."
"What has he done, then?"
"Ever since this morning he has annoyed me extremely. He has had such terrible fits of passion as almost to make me believe that he would bring the Bastile itself down about our ears."
"I will soon relieve you of his possession," said Fouquet.
"Ah, so much the better."
"Conduct me to his prison."
"Will monseigneur give me the order?"
"What order?"
"An order from the king."
"Wait until I sign you one."
"That will not be sufficient, monseigneur. I must have an order from the king."
Fouquet assumed an irritated expression. "As you are so scrupulous," he said, "with regard to allowing prisoners to leave, show me the order by which this one was set at liberty." Baisemeaux showed him the order to release Selden. "Very good," said Fouquet, "but Selden is not Marchiali."
"But Marchiali is not at liberty, monseigneur. He is here."
"But you said that Monsieur d'Herblay carried him away, and brought him back again."
"I did not say so."
"So surely did you say it that I almost seem to hear it now."
"It was a slip of my tongue, then, monseigneur."
"Take care, Monsieur Baisemeaux, take care."
"I have nothing to fear, monseigneur. I am acting according to the very strictest regulation."
"Do you dare to say so?"
"I would say so in the presence of one of the apostles. Monsieur d'Herblay brought me an order to set Selden at liberty. Selden is free."
"I tell you that Marchiali has left the Bastile."
"You must prove that, monseigneur."
"Let me see him."
"You, monseigneur, who govern this kingdom, know very well that no one can see any of the prisoners without an express order from the king."
"Monsieur d'Herblay has entered, however."
"That remains to be proved, monseigneur."
"Monsieur de Baisemeaux, once more I warn you to pay particular attention to what you are saying."
"All the documents are there, monseigneur."
"Monsieur d'Herblay is overthrown."
"Overthrown? Monsieur d'Herblay? Impossible!"
"You see that he has undoubtedly influenced you."
"No, monseigneur, what does in fact influence me is the king's service. I am doing my duty. Give me an order from him, and you shall enter."
"Stay, Monsieur le Gouverneur. I give you my word that if you allow me to see the prisoner, I will give you an order from the king at once."
"Give it to me now, monseigneur."
"And that, if you refuse me, I will have you and all your officers arrested on the spot."
"Before you commit such an act of violence, monseigneur, you will reflect,"
said Baisemeaux, who had turned very pale,
"that we will only obey an order signed by the king, and that it will be just as easy for you to obtain one to see Marchiali as to obtain one to do me so much injury. Me, too, who am perfectly innocent."
"True, true," cried Fouquet furiously. "Perfectly true, Monsieur de Baisemeaux," he added in a sonorous tone, drawing the unhappy governor towards him. "Do you know why I am so anxious to speak to the prisoner?"
"No, monseigneur, and allow me to observe that you are terrifying me out of my senses. I am trembling all over, in fact. I feel as though I were about to faint."
"You will stand a better chance of fainting outright, Monsieur Baisemeaux, when I return here at the head of 10,000 men and 30 pieces of cannon."
"Good heavens, monseigneur, you are losing your senses."
"When I have roused the whole population of Paris against you and your accursed towers, and have battered open the gates of this place and hanged you to the topmost tree of yonder pinnacle."
"Monseigneur, monseigneur, for pity's sake!"
"I give you 10 minutes to make up your mind," added Fouquet in a calm voice. "I will sit down here, in this armchair, and wait for you. If, in 10 minutes' time, you shall still persist, I leave this place, and you may think me as mad as you like. Then you shall see." Baisemeaux stamped his foot on the ground like a man in a state of despair, but he did not reply a single syllable, whereupon Fouquet seized a pen and ink and wrote: "Order for Monsieur le Prévôt de Marchand to assemble the municipal guard and to march upon the Bastile in the king's immediate service." Baisemeaux shrugged his shoulders. Fouquet wrote, "Order for the Duc de Bouillon and Monsieur le Prince de Conde to assume the command of the Swiss Guards, of the King's Guards, and to march upon the Bastile on the King's immediate service." Baisemeaux reflected. Fouquet still wrote, "Order for every soldier, citizen, or gentleman to seize and apprehend wherever he may be found le Chevalier d'Herblay, Évêque de Vannes, and his accomplices, who are, first, Monsieur de Baisemeaux, governor of the Bastile, suspected of the crimes of high treason and rebellion."
"Stop, monseigneur!"
cried Baisemeaux.
"I do not understand a single jot of the whole matter, but so many misfortunes, even were it madness itself that had set them at their awful work, might happen here in a couple of hours, that the king, by whom I must be judged, will see whether I have been wrong in withdrawing the countersign before this flood of imminent catastrophes. Come with me to the keep, monseigneur. You shall see Marchiali."
Fouquet darted out of the room, followed by Baisemeaux as he wiped the perspiration from his face.
"What a terrible morning," he said. "What a disgrace for me!"
"Walk faster," replied Fouquet. Baisemeaux made a sign to the jailer to precede them. He was afraid of his companion, which the latter could not fail to perceive. "A truce to this child's play," he said roughly. "Let the man remain here. Take the keys yourself and show me the way. Not a single person, do you understand, must hear what is going to take place here."
"Ah,"
said Baisemeaux, undecided. "Again!" cried Monsieur Fouquet. "Ah, say no at once, and I will leave the Bastile and will carry myself my own dispatches." Baisemeaux bowed his head, took the keys, and, unaccompanied except by the minister, ascended the staircase. The higher they advanced up the spiral staircase, the more clearly did certain muffled murmurs become distinct appeals and fearful imprecations. "What is that?" asked Fouquet.
"That is your Marchiali," said the governor. "This is the way these madmen scream."
And he accompanied that reply with a glance more pregnant with injurious illusion, as far as Fouquet was concerned, than politeness. The latter trembled. He had just recognized in one cry more terrible than any that had preceded it the king's voice. He paused on the staircase, snatching the bunch of keys from Baisemeaux, who thought this new madman was going to dash out his brains with one of them.
"Ah!"
he cried.
"Monsieur d'Herblay did not say a word about that."
"Give me the keys at once," cried Fouquet, tearing them from his hand. "Which is the key of the door I am to open?"
"That one."
A fearful cry, followed by a violent blow against the door, made the whole staircase resound with the echo. "Leave this place," said Fouquet to Baisemeaux in a threatening tone.
"I ask nothing better," murmured the latter to himself. "There will be a couple of madmen face to face, and the one will kill the other, I am sure."
"Go," repeated Fouquet. "If you place your foot on this staircase before I call you, remember that you shall take the place of the meanest prisoner in the Bastile."
"This job will kill me, I am sure it will,"
muttered Baisemeaux as he withdrew with tottering steps. The prisoner's cries became more and more terrible. When Fouquet had satisfied himself that Baisemeaux had reached the bottom of the staircase, he inserted the key in the first lock. It was then that he heard the hoarse, choking voice of the king, crying out in a frenzy of rage, "Help! Help! I am the king!" The key of the second door was not the same as the first, and Fouquet was obliged to look for it on the bunch. The king, however, furious and almost mad with rage and passion, shouted at the top of his voice,
It was Monsieur Fouquet who brought me here. Help me against Monsieur Fouquet. I am the king. Help me against Monsieur Fouquet."
These cries filled the minister's heart with terrible emotions. They were followed by a shower of blows leveled against the door with a part of the broken chair with which the king had armed himself. Fouquet at last succeeded in finding the key. The king was almost exhausted. He could hardly articulate distinctly as he shouted, "Death to Fouquet! Death to traitor Fouquet!" The door flew open. End of chapter 51. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 52 of The Men in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The King's Gratitude. The two men were on the point of darting towards each other when they suddenly and abruptly stopped, as a mutual recognition took place and each uttered a cry of horror.
"Have you come to assassinate me, monsieur?"
said the king when he recognized Fouquet.
"The king in this state,"
murmured the minister. Nothing could be more terrible indeed than the appearance of the young prince at the moment Fouquet had surprised him. His clothes were in tatters. His shirt, open and torn to rags, was stained with sweat and with the blood which streamed from his lacerated breasts and arms. Haggard, ghostly pale, his hair in disheveled masses, Louis XIV presented the most perfect picture of despair, distress, anger, and fear combined that could possibly be united in one figure. Fouquet was so touched, so affected and disturbed by it, that he ran towards him with his arms outstretched and his eyes filled with tears. Louis held up the massive piece of wood of which he had made such a furious use.
"Sire,"
said Fouquet in a voice trembling with emotion,
"do you not recognize the most faithful of your friends?" "A friend? You?"
repeated Louis, gnashing his teeth in a manner which betrayed his hate and desire for speedy vengeance.
"The most respectful of your servants,"
added Fouquet, throwing himself on his knees. The king let the rude weapon fall from his grasp. Fouquet approached him, kissed his knees, and took him in his arms with unconceivable tenderness.
"My king, my child," he said, "how you must have suffered!"
Louis, recalled to himself by the change of situation, looked at himself, and, ashamed of the disordered state of his apparel, ashamed of his conduct, and ashamed of the air of pity and protection that was shown towards him, drew back. Fouquet did not understand this movement. He did not perceive that the king's feeling of pride would never forgive him for having been a witness of such an exhibition of weakness.
"Come, sire," he said, "you are free." "Free?" repeated the king. "Oh, you set me at liberty, then, after having dared to lift up your hand against me?"
"You do not believe that!"
exclaimed Fouquet indignantly.
"You cannot believe me to be guilty of such an act."
And rapidly, warmly even, he related the whole particulars of the intrigue, the details of which are already known to the reader. While the recital continued, Louis suffered the most horrible anguish of mind, and when it was finished, the magnitude of the danger he had run struck him far more than the importance of the secret relative to his twin brother.
"Monsieur," he said suddenly to Fouquet, "this double birth is a falsehood. It is impossible. You cannot have been the dupe of it."
"Sire!"
"It is impossible, I tell you, that the honor, the virtue of my mother can be suspected, and my first minister has not yet done justice on the criminals."
"Reflect, sire, before you're hurried away by anger," replied Fouquet. "The birth of your brother."
"I have only one brother, and that is monsieur. You know it as well as myself. There is a plot, I tell you, beginning with the governor of the Bastile."
"Be careful, sire, for this man has been deceived, as everyone else has, by the prince's likeness to yourself."
"Likeness? Absurd!"
"This Marchiali must be singularly like your majesty, to be able to deceive everyone's eye." Fouquet persisted.
"Ridiculous!"
"Do not say so, sire. Those who had prepared everything in order to face and deceive your ministers, your mother, your officers of state, the members of your family, must be quite confident of the resemblance between you."
"But where are these persons, then?" murmured the king.
"At Vaux."
"At Vaux? And you suffer them to remain there?"
"My most instant duty appeared to me to be your majesty's release. I have accomplished that duty, and now whatever your majesty may command shall be done. I await your orders."
Louis reflected for a few moments. "Muster all the troops in Paris," he said.
"All the necessary orders are given for that purpose," replied Fouquet.
"You have given orders?" exclaimed the king.
"For that purpose, yes, sire. Your majesty will be at the head of 10,000 men in less than an hour."
The only reply the king made was to take hold of Fouquet's hand with such an expression of feeling that it was very easy to perceive how strongly he had, until that remark, maintained his suspicions of the minister, notwithstanding the latter's intervention.
"And with these troops," he said, "we shall go at once and besiege in your house the rebels, who by this time will have established and entrenched themselves therein."
"I should be surprised if that were the case," replied Fouquet.
"Why?"
"Because their chief, the very soul of the enterprise, having been unmasked by me, the whole plan seems to me to have been miscarried."
"You have unmasked the false prince also?"
"No, I have not seen him."
"Whom have you seen, then?"
"The leader of the enterprise, not that unhappy young man. The latter is merely an instrument, destined through his whole life to wretchedness, I plainly perceive."
"Most certainly."
"It is Monsieur l'Abbé d'Herblay, évêque de Vannes."
"Your friend?"
"He was my friend, sire," replied Fouquet nobly.
"An unfortunate circumstance for you,"
said the king in a less generous tone of voice.
"Such friendships, sire, had nothing dishonorable in them so long as I was ignorant of the crime."
"You should have foreseen it."
"If I am guilty, I place myself in your majesty's hands."
"Ah, Monsieur Fouquet, it was not that I meant," returned the king, sorry to have shown the bitterness of his thought in such a manner. "Well, I assure you that notwithstanding the mask with which the villain covered his face, I had something like a vague suspicion that he was the very man. But with this chief of the enterprise there was a man of prodigious strength, the one who menaced me with a force almost Herculean. What is he?"
"It must be his friend, the Baron du Vallon, formerly one of the musketeers."
"The friend of D'Artagnan, the friend of the Comte de la Fère! Ah!"
exclaimed the king, as he paused at the name of the latter.
"We must not forget the connection that existed between the conspirators and Monsieur de Bragelonne."
Sire, do not go too far. Monsieur de la Fère is the most honorable man in France. Be satisfied with those whom I deliver up to you."
With those whom you deliver up to me, you say? Very good, for you will deliver up those who are guilty to me."
"What does your Majesty understand by that?" inquired Fouquet.
"I understand," replied the king, "that we shall soon arrive at Vaux with a large body of troops, that we will lay violent hands upon that nest of vipers, and that not a soul shall escape."
"Your Majesty will put these men to death," cried Fouquet.
"To the very meanest of them."
"Oh, sire!"
"Let us understand one another, Monsieur Fouquet," said the king haughtily. "We no longer live in times when assassination was the only and the last resource kings held in reservation at extremity. No, heaven be praised! I have parliaments who sit and judge in my name, and I have scaffolds on which supreme authority is carried out."
Fouquet turned pale. "I will take the liberty of observing to your Majesty that any proceedings instituted respecting these matters would bring down the greatest scandal upon the dignity of the throne. The august name of Anne of Austria must never be allowed to pass the lips of the people accompanied by a smile."
"Justice must be done, however, monsieur."
"Good sire, but royal blood must not be shed upon a scaffold."
"The royal blood! You believe that?" cried the king, with fury in his voice, stamping his foot on the ground. "This double birth is an invention, and in that invention particularly do I see Monsieur d'Herblay's crime. It is the crime I wish to punish rather than the violence or the insult."
"And punish it with death, sire."
"With death? Yes, monsieur. I have said it."
"Sire," said the surintendant with firmness, as he raised his head proudly, "your Majesty will take the life, if you please, of your brother Philippe of France. That concerns you alone, and you will doubtless consult the queen mother upon the subject. Whatever she may command will be perfectly correct. I do not wish to mix myself up in it, not even for the honor of your crown. But I have a favor to ask of you, and I beg to submit it to you."
"Speak," said the king, in no little degree agitated by his minister's last words. "What do you require?"
"The pardon of Monsieur d'Herblay and of Monsieur du Vallon."
"My assassins?"
"Two rebels, sire, that is all."
"Oh, I understand, then. You ask me to forgive your friends."
"My friends?" said Fouquet, deeply wounded.
"Your friends, certainly. But the safety of the state requires that an exemplary punishment should be inflicted on the guilty."
"I will not permit myself to remind your Majesty that I have just restored you to liberty, and have saved your life."
"Monsieur!"
"I will not allow myself to remind your Majesty that, had Monsieur d'Herblay wished to carry out his character of an assassin, he could very easily have assassinated your Majesty this morning in the forest of Senart, and all would have been over." The king started. "A pistol bullet through the head," pursued Fouquet, "and the disfigured features of Louis XIV, which no one could have recognized, would be Monsieur d'Herblay's complete and entire justification." The king turned pale and giddy at the bare idea of the danger he had escaped. "If Monsieur d'Herblay," continued Fouquet, "had been an assassin, he had no occasion to inform me of his plan in order to succeed. Freed from the real king, it would have been impossible in all futurity to guess thee false. And if the usurper had been recognized by Anne of Austria, he would still have been her son. The usurper, as far as Monsieur d'Herblay's conscience was concerned, was still a king of the blood of Louis XIII. Moreover, the conspirator in that course would have had security, secrecy, impunity. A pistol bullet would have procured him all of that. For the sake of heaven, sire, grant me his forgiveness." The king, instead of being touched by the picture, so faithfully drawn in all details, of Aramis's generosity, felt himself most painfully and cruelly humiliated. His unconquerable pride revolted at the idea that a man had held, suspended at the end of his finger, the thread of his royal life. Every word that fell from Fouquet's lips, and which he thought most efficacious in procuring his friend's pardon, seemed to pour another drop of poison into the already ulcerated heart of Louis XIV. Nothing could bend or soften him. Addressing himself to Fouquet, he said,
"I really don't know, monsieur, why you should solicit the pardon of these men. What good is there in asking that which can be obtained without solicitation?"
"I do not understand you, sire."
"It is not difficult either. Where am I now?"
"In the Bastile, sire."
"Yes, in a dungeon. I am looked upon as a madman, am I not?"
"Yes, sire."
"And no one is known here but Marchiali?"
"Certainly."
"Well, change nothing in the position of affairs. Let the poor madman rot between the slimy walls of the Bastile, and Monsieur d'Herblay and Monsieur du Vallon will stand in no need of my forgiveness. Their new king will absolve them."
"Your Majesty does me a great injustice, sire, and you are wrong," replied Fouquet dryly. "I am not child enough, nor is Monsieur d'Herblay silly enough to have omitted to make all these reflections. And if I had wished to make a new king, as you say, I had no occasion to have come here to force open the gates and doors of the Bastile, to free you from this place. That would show a want of even common sense. Your Majesty's mind is disturbed by anger, otherwise you would be far from offending groundlessly the very one of your servants who has rendered you the most important service of all." Louis perceived that he had gone too far, that the gates of the Bastile were still closed upon him, whilst, by degrees, the floodgates were gradually being opened, behind which the generous-hearted Fouquet had restrained his anger.
"I did not say that to humiliate you, heaven knows, monsieur," he replied. "Only you are addressing yourself to me in order to obtain a pardon, and I answer according to my conscience. And so, judging by my conscience, the criminals we speak of are not worthy of consideration or forgiveness."
Fouquet was silent.
"What I do is as generous," added the king, "as what you have done, for I am in your power. I will even say it is more generous, inasmuch as you place before me certain conditions upon which my liberty, my life may depend, and to reject which is to make a sacrifice of both."
"I was wrong, certainly," replied Fouquet. "Yes, I had the appearance of extorting a favor. I regret it, and I entreat your Majesty's forgiveness."
"And you are forgiven, my dear Monsieur Fouquet," said the king with a smile which restored the serene expression of his features, which so many circumstances had altered since the preceding evening.
I have my own forgiveness," replied the minister with some degree of persistence. "But Monsieur d'Herblay and Monsieur du Vallon?" "They will never obtain theirs as long as I live," replied the inflexible king. "Do me the kindness not to speak of it again." "Your Majesty shall be obeyed." "And you will bear me no ill will for it?" "Oh, no, sire, for I anticipated the event." "You had anticipated that I should refuse to forgive those gentlemen?" "Certainly, and all my measures were taken in consequence." "What do you mean to say?" cried the king, surprised. "Monsieur d'Herblay came, as may be said, to deliver himself into my hands. Monsieur d'Herblay left to me the happiness of saving my king and my country. I could not condemn Monsieur d'Herblay to death, nor could I, on the other hand, expose him to your Majesty's justifiable wrath. It would have been just the same as if I had killed him myself." "Well, and what have you done?" "Sire, I gave Monsieur d'Herblay the best horses in my stables, and 4 hours' start over all those your Majesty might, probably, dispatch after him." "Be it so," murmured the king, "but still the world is wide enough and large enough for those whom I may send to overtake your horses, notwithstanding the 4 hours' start which you have given to Monsieur d'Herblay." "In giving him these 4 hours, sire, I knew I was giving him his life, and he will save his life." "In what way?" "After having galloped as hard as possible, with the 4 hours' start before your musketeers, he will reach my chateau of Belle Isle, where I have given him a safe asylum." "That may be, but you forget that you have made me a present of Belle Isle." "But not for you to arrest my friends." "You take it back again, then?" "As far as that goes, yes, sire." "My musketeers shall capture it, and the affair will be at an end." "Neither your musketeers nor your whole army could take Belle Isle," said Fouquet coldly. "Belle Isle is impregnable." The king became perfectly livid. A lightning flash seemed to dart from his eyes. Fouquet felt that he was lost, but he is not one to shrink when the voice of honor spoke loudly within him. He bore the king's wrathful gaze, the latter swallowed his rage, and after a few moments' silence said: "Are we going to return to Vaux?" "I am at your Majesty's orders," replied Fouquet with a low bow. "But I think that your Majesty can hardly dispense with changing your clothes previous to appearing before your court." "We shall pass by the Louvre," said the king. "Come." And they left the prison, passing before Baisemeaux, who looked completely bewildered as he saw Marchiali once more leave, and in his helplessness tore out the major portion of his few remaining hairs. It was perfectly true, however, that Fouquet wrote and gave him an authority for the prisoner's release, and that the king wrote beneath it, "Seen and approved, Louis." A piece of madness that Baisemeaux, incapable of putting two ideas together, acknowledged by giving himself a terrible blow on the forehead with his own fist. End of chapter 52. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 53 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The False King. In the meantime, usurped royalty was playing out its part bravely at Vaux. Philippe gave orders that for his petit lever, the grand entrée, already prepared to appear before the king, should be introduced. He determined to give this order notwithstanding the absence of Monsieur d'Herblay, who did not return. Our readers know the reason. But the prince, not believing that absence could be prolonged, wished, as all rash spirits do, to try his valor and his fortune far from all protection and instruction. Another reason urged him to this. Anne of Austria was about to appear. The guilty mother was about to stand in the presence of her sacrificed son. Philippe was not willing, if he had a weakness, to render the man a witness of it before whom he was bound thenceforth to display so much strength. Philippe opened his folding doors, and several persons entered silently. Philippe did not stir whilst his valet de chambre dressed him. He had watched, the evening before, all the habits of his brother, and played the king in such a manner as to awaken no suspicion. He was thus completely dressed in hunting costume when he received his visitors. His own memory and the notes of Aramis announced everybody to him. First of all, Anne of Austria, to whom Monsieur gave his hand, and then Madame with Monsieur de Saint Aignan. He smiled at seeing these countenances, but trembled on recognizing his mother. That still so noble and imposing figure, ravaged by pain, pleaded in his heart the cause of the famous queen who had immolated a child to reasons of state. He found his mother still handsome. He knew that Louis XIV loved her, and he promised himself to love her likewise, and not to prove a scourge to her old age. He contemplated his brother with a tenderness easily to be understood. The latter had usurped nothing, had cast no shades athwart his life. A separate tree, he allowed the stem to rise without heeding its elevation or majestic life. Philippe promised himself to be a kind brother to this prince, who required nothing but gold to minister his pleasures. He bowed with a friendly air to Saint Aignan, who was all reverences and smiles, and trembling held out his hand to Henrietta, his sister-in-law, whose beauty struck him. But he saw in the eyes of that princess an expression of coldness which would facilitate, as he thought, their future relations.
"How much more easy," thought he, "it will be to be the brother of that woman than her gallant, if she evinces towards me a coldness that my brother could not have for her, but what is imposed upon me as a duty."
The only visit he dreaded at this moment was that of the queen. His heart, his mind, had just been shaken by so violent a trial that, in spite of their firm temperament, they would not perhaps support another shock. Happily, the queen did not come. Then commenced, on the part of Anne of Austria, a political dissertation upon the welcome Monsieur Fouquet had given to the house of France. She mixed up hostilities with compliments addressed to the king, and questions as to his health with little maternal flatteries and diplomatic artifices.
"Well, my son," said she, "are you convinced with regard to Monsieur Fouquet?" "Saint Aignan," said Philippe, "have the goodness to go and inquire after the queen."
At these words, the first Philippe had pronounced aloud, the slight difference that there was between his voice and that of the king was sensible to maternal ears, and Anne of Austria looked earnestly at her son. Saint Aignan left the room, and Philippe continued,
"Madame, I do not like to hear Monsieur Fouquet ill spoken of. You know I do not, and you have even spoken well of him yourself." "That is true. Therefore I only question you on the state of your sentiments with respect to him." "Sire," said Henrietta, "I, on my part, have always liked Monsieur Fouquet. He is a man of good taste, a superior man." "A superintendent who is never sordid or niggardly," added Monsieur, "and who pays in gold all the orders I have on him." "Every one in this thinks too much of himself, and nobody for the state," said the old queen. "Monsieur Fouquet, it is a fact, Monsieur Fouquet is ruining the state."
"Well, mother," replied Philippe, in rather a lower key,
Do you likewise constitute yourself the buckler of Monsieur Colbert?" "How is that?" replied the old queen, rather surprised. "Why, in truth," replied Philippe, "you speak that just as your old friend Madame de Chevreuse would speak." "Why do you mention Madame de Chevreuse to me?" said she. "And what sort of humor are you in today toward me?" Philippe continued, "Is not Madame de Chevreuse always in league against somebody? Has not Madame de Chevreuse been to pay you a visit, mother?" "Monsieur, you speak to me now in such a manner that I can almost fancy I am listening to your father." "My father did not like Madame de Chevreuse, and had good reason for not liking her," said the prince. "For my part, I like her no better than he did, and if he thinks proper to come here as she formerly did, to sow divisions and hatreds under the pretext of begging money, why—" "Well, what?" said Anne of Austria proudly, herself provoking the storm. "Well," replied the young man firmly, "I will drive Madame de Chevreuse out of my kingdom, and with her all who meddle with its secrets and mysteries." He had not calculated the effect of this terrible speech, or perhaps he wished to judge the effect of it, like those who, suffering from a chronic pain and seeking to break the monotony of that suffering, touch their wound to procure a sharper pang. Anne of Austria was nearly fainting. Her eyes, open but meaningless, ceased to see for several seconds. She stretched out her arms toward her other son, who supported and embraced her without fear of irritating the king. "Sire," murmured she, "you are treating your mother very cruelly." "In what respect, madame?" replied he. "I am only speaking of Madame de Chevreuse. Does my mother prefer Madame de Chevreuse to the security of the state and of my person? Well, then, madame, I tell you Madame de Chevreuse has returned to France to borrow money, and that she addressed herself to Monsieur Fouquet to sell him a certain secret." "A certain secret?" cried Anne of Austria. "Concerning pretended robberies that Monsieur le Surintendant had committed, which is false," added Philippe. "Monsieur Fouquet rejected her offers with indignation, preferring the esteem of the king to complicity with such intriguers. Then Madame de Chevreuse sold the secret to Monsieur Colbert, and as she is insatiable and was not satisfied with having extorted 100,000 crowns from a servant of the state, she has taken a still bolder flight in search of surer sources of supply. Is that true, madame?" "You know all, sire," said the queen, more uneasy than irritated. "Now," continued Philippe, "I have good reason to dislike this fury, who comes to my court to plan the shame of some and the ruin of others. If Heaven has suffered certain crimes to be committed, and has concealed them in the shadow of its clemency, I will not permit Madame de Chevreuse to counteract the just designs of fate." The latter part of this speech had so agitated the queen mother that her son had pity on her. He took her hand and kissed it tenderly. She did not feel that in that kiss, given in spite of repulsion and bitterness of the heart, there was a pardon for 8 years of suffering. Philippe allowed the silence of a moment to swallow the emotions that had just developed themselves. Then, with a cheerful smile, "We will not go today," said he. "I have a plan." And turning toward the door, he hoped to see Aramis, whose absence began to alarm him. The queen mother wished to leave the room. "Remain where you are, mother," said he. "I wish you to make your peace with Monsieur Fouquet." "I bear Monsieur Fouquet no ill will. I only dreaded his prodigalities." "We will put that to rights, and will take nothing of the superintendent but his good qualities." "What is your majesty looking for?"
said Henrietta, seeing the king's eyes constantly turned toward the door, and wishing to let fly a little poisoned arrow at his heart, supposing he was so anxiously expecting either La Valliere or a letter from her. "My sister," said the young man, who had divined her thought, thanks to that marvellous perspicuity of which fortune was, from that time, about to allow him the exercise. "My sister, I am expecting a most distinguished man, a most able counsellor, whom I wish to present to you all, recommending him to your good graces. Ah, come in then, D'Artagnan." "What does your majesty wish?" said D'Artagnan, appearing.
"Where is Monsieur the Bishop of Vannes, your friend?"
"Why, sire—"
"I am waiting for him, and he does not come. Let him be sought for."
D'Artagnan remained for an instant stupefied, but soon, reflecting that Aramis had left Vaux privately on a mission from the king, he concluded that the king wished to preserve the secret. "Sire," replied he, "does your majesty absolutely require Monsieur d'Herblay to be brought to you?"
"Absolutely is not the word," said Philippe. "I do not want him so particularly as that, but if he can be found—"
"I thought so," said D'Artagnan to himself.
"Is this Monsieur d'Herblay, the Bishop of Vannes?"
"Yes, madame."
"A friend of Monsieur Fouquet?"
"Yes, madame, an old musketeer."
Anne of Austria blushed.
"One of the 4 braves who formerly performed such prodigies."
The old queen repented of having wished to bite. She broke off the conversation in order to preserve the rest of her teeth.
"Whatever may be your choice, sire," said she, "I have no doubt it will be excellent."
All bowed in support of that sentiment.
"You will find in him,"
continued Philippe,
"the depth and penetration of Monsieur de Richelieu, without the avarice of Monsieur de Mazarin." "A prime minister, sire,"
said Monsieur in a fright.
"I will tell you all about that, brother, but it is strange that Monsieur d'Herblay is not here."
He called out,
"Let Monsieur Fouquet be informed that I wish to speak to him. Oh, before you do not retire."
Monsieur de Saint Aignan returned, bringing satisfactory news of the queen, who only kept her bed from precaution, and to have strength to carry out the king's wishes. Whilst everybody was seeking Monsieur Fouquet and Aramis, the new king quietly continued his experiments, and everybody, family, officers, servants, had not the least suspicion of his identity. His air, his voice, and manners were so like the king's. On his side, Philippe, applying to all countenances the accurate descriptions and keynotes of characters supplied by his accomplice Aramis, conducted himself so as not to give birth to a doubt in the minds of those who surrounded him. Nothing from that time could disturb the usurper. With what strange facility had Providence just reversed the loftiest fortune of the world to substitute the lowliest in its stead. Philippe admired the goodness of God with regard to himself, and seconded it with all the resources of his admirable nature. But he felt at times something like a spectre gliding between him and the rays of his new glory. Aramis did not appear. The conversation had languished in the royal family. Philippe, preoccupied, forgot to dismiss his brother and Madame Henrietta. The latter were astonished and began by degrees to lose all patience. Anne of Austria stooped toward her son's ear and addressed some words to him in Spanish. Philippe was completely ignorant of that language and grew pale at this unexpected obstacle. But, as if the spirit of the imperturbable Aramis had covered him with his infallibility, instead of appearing disconcerted, Philippe rose.
"Well, what?"
said Anne of Austria.
"What is all that noise?"
said Philippe, turning round toward the door of the second staircase, and a voice was heard saying, "This way, a few steps more, sire."
"The voice of Monsieur Fouquet,"
said D'Artagnan, who was standing close to the queen mother.
"Then Monsieur d'Herblay cannot be far off."
added Philippe. But he then saw what he little thought to have beheld so near to him. All eyes were turned towards the door at which Monsieur Fouquet was expected to enter, but it was not Monsieur Fouquet who entered. A terrible cry resounded from all corners of the chamber, a painful cry uttered by the king and all present. It is given to but few men, even those whose destiny contains the strangest elements and accidents the most wonderful, to contemplate such a spectacle similar to that which presented itself in the royal chamber at that moment. The half-closed shutters only admitted the entrance of an uncertain light, passing through thick violet velvet curtains lined with silk. In this soft shade, the eyes were by degrees dilated, and everyone present saw others rather with imagination than with actual sight. There could not, however, escape in these circumstances one of the surrounding details, and the new object which presented itself appeared as luminous as though it shone out in full sunlight. So it happened with Louis XIV when he showed himself, pale and frowning, in the doorway of the secret stairs. The face of Fouquet appeared behind him, stamped with sorrow and determination. The queen mother, who perceived Louis XIV, and who held the hand of Philippe, uttered a cry of which we have spoken, as if she beheld a phantom. Monsieur was bewildered, and kept turning his head in astonishment from one to the other. Madame made a step forward, thinking she was looking at the form of her brother-in-law reflected in a mirror. And in fact, the illusion was possible. The two princes, both pale as death, for we renounce the hope of being able to describe the fearful state of Philippe, trembling, clenching their hands convulsively, measured each other with looks and darted their glances, sharp as poniards, at each other. Silent, panting, bending forward, they appeared as if about to spring upon an enemy. The unheard-of resemblance of countenance, gesture, shape, height, even to the resemblance of costume, produced by chance, for Louis XIV had been to the Louvre and put on a violet-colored dress. The perfect analogy of the two princes completed the consternation of Anne of Austria. And yet she did not at once guess the truth. There are misfortunes in life so truly dreadful that no one will at first accept them. People rather believe in the supernatural and the impossible. Louis had not reckoned on these obstacles. He expected that he had only to appear to be acknowledged. A living son, he could not endure the suspicion of equality with anyone. He did not admit that every torch should not become darkness at the instant he shone out with his conquering ray. At the aspect of Philippe, then, he was perhaps more terrified than anyone round him, and his silence, his immobility, were this time a concentration and a calm which precede the violent explosions of concentrated passion. But Fouquet, who shall paint his emotion and stupor in presence of this living portrait of his master? Fouquet thought Aramis was right, that this newly arrived was a king as pure in his race as the other, and that, for having repudiated all participation in this coup d'etat, so skillfully got up by the general of the Jesuits, he must be a mad enthusiast, unworthy of ever dipping his hands in political grand strategy work. And then it was the blood of Louis XIII which Fouquet was sacrificing to the blood of Louis XIII. It was to a selfish ambition he was sacrificing a noble ambition. To the right of keeping he sacrificed the right of having. The whole extent of his fault was revealed to him at simple sight of the pretender. All that passed in the mind of Fouquet was lost upon the persons present. He had 5 minutes to focus meditation on this point of conscience. 5 minutes. That is to say, 5 ages, during which the two kings and their families scarcely found energy to breathe after so terrible a shock. D'Artagnan, leaning against the wall in front of Fouquet, with his hand to his brow, asked himself the cause of such a wonderful prodigy. He could not have said at once why he doubted, but he knew assuredly that he had reason to doubt, and that in this meeting of the two Louis XIVs lay all the doubt and difficulty that during late days had rendered the conduct of Aramis so suspicious to the musketeer. These ideas were, however, enveloped in a haze, a veil of mystery. The actors in this assembly seemed to swim in the vapors of a confused waking. Suddenly, Louis XIV, more impatient and more accustomed to command, ran to one of the shutters, which he opened, tearing the curtains in his eagerness. A flood of living light entered the chamber and made Philippe draw back to the alcove. Louis seized upon this movement with eagerness, and addressing himself to the queen,
"My mother," said he, "do you not acknowledge your son, since everyone here has forgotten his king?"
Anne of Austria started and raised her arms toward heaven, without being able to articulate a single word.
"My mother," said Philippe with a calm voice, "do you not acknowledge your son?"
And this time, in his turn, Louis drew back. As to Anne of Austria, struck suddenly in head and heart with full remorse, she lost her equilibrium. No one aiding her, for all were petrified, she sank back in her fauteuil, breathing a weak, trembling sigh. Louis could not endure the spectacle and the affront. He bounded toward D'Artagnan, over whose brain a vertigo was stealing, and who staggered as he caught at the door for support.
"A moi, mousquetaire," said he. "Look us in the face, and say which is the paler, he or I."
This cry roused D'Artagnan and stirred in his heart the fibers of obedience. He shook his head, and without more hesitation he walked straight up to Philippe, on whose shoulder he laid his hand, saying, "Monsieur, you are my prisoner." Philippe did not raise his eyes towards heaven, nor stir from the spot where he seemed nailed to the floor, his eye intently fixed upon the king, his brother. He reproached him with a sublime silence for all misfortunes past, all tortures to come. Against this language of the soul, the king felt he had no power. He cast down his eyes, dragging away precipitately his brother and sister, forgetting his mother, sitting motionless within 3 paces of the son, whom she left a second time to be condemned to death. Philippe approached Anne of Austria and said to her in a soft and nobly agitated voice,
"If I were not your son, I should curse you, my mother, for having rendered me so unhappy."
D'Artagnan felt a shudder pass through the marrow of his bones. He bowed respectfully to the young prince and said as he bent, "Excuse me, monseigneur, I am but a soldier, and my oaths are his who has just left the chamber."
"Thank you, Monsieur d'Artagnan. What has become of Monsieur d'Herblay?"
"Monsieur d'Herblay is in safety, monseigneur," said a voice behind them, "and no one, while I live and am free, shall cause a hair to fall from his head."
"Monsieur Fouquet,"
said the prince, smiling sadly.
"Pardon me, monseigneur," said Fouquet, kneeling, "but he who is just gone out from hence was my guest."
"Here are,"
murmured Philippe with a sigh,
"brave friends and good hearts. They make me regret the world. On, Monsieur d'Artagnan, I follow you."
At the moment the captain of the musketeers was about to leave the room with his prisoner, Colbert appeared, and after remitting an order from the king to D'Artagnan, retired. D'Artagnan read the paper and then crushed it in his hand with rage.
"What is it?"
asked the prince. "Read, monseigneur," replied the musketeer. Philippe read the following words hastily traced by the hand of the king.
"Monsieur d'Artagnan will conduct the prisoner to Ile Sainte Marguerite. He will cover his face with an iron visor. which the prisoner shall never raise except at the peril of his life. That is just," said Philippe, with resignation. "I am ready."
"Aramis was right," said Fouquet in a low voice to the musketeer. "This one is every whit as much a king as the other."
"More so," replied D'Artagnan. "He wanted only you and me."
End of chapter 53. Recording by John Van Stan. Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 54 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In which Porthos thinks he is pursuing a duchy. Aramis and Porthos, having profited by the time granted them by Fouquet, did honor to the French cavalry by their speed. Porthos did not clearly understand on what kind of mission he was forced to display so much velocity, but as he saw Aramis spurring on furiously, he, Porthos, spurred on in the same way. They had soon in this manner placed 12 leagues between them and Vaux. They were then obliged to change horses and organize a sort of post arrangement. It was during a relay that Porthos ventured to interrogate Aramis discreetly.
"Hush,"
replied the latter.
"Know only that our fortune depends on our speed."
As if Porthos had still been the musketeer, without a sou or a maille of 1626, he pushed forward. That magic word fortune always means something in the human ear. It means enough for those who have nothing. It means too much for those who have enough.
"I shall be made a duke,"
said Porthos aloud. He was speaking to himself.
"That is possible,"
replied Aramis, smiling after his own fashion, as Porthos's horse passed him. Aramis felt, notwithstanding, as though his brain were on fire. The activity of the body had not yet succeeded in subduing that of the mind. All there is of raging passion, mental toothache or mortal threat, rage gnawed and grumbled in the thoughts of the unhappy prelate. His countenance exhibited visible traces of this rude combat. Free on the highway to abandon himself to every impression of the moment, Aramis did not fail to swear at every start of his horse, at every inequality in the road. Pale, at times inundated with boiling sweats, then again dry and icy, he flogged his horses till the blood streamed from their sides. Porthos, whose dominant fault was not sensibility, groaned at this. Thus travelled they on for 8 long hours, and then arrived at Orleans. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Aramis, on observing this, judged that nothing showed pursuit to be a possibility. It would be without example that a troop capable of taking him and Porthos should be furnished with relays sufficient to perform 40 leagues in 8 hours. Thus, admitting pursuit which was not at all manifest, the fugitives were 5 hours in advance of their pursuers. Aramis thought that there might be no imprudence in taking a little rest, but that to continue would make the matter more certain. 20 leagues more, performed with the same rapidity, 20 more leagues devoured, and no one, not even D'Artagnan, could overtake the enemies of the king. Aramis felt obliged, therefore, to inflict upon Porthos the pain of mounting on horseback again. They rode on till 7 o'clock in the evening, and had only 1 post more between them and Blois. But here a diabolical accident alarmed Aramis greatly. There were no horses at the post. The prelate asked himself by what infernal machination his enemies had succeeded in depriving him of the means of going further. He, who never recognized chance as a deity, who found a cause for every accident, preferred believing that the refusal of the postmaster at such an hour, in such a country, was the consequence of an order emanating from above, an order given with a view of stopping short the kingmaker in the midst of his flight. But at the moment he was about to fly into a passion, so as to procure either a horse or an explanation, he was struck with the recollection that the Comte de la Fère lived in the neighborhood.
"I am not traveling," said he. "I do not want horses for a whole stage. Find me 2 horses to go and pay a visit to a nobleman of my acquaintance who resides near this place."
"What nobleman?" asked the postmaster.
"Monsieur le Comte de la Fère."
"Oh," replied the postmaster, uncovering with respect.
"A very worthy nobleman, but whatever may be my desire to make myself agreeable to him, I cannot furnish you with horses, for all mine are engaged by Monsieur le Duc de Beaufort." "Indeed?"
said Aramis, much disappointed.
"Only," continued the postmaster, "if you will put up with a little carriage I have, I will harness an old blind horse who has still his legs left, and peradventure will draw you to the house of Monsieur le Comte de la Fère."
"It is worth a louis," said Aramis.
"No, monsieur, such a ride is worth no more than a crown. That is what Monsieur Grimaud, the Comte's intendant, always pays me when he makes use of that carriage, and I should not wish the Comte de la Fère to have to reproach me with having imposed on one of his friends."
"As you please," said Aramis,
"particularly as regards disobliging the Comte de la Fère. Only I think I have a right to give you a louis for your idea." "Oh, doubtless,"
replied the postmaster with delight, and he himself harnessed the ancient horse to the creaking carriage. In the meantime, Porthos was curious to behold. He imagined he had discovered a clue to the secret, and he felt pleased, because a visit to Athos in the first place promised him much satisfaction, and in the next gave him the hope of finding at the same time a good bed and good supper. The master, having got the carriage ready, ordered one of his men to drive the strangers to La Fère. Porthos took a seat by the side of Aramis, whispering in his ear,
"I understand."
"Aha," said Aramis.
"And what do you understand, my friend?"
"We are going on the part of the king to make some great proposal to Athos."
"Pooh," said Aramis.
"You need tell me nothing about it,"
added the worthy Porthos, endeavoring to reseat himself so as to avoid the jolting.
"You need tell me nothing. I shall guess."
"Well, do, my friend, guess away."
They arrived at Athos's dwelling about 9 o'clock in the evening, favored by a splendid moon. This cheerful light rejoiced Porthos beyond expression, but Aramis appeared annoyed by it in an equal degree. He could not help showing something of this to Porthos, who replied,
I guess how it is. The mission is a secret one."
These were his last words in the carriage. The driver interrupted him by saying,
"Gentlemen, we have arrived."
Porthos and his companion alighted before the gate of the little chateau, where we are about to meet again our old acquaintances, Athos and Bragelonne, the latter of whom had disappeared since the discovery of the infidelity of La Valliere. If there be one saying truer than another, it is this: great griefs contain within themselves the germ of consolation. This painful wound, inflicted upon Raoul, had drawn him nearer to his father again, and God knows how sweet were the consolations which flowed from the eloquent mouth and generous heart of Athos. The wound was not cicatrized, but Athos, by dint of conversing with his son and mixing a little more of his life with that of the young man, had brought him to understand that this pang of a first infidelity is necessary to every human existence, and that no one has loved without encountering it. Raoul listened again and again, but never understood. Nothing replaces in the deeply afflicted heart the remembrance and thought of the beloved object. Raoul then replied to the reasoning of his father: "Monsieur, all that you tell me is true. I believe that no one has suffered in the affections of the heart so much as you have. But you are a man too great by reason of intelligence, and too severely tried by adverse fortune, not to allow for the weakness of the soldier who suffers for the first time. I am paying a tribute that will not be paid a second time.
permit me to plunge myself so deeply in my grief that I may forget myself in it, that I may drown even my reason in it."
"Raoul, Raoul!"
"Listen, monsieur. Never shall I accustom myself to the idea that Louise, the most chaste, the most innocent of women, has been able to so basely deceive a man so honest and so true a lover as myself. Never can I persuade myself that I see that sweet noble mask changed into a hypocritical, lascivious face. Louise lost, Louise infamous. Ah, monseigneur, that idea is much more cruel to me than Raoul abandoned, Raoul unhappy."
Athos then employed the heroic remedy. He defended Louise against Raoul and justified her perfidy by her love. "A woman who would have yielded to a king because he is a king," said he, "would deserve to be styled infamous. But Louise loves Louis. Young, both they have forgotten. He his rank, she her vows. Love absolves everything, Raoul. The two young people love each other with sincerity." And when he had dealt this severe poniard thrust, Athos, with a sigh, saw Raoul bound away beneath the rankling wound and fly to the thickest recesses of the wood or the solitude of his chamber, whence after an hour he would return, pale, trembling, but subdued. Then, coming up to Athos with a smile, he would kiss his hand like the dog who, having been beaten, caresses a respected master to redeem his fault. Raoul redeemed nothing but his weakness, and only confessed his grief. Thus passed away the days that followed that scene in which Athos had so violently shaken the indomitable pride of the king. Never, when conversing with his son, did he make any allusion to that scene. Never did he give him the details of that vigorous lecture which might, perhaps, have consoled the young man by showing him his rival humbled. Athos did not wish that the offended lover should forget the respect due to his king. And when Bragelonne, ardent, angry, and melancholy, spoke with contempt of royal words, of the equivocal faith which certain madmen draw from promises that emanate from thrones, when, passing over 2 centuries with that rapidity of a bird that traverses a narrow strait to go from one continent to the other, Raoul ventured to predict the time in which kings would be esteemed as less than other men, Athos said to him in his serene, persuasive voice, "You are right, Raoul. All that you say will happen. Kings will lose their privileges as stars which have survived their eons lose their splendor. But when that moment comes, Raoul, we shall be dead. And remember well what I say to you. In this world, all, men, women, and kings, must live for the present. We can only live for the future, for God." This was the manner in which Athos and Raoul were, as usual, conversing, and walking backwards and forwards in the long alley of limes in the park, when the bell which served to announce to the comte either the hour of dinner or the arrival of a visitor was rung, and without attaching any importance to it, he turned toward the house with his son, and at the end of the alley they found themselves in the presence of Aramis and Porthos. End of chapter 54. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 55 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Last Adieu. Raoul uttered a cry and affectionately embraced Porthos. Aramis and Athos embraced like old men, and this embrace itself being a question for Aramis, he immediately said, "My friend, we have not long to remain with you." "Ah," said the comte.
"Only time to tell you of my good fortune,"
interrupted Porthos. "Ah," said Raoul. Athos looked silently at Aramis, whose sombre air had already appeared to him very little in harmony with the good news Porthos hinted. "What is the good fortune that has happened to you? Let us hear it," said Raoul with a smile.
The king has made me a duke,
said the worthy Porthos, with an air of mystery in the ear of the young man.
A duke by brevet.
But the asides of Porthos were always loud enough to be heard by everybody. His murmurs were in the diapason of ordinary roaring. Athos heard him and uttered an exclamation which made Aramis start. The latter took Athos by the arm, and after having asked Porthos's permission to say a word to his friend in private,
"My dear Athos," he began, "you see me overwhelmed with grief and trouble."
"With grief and trouble, my dear friend?" cried the comte. "Oh, what?"
"In 2 words, I have conspired against the king. That conspiracy has failed, and at this moment I am doubtless pursued."
"You are pursued? A conspiracy? Hey, my friend, what do you tell me?"
"The saddest truth. I am entirely ruined."
"Well, but Porthos, this title of duke, what does all that mean?"
"That is the subject of my severest pain. That is the deepest of my wounds. I have, believing in infallible success, drawn Porthos into my conspiracy. He threw himself into it, as you know he would do, with all his strength, without knowing what he was about. And now he is as much compromised as myself, as completely ruined as I am."
"Good God!" And Athos turned towards Porthos, who was smiling complacently.
"I must make you acquainted with the whole. Listen to me,"
continued Aramis, and he related the history as we know it. Athos, during the recital, several times felt the sweat break from his forehead. "It was a great idea," said he, "but a great error."
"For which I am punished, Athos."
"Therefore, I will not tell you my entire thought."
"Tell it, nevertheless."
"It is a crime."
"A capital crime. I know it is. Lèse majesté."
"Porthos, poor Porthos."
"What would you advise me to do? Success, as I have told you, was certain."
"Monsieur Fouquet is an honest man."
"And I a fool for having so ill judged him,"
said Aramis.
"Oh, the wisdom of man! Oh, millstone that grinds the world, and which is one day stopped by a grain of sand which has fallen, no one knows how, between its wheels."
"Say by a diamond, Aramis. But the thing is done. How do you think of acting?"
"I am taking away Porthos. The king will never believe that that worthy man has acted innocently. He can never believe that Porthos has thought he was serving the king whilst acting as he has done. His head would pay my fault. It shall not, must not be so."
"You are taking him away whither?"
"To Belle-Isle, at first. That is an impregnable place of refuge. Then I have the sea, and a vessel to pass over into England, where I have many relations."
"You? In England?"
"Yes, or else in Spain, where I have still more."
"But, our excellent Porthos, you ruin him, for the king will confiscate all his property."
"All is provided for. I know how, when once in Spain, to reconcile myself with Louis XIV and restore Porthos to favor."
"You have credit, seemingly, Aramis," said Athos with a discreet air.
"Much, and at the service of my friends."
These words were accompanied by a warm pressure of the hand. "Thank you," replied the comte.
"And while we are on this head," said Aramis, You are also a malcontent. You also, Raoul, have griefs to lay to the king. Follow our example. Pass over into Belle-Isle. Then we shall see. I guarantee upon my honor that in a month there will be war between France and Spain on the subject of this son of Louis XIII, who is an infante likewise, and whom France detains inhumanly. Now, as Louis XIV would have no inclination for a war on that subject, I will answer for an arrangement, the result of which must bring greatness to Porthos and to me, and a duchy in France to you, who are already a grandee of Spain. Will you join us?
No, for my part, I prefer having something to reproach the king with. It is a pride natural to my race, to pretend to a superiority over royal races. Doing what you propose, I should become the obliged of the king. I should certainly be the gainer on that ground, but I should be the loser in my conscience. No, thank you.
Then give me two things, Athos. Your absolution.
Oh, I give it to you if you really wish to avenge the weak and oppressed against the oppressor.
That is sufficient for me,
said Aramis with a blush which was lost in the obscurity of the night.
And now, give me your two best horses to gain the second post, as I have been refused any under the pretext of the Duc de Beaufort being traveling in this country.
You shall have the two best horses, Aramis, and again I recommend poor Porthos strongly to your care.
Oh, I have no fear on that score. One word more. Do you think I am maneuvering for him as I ought?
The evil being committed, yes. For the king would not pardon him, and you have, whatever may be said, always a supporter in Monsieur Fouquet, who will not abandon you, he being himself compromised, notwithstanding his heroic action.
You are right, and that is why, instead of gaining the sea at once, which would proclaim my fear and guilt, that is why I remain upon French ground. But Belle-Isle will be for me whatever ground I wish it to be, English, Spanish, or Roman, all will depend with me on the standard I shall think proper to unfurl.
How so?
It was I who fortified Belle-Isle, and so long as I defend it, nobody can take Belle-Isle from me. And then, as you have just now said, Monsieur Fouquet is there. Belle-Isle will not be attacked without the signature of Monsieur Fouquet.
That is true. Nevertheless, be prudent. The king is both cunning and strong.
Aramis smiled.
I again recommend Porthos to you,
repeated the count with a sort of cold persistence.
Whatever becomes of me, Count,
replied Aramis in the same tone,
our brother Porthos will fare as I do, or better.
Athos bowed whilst pressing the hand of Aramis, and turned to embrace Porthos with emotion.
I was born lucky, was I not?
Murmured the latter, transported with happiness as he folded his cloak round him.
Come, my dear friend,
said Aramis. Raoul had gone out to give orders for the saddling of the horses. The group was already divided. Athos saw his two friends on the point of departure, and something like a mist passed before his eyes and weighed upon his heart.
It is strange, thought he. Whence comes the inclination I feel to embrace Porthos once more?
At that moment Porthos turned round, and he came toward his old friend with open arms. This last endearment was tender as in youth, as in times when hearts were warm, life happy. And then Porthos mounted his horse. Aramis came back once more to throw his arms around the neck of Athos. The latter watched them along the high road, elongated by the shade in their white cloaks. Like phantoms, they seemed to enlarge on their departure from the earth, and it was not in the mist, but in the declivity of the ground, that they disappeared.
At the end of the perspective, both seemed to have given a spring with their feet, which made them vanish as if evaporated into cloudland. Then Athos, with a very heavy heart, turned toward the house, saying to Bragelonne, "Raoul, I don't know what it is that has just told me that I have seen those two for the last time." "It does not astonish me, monsieur, that you should have such a thought," replied the young man, "for I have at this moment the same, and think also that I shall never see Messieurs de Vallon and d'Herblay again." "Oh, you," replied the count, "you speak like a man rendered sad by a different cause. You see everything in black. You are young, and if you chance never to see these old friends again, it will be because they no longer exist in the world in which you have yet many years to pass. But I—" Raoul shook his head sadly, and leaned upon the shoulder of the count, without either of them finding another word in their hearts, which were ready to overflow. All at once a noise of horses and voices from the extremity of the road to Blois attracted their attention that way. Flambeau bearers shook their torches merrily among the trees of their route, and turned round from time to time to avoid distancing the horsemen who followed them. These flames, this noise, this dust of a dozen richly caparisoned horses formed a strange contrast in the middle of the night with the melancholy and almost funereal disappearance of the two shadows of Aramis and Porthos. Athos went toward the house, but he had hardly reached the parterre when the entrance gate appeared in a blaze. All the flambeaux stopped and appeared to inflame the road. A cry was heard of "Monsieur le Duc de Beaufort," and Athos sprang toward the door of his house. But the duke had already alighted from his horse and was looking around him. "I am here, monseigneur," said Athos.
"Ah, good evening, dear count,"
said the prince, with that frank cordiality which won him so many hearts.
"Is it too late for a friend?"
"Ah, my dear prince, come in," said the count. And Monsieur de Beaufort leaning on the arm of Athos, they entered the house, followed by Raoul, who walked respectfully and modestly among the officers of the prince, with several of whom he was acquainted. End of chapter 55. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 56 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Monsieur de Beaufort. The prince turned round at the moment when Raoul, in order to leave him alone with Athos, was shutting the door and preparing to go with the other officers into an adjoining apartment.
"Is that the young man I have heard Monsieur le Prince speak so highly of?"
asked Monsieur de Beaufort. "It is, monseigneur."
"He is quite the soldier. Let him stay, count. We cannot spare him."
"Remain, Raoul, since monseigneur permits it," said Athos.
"Ma foi, he is tall and handsome,"
continued the duke.
"Will you give him to me, monseigneur, if I ask him of you?"
"How am I to understand you, monseigneur?" said Athos.
"Why, I call upon you to bid you farewell."
"Farewell?"
"Yes, in good truth. Have you no idea of what I am about to become?"
"Why, I suppose what you have always been, monseigneur, a valiant prince and an excellent gentleman."
"I am going to become an African prince, a Bedouin gentleman. The king is sending me to make conquests among the Arabs."
"What is this you tell me, monseigneur?"
"Strange, is it not? I, the Parisian par excellence, I who have reigned in the faubourgs and have been called king of the Halles, I am going to pass from the Place Maubert to the minarets of Gigelli. From a frondeur, I am becoming an adventurer."
"Oh, monseigneur, if you did not yourself tell me that."
"It would not be credible, would it? Believe me, nevertheless, and we have but to bid each other farewell. This is what comes of getting into favor again."
"Into favor?"
"Yes, you smile. Ah, my dear count, do you know why I have accepted this enterprise? Can you guess?"
"Because your highness loves glory above everything."
"Oh, no, there is no glory in firing muskets at savages. I see no glory in that for my part, and it is more probable that I shall there meet with something else. But I have wished and still wish earnestly, my dear count, that my life should have that last facet, after all the whimsical exhibitions I have seen myself make during 50 years. For in short, you must admit that it is sufficiently strange to be born the grandson of a king, to have made war against kings, to have been reckoned among the powers of the age, to have maintained my rank, to feel Henry IV within me, to be great admiral of France, and then to go and get killed at Jejeli, among all those Turks, Saracens, and Moors."
"Monseigneur, you harp with strange persistence on that theme," said Athos in an agitated voice. "How can you suppose that so brilliant a destiny will be extinguished in that remote and miserable scene?"
"And can you believe, upright and simple as you are, that if I go into Africa for this ridiculous motive, I will not endeavor to come out of it without ridicule? Shall I not give the world cause to speak of me? And to be spoken of nowadays, when there are Monsieur le Prince, Monsieur de Turenne, and many others, my contemporaries, I, Admiral of France, grandson of Henry IV, King of Paris. Have I anything left but to get myself killed? Good Dieu! I will be talked of, I tell you. I shall be killed whether or not. If not there, somewhere else."
"Why, monseigneur, this is mere exaggeration, and hitherto you have shown nothing exaggerated save in bravery."
"Peste! My dear friend, there is bravery in facing scurvy, dysentery, locusts, poisoned arrows, as my ancestor Saint Louis did. Do you know those fellows still use poisoned arrows? And then, you know me of old, I fancy, and you know that when I once make up my mind to a thing, I perform it in grim earnest."
"Yes, you made up your mind to escape from Vincennes."
"Aye, but you aided me in that, my master, and apropos, I turned this way and that, without seeing my old friend. Monsieur Valgrimaud, how is he?"
"Monsieur Valgrimaud is still your highness's most respectful servant,"
said Athos, smiling. "I have 100 pistoles here for him, which I bring as a legacy. My will is made, count."
"Ah, monseigneur, monseigneur!"
"And you may understand that if Grimaud's name were to appear in my will—" The duke began to laugh. Then addressing Raoul, who from the commencement of this conversation had sunk into a profound reverie, "Young man," said he, "I know there is to be found here a certain de Vouvray wine, and I believe—" Raoul left the room precipitately to order the wine. In the meantime, Monsieur de Beaufort took the hand of Athos. "What do you mean to do with him?" asked he.
"Nothing at present, monseigneur."
"Ah, yes, I know. Since the passion of the king for La Valliere."
"Yes, monseigneur."
"That is all true, then, is it? I think I know her, that little La Valliere. She is not particularly handsome, if I remember right."
"No, monseigneur," said Athos.
"Do you know whom she reminds me of?"
"Does she remind your highness of anyone?"
"She reminds me of a very agreeable girl, whose mother lived in the Halle."
"Ah, ah," said Athos, smiling.
"Oh, the good old times,"
added Monsieur de Beaufort.
"Yes, La Valliere reminds me of that girl."
who had a son, had she not?"
"I believe she had," replied the duke, with careless naivete, and a complacent forgetfulness of which no words could translate the tone and the vocal expression. "Now, here is poor Raoul, who is your son, I believe."
"Yes, he is my son, monseigneur."
"And the poor lad has been cut out by the king, and he frets?"
"Still better, monseigneur, he abstains."
"You are going to let the boy rust in idleness. It is a mistake. Come, give him to me."
"My wish is to keep him at home, monseigneur. I have no longer anything in the world but him, and as long as he likes to remain."
"Well, well," replied the duke, "I could, nevertheless, have soon put matters to rights again. I assure you, I think he has in him the stuff of which marechals of France are made. I have seen more than one produced from less likely rough material."
"That is very probable, monseigneur, but it is the king who makes marechals of France, and Raoul will never accept anything of the king."
Raoul interrupted this conversation by his return. He preceded Grimaud, whose still steady hands carried the plateau with one glass and a bottle of the duke's favorite wine. On seeing his old protege, the duke uttered an exclamation of pleasure. "Grimaud! Good evening, Grimaud!" said he. "How goes it?" The servant bowed profoundly, as much gratified as his noble interlocutor. "Two old friends," said the duke, shaking honest Grimaud's shoulder after a vigorous fashion, which was followed by another still more profound and delighted bow from Grimaud. "But what is this, count? Only one glass."
"I should not think of drinking with your highness, unless your highness permitted me,"
replied Athos with noble humility. "Cordieu! You were right to bring only one glass. We will both drink out of it, like two brothers in arms. Begin, count."
"Do me the honor,"
said Athos, gently putting back the glass. "You are a charming friend," replied the Duc de Beaufort, who drank and passed the goblet to his companion. "But that is not all," continued he. "I am still thirsty, and I wish to do honor to this handsome young man who stands here. I carry good luck with me, Vicomte," said he to Raoul. "Wish for something while drinking out of my glass, and may the Black Plague grab me if what you wish does not come to pass." He held the goblet to Raoul, who hastily moistened his lips and replied with the same promptitude,
"I have wished for something, monseigneur."
His eyes sparkled with a gloomy fire, and the blood mounted to his cheeks. He terrified Athos, if only with his smile. "And what have you wished for?" replied the duke, sinking back into his fauteuil, whilst with one hand he returned the bottle to Grimaud and with the other gave him a purse.
"Will you promise me, monseigneur, to grant me what I wish for?"
"Pardieu! That is agreed upon."
"I wished, Monsieur le Duc, to go with you to Gigelli."
Athos became pale and was unable to conceal his agitation. The duke looked at his friend as if desirous to assist him to parry this unexpected blow. "That is difficult, my dear Vicomte, very difficult," added he in a lower tone of voice.
"Pardon me, monseigneur, I have been indiscreet," replied Raoul in a firm voice, "but as you yourself invited me to wish—" "To wish to leave me?"
said Athos.
"Oh, monsieur, can you imagine?"
"Well, mordieu!" cried the duke, "the young vicomte is right. What can he do here? He will go moldy with grief." Raoul blushed, and the excitable prince continued. "War is a distraction. We gain everything by it. We can only lose one thing by it, life. Then so much the worse."
"That is to say, memory," said Raoul eagerly. and that is to say, so much the better."
He repented of having spoken so warmly when he saw Athos rise and open the window, which was doubtless to conceal his emotion. Raoul sprang towards the comte, but the latter had already overcome his emotion and turned to the lights with a serene and impassible countenance.
"Well, come,"
said the duke,
"let us see. Shall he go or shall he not? If he goes, comte, he shall be my aide-de-camp, my son."
"Monseigneur,"
cried Raoul, bending his knee.
"Monseigneur,"
cried Athos, taking the hand of the duke,
"Raoul shall do just as he likes." "Oh, no, monsieur, just as you like,"
interrupted the young man.
"Par la corbleu!"
said the prince in his turn.
"It is neither the comte nor the vicomte that shall have his way. It is I. I will take him away. The marine offers a superb fortune, my friend."
Raoul smiled again so sadly that this time Athos felt his heart penetrated by it and replied to him by a severe look. Raoul comprehended it all. He recovered his calmness and was so guarded that not another word escaped him. The duke at length rose on observing the advanced hour and said with animation,
"I am in great haste, but if I am told I have lost time in talking with a friend, I will reply I have gained, on the balance, a most excellent recruit."
"Pardon me, Monsieur le Duc," interrupted Raoul. "Do not tell the king so, for it is not the king I wish to serve."
"Eh, my friend, whom then will you serve? The times are past when you might have said I belong to Monsieur de Beaufort. No, nowadays we all belong to the king, great or small. Therefore, if you serve on board my vessels, there can be nothing equivocal about it, my dear vicomte. It will be the king you will serve."
Athos waited with a kind of impatient joy for the reply about to be made to this embarrassing question by Raoul, the intractable enemy of the king his rival. The father hoped that the obstacle would overcome the desire. He was thankful to Monsieur de Beaufort, whose lightness and generous reflection had thrown an impediment in the way of the departure of a son, now his only joy. But Raoul, still firm and tranquil, replied,
"Monsieur le Duc, the objection you make I have already considered in my mind. I will serve on board your vessels because you do me the honor to take me with you, but I shall there serve a more powerful master than the king. I shall serve God."
"God? How so?"
said the duke and Athos together.
"My intention is to make profession and become a knight of Malta,"
added Bragelonne, letting fall one by one words more icy than the drops which fall from the bare trees after the tempests of winter. Under this blow Athos staggered and the prince himself was moved. Grimaud uttered a heavy groan and let fall the bottle, which was broken, without anybody paying attention. Monsieur de Beaufort looked the young man in the face and read plainly, though his eyes were cast down, the fire of resolution before which everything must give way. As to Athos, he was too well acquainted with that tender but inflexible soul. He could not hope to make it deviate from the fatal road it had just chosen. He could only press the hand the duke held out to him.
"Comte, I shall set off in 2 days for Toulon,"
said Monsieur de Beaufort. "Will you meet me at Paris, in order that I may know your determination?"
"I will have the honor of thanking you there, mon prince, for all your kindness,"
replied the comte.
"And be sure to bring the vicomte with you, whether he follows me or does not follow me," added the duke. "He has my word, and I only ask yours."
Having thrown a little balm upon the wound of the paternal heart, he pulled the ear of Grimaud, whose eyes sparkled more than usual, and regained his escort in the parterre. The horses, rested and refreshed, set off with spirit through the lovely night and soon placed a considerable distance between their master and the chateau. Athos and Bragelonne were again face to face. 11 o'clock was striking. The father and son preserved a profound silence toward each other, where an intelligent observer would have expected cries and tears. But these two men were of such a nature that all emotion following their final resolutions plunged itself so deep into their hearts that it was lost forever. They passed then, silently and almost breathlessly, the hour that preceded midnight. The clock, by striking alone, pointed out to them how many minutes had lasted the painful journey made by their souls in the immensity of the remembrances of the past and fear of the future. Athos rose first, saying, "It is late, then. Till tomorrow." Raoul rose and in his turn embraced his father. The latter held him clasped to his breast and said in a tremulous voice, "In 2 days you will have left me, my son. Left me forever, Raoul."
"Monsieur," replied the young man, "I had formed a determination, that of piercing my heart with my sword, but you would have thought that cowardly. I have renounced that determination, and therefore we must part."
"You leave me desolate by going, Raoul."
"Listen to me again, monsieur. I implore you. If I do not go, I shall die here of grief and love. I know how long a time I have to live thus. Send me away quickly, monsieur, or you will see me basely die before your eyes. In your house. This is stronger than my will, stronger than my strength. You may plainly see that within 1 month I have lived 30 years, and that I approach the end of my life."
"Then," said Athos coldly, "you go with the intention of getting killed in Africa? Oh, tell me, do not lie." Raoul grew deadly pale, and remained silent for 2 seconds, which were to his father 2 hours of agony. Then all at once,
"Monsieur,"
said he,
"I have promised to devote myself to God. In exchange for the sacrifice I make of my youth and liberty, I will only ask of him one thing, and that is to preserve me for you, because you are the only tie which attaches me to this world. God alone can give me the strength not to forget that I owe you everything, and that nothing ought to stand in my esteem before you."
Athos embraced his son tenderly and said, "You have just replied to me on the word of honor of an honest man. In 2 days we shall be with Monsieur de Beaufort at Paris, and you will then do what will be proper for you to do. You are free, Raoul. Adieu." And he slowly gained his bedroom. Raoul went down into the garden and passed the night in the alley of limes. End of chapter 56. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 57 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preparations for departure. Athos lost no more time in combating his immutable resolution. He gave all his attention to preparing, during the 2 days the duke had granted him, the proper appointments for Raoul. This labor chiefly concerned Grimaud, who immediately applied himself to it with the good will and intelligence we know he possessed. Athos gave this worthy servant orders to take the route to Paris when the equipments should be ready, and not to expose himself to the danger of keeping the duke waiting or delaying Raoul, so that the duke should perceive his absence. He himself, the day after the visit of Monsieur de Beaufort, set off for Paris with his son. For the poor young man it was an emotion easily to be understood, thus to return to Paris amongst all the people who had known and loved him. Every face recalled a pang to him who had suffered so much, to him who had loved so much, some circumstance of his unhappy love. Raoul, on approaching Paris, felt as if he were dying. Once in Paris, he really existed no longer. When he reached Guiche's residence, he was informed that Guiche was with Monsieur. Raoul took the road to Luxembourg, and when arrived,
Without suspecting that he was going to the place where La Valliere had lived, he heard so much music and respired so many perfumes, he heard so much joyous laughter, and saw so many dancing shadows that, if it had not been for a charitable woman who perceived him so dejected and pale beneath a doorway, he would have remained there a few minutes and then would have gone away, never to return. But as we have said, in the first antechamber he had stopped, solely for the sake of not mixing himself with all those happy beings he felt were moving around him in the adjacent salons. And as one of Monsieur's servants, recognizing him, had asked him if he wished to see Monsieur or Madame, Raoul had scarcely answered him, but had sunk down upon a bench near the velvet doorway, looking at a clock which had stopped for nearly an hour. The servant had passed on, and another, better acquainted with him, had come up and interrogated Raoul whether he should inform Monsieur de Guiche of his being there. This name did not even arouse the recollections of Raoul. The persistent servant went on to relate that de Guiche had just invented a new game of lottery, and was teaching it to the ladies. Raoul, opening his large eyes like the absent man in Theophrastus, made no answer, but his sadness increased 2 shades. With his head hanging down, his limbs relaxed, his mouth half open for the escape of his sighs, Raoul remained thus forgotten in the antechamber, when all at once a lady's robe passed, rubbing against the doors of a side salon which opened on the gallery. A lady, young, pretty, and gay, scolding an officer of the household, entered by that way and expressed herself with much vivacity. The officer replied in calm but firm sentences. It was rather a little love-pet than a quarrel of courtiers, and was terminated by a kiss on the fingers of the lady. Suddenly, on perceiving Raoul, the lady became silent, and pushing away the officer,
"Make your escape, Malicorne,"
said she.
"I did not think there was anyone here. I shall curse you if they have either heard or seen us."
Malicorne hastened away. The young lady advanced behind Raoul, and stretching her joyous face over him as he lay,
"Monsieur is a gallant man,"
said she,
"and no doubt—"
She here interrupted herself by uttering a cry.
"Raoul!"
said she, blushing.
"Mademoiselle de Montalais,"
said Raoul, paler than death. He rose unsteadily and tried to make his way across the slippery mosaic of the floor, but she had comprehended that savage and cruel grief. She felt that in the flight of Raoul there was an accusation of herself. A woman ever vigilant, she did not think she ought to let the opportunity slip of making good her justification. But Raoul, though stopped by her in the middle of the gallery, did not seem disposed to surrender without a combat. He took it up in a tone so cold and embarrassed that, if they had been thus surprised, the whole court would have no doubt about the proceedings of Mademoiselle de Montalais.
"Ah, monsieur,"
said she with disdain,
"what you are doing is very unworthy of a gentleman. My heart inclines me to speak to you. You compromise me by a reception almost uncivil. You are wrong, monsieur, and you confound your friends with enemies. Farewell."
Raoul had sworn never to speak of Louise, never even to look at those who might have seen Louise. He was going into another world that he might never meet with anything Louise had seen or even touched. But after the first shock of his pride, after having had a glimpse of Montalais, the companion of Louise, Montalais, who reminded him of the Turret de Blois and the joys of youth, all his reason faded away.
"Pardon me, mademoiselle, it enters not, it cannot enter into my thoughts to be uncivil." "Do you wish to speak to me?"
said she, with the smile of former days.
"Well, come somewhere else, for we may be surprised."
"Oh?" said he. She looked at the clock doubtingly, then, having reflected,
"In my apartment,"
said she,
"we shall have an hour to ourselves."
And taking a course lighter than a fairy, she ran up to her chamber, followed by Raoul, shutting the door and placing in the hands of her camariste the mantle she had held upon her arm.
"You were seeking Monsieur de Guiche. were you not?"
said she to Raoul.
"Yes, mademoiselle." "I will go and ask him to come up here presently, after I have spoken to you." "Do so, mademoiselle." "Are you angry with me?"
Raoul looked at her for a moment, then casting down his eyes.
"Yes," said he. "You think I was concerned in the plot which brought about the rupture, do you not?" "Rupture?" said he with bitterness. "Oh, mademoiselle, there can be no rupture where there has been no love." "You are in error,"
replied Montalais.
"Louise did love you."
Raoul started.
"Not with love, I know, but she liked you, and you ought to have married her before you set out for London."
Raoul broke into a sinister laugh, which made Mademoiselle shudder.
"You tell me that very much at your ease, mademoiselle. Do people marry whom they like? You forget that the king then kept for himself as his mistress her of whom we are speaking." "Listen," said the young woman, pressing the hands of Raoul in her own. "You were wrong in every way. A man of your age ought never to leave a woman of hers alone." "There is no longer any faith in the world, then," said Raoul. "No, Vicomte," said Montalais quietly. "Nevertheless, let me tell you that if, instead of loving Louise coldly and philosophically, you had endeavored to awaken her to love—" "Enough, I pray you, mademoiselle," said Raoul. "I feel as though you are all of both sexes of a different age from me. You can laugh and you can banter agreeably. Mademoiselle, I loved Mademoiselle de—" Raoul could not pronounce her name. "I loved her well. I put my faith in her. Now I am quits by loving her no longer." "Oh, Vicomte," said Montalais, pointing to his reflection in a looking-glass. "I know what you mean, mademoiselle. I am much altered, am I not? Well, do you know why? Because my face is the mirror of my heart, the outer surface changed to match the mind within." "You are consoled, then?" said Montalais sharply. "No, I shall never be consoled." "I don't understand you, Monsieur de Bragelonne." "I care but little for that. I do not quite understand myself." "You have not even tried to speak to Louise?" "Who? I?" exclaimed the young man with eyes flashing fire. "I? Why do you not advise me to marry her? Perhaps the king would consent now." And he rose from his chair full of anger. "I see," said Montalais, "that you are not cured, and that Louise has one enemy the more." "One enemy the more?" "Yes, favorites are but little beloved at the court of France." "Oh, while she has her lover to protect her, is not that enough? She has chosen him of such a quality that her enemies cannot prevail against her." But stopping all at once. "And then she has you for a friend, mademoiselle," added he with a shade of irony which did not glide off the cuirass. "Who? I? Oh no, I am no longer one of those whom Mademoiselle de la Valliere condescends to look upon. But—" This but, so big with menace and with storm, this but, which made the heart of Raoul beat, such griefs did it presage for her whom lately he loved so dearly, this terrible but, so significant in women like Montalais, was interrupted by a moderately loud noise heard by the speakers proceeding from the alcove behind the wainscoting. Montalais turned round to listen, and Raoul was already rising when a lady entered the room quietly by the secret door which she closed after her. "Madame!"
exclaimed Raoul, on recognizing the sister-in-law of the king.
"Stupid wretch!"
murmured Montalais, throwing herself, but too late, before the princess.
"I have been mistaken in an hour."
She had, however, time to warn the princess, who was walking toward Raoul.
"Monsieur de Bragelonne, madame."
And at these words the princess drew back, uttering a cry in her turn.
"Your Royal Highness," said Montalais with volubility, "is kind enough to think of this lottery, and—"
The princess began to lose countenance. Raoul hastened his departure without divining all, but he felt that he was in the way. Madame was preparing a word of transition to recover herself, when a closet opened in front of the alcove, and Monsieur de Guiche issued, all radiant, also from that closet. The palest of the four, we must admit, was still Raoul. The princess, however, was near fainting, and was obliged to lean upon the foot of the bed for support. No one ventured to support her. The scene occupied several minutes of terrible suspense. But Raoul broke it. He went up to the count, whose inexpressible emotion made his knees tremble, and taking his hand,
"Dear count," said he, "tell madame I am too unhappy not to merit pardon. Tell her also that I have loved in the course of my life, and that the horror of the treachery that has been practiced on me renders me inexorable towards all other treachery that may be committed around me. This is why, mademoiselle," said he, smiling, to Montalais, "I would never divulge the secret of the visits of my friend to your apartment. Obtain from madame who is so clement and so generous, obtain her pardon for you, whom she has just surprised also. You are both free. Love each other. Be happy."
The princess felt for a moment a despair that cannot be described. It was repugnant to her, notwithstanding the exquisite delicacy which Raoul had exhibited, to feel herself at the mercy of one who had discovered such an indiscretion. It was equally repugnant to her to accept the evasion offered by this delicate deception. Agitated, nervous, she struggled against the double stings of these two troubles. Raoul comprehended her position, and came once more to her aid. Bending his knee before her,
"Madame,"
said he in a low voice,
"in 2 days I shall be far from Paris. In a fortnight I shall be far from France, where I shall never be seen again." "Are you going away, then?"
said she with great delight.
"With Monsieur de Beaufort."
"Into Africa?"
cried De Guiche in his turn.
"You, Raoul! Oh, my friend, into Africa, where everybody dies!"
And forgetting everything, forgetting that forgetfulness itself compromised the princess more eloquently than his presence.
"Ingrate!"
said he.
"And you have not even consulted me!"
And he embraced him, during which time Montalais had led away madame and disappeared herself. Raoul passed his hand over his brow and said with a smile,
"I have been dreaming."
Then warmly to Guiche, who by degrees absorbed him,
"My friend,"
said he,
"I conceal nothing from you, who are the elected of my heart. I am going to seek death in yonder country. Your secret will not remain in my breast more than a year."
"Oh, Raoul, a man!"
"Do you know what is my thought, count? This is it. I shall live more vividly, being buried beneath the earth, than I have lived for this month past. We are Christians, my friend, and if such sufferings were to continue, I would not be answerable for the safety of my soul."
De Guiche was anxious to raise objections.
"Not one word more on my account," said Raoul. "But advice to you, dear friend. What I am going to say to you is of much greater importance."
"What is that?"
"Without doubt you risk much more than I do, because you love."
"Oh!"
"It is a joy so sweet to me to be able to speak to you thus. Well, then, De Guiche, beware of Montalais."
"What? Of that kind friend?"
She was the friend of her you know of. She ruined her by pride.
You are mistaken.
And now, when she has ruined her, she would ravish from her the only thing that renders that woman excusable in my eyes.
What is that?
Her love.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that there is a plot formed against her who is the mistress of the king, a plot formed in the very house of Madame.
Can you think so?
I am certain of it.
By Montalais.
Take her as the least dangerous of the enemies I dread for the other.
Explain yourself clearly, my friend, and if I can understand you—
In 2 words, Madame has been long jealous of the king.
I know she has.
Oh, fear nothing. You are beloved. You are beloved, Count. Do you feel the value of these 3 words? They signify that you can raise your head, that you can sleep tranquilly, that you can thank God every minute of your life. You are beloved. That signifies that you may hear everything, even the counsel of a friend who wishes to preserve your happiness. You are beloved, De Guiche. You are beloved. You do not endure those atrocious nights, those nights without end, which, with arid eye and fainting heart, others pass through who are destined to die. You will live long if you act like the miser who bit by bit, crumb by crumb, collects and heaps up diamonds and gold. You are beloved. Allow me to tell you what you must do that you may be beloved forever.
De Guiche contemplated for some time this unfortunate young man, half mad with despair, till there passed through his heart something like remorse at his own happiness. Raoul suppressed his feverish excitement to assume the voice and countenance of an impassible man.
They will make her, whose name I should wish still to be able to pronounce, they will make her suffer. Swear to me that you will not second them in anything, but that you will defend her when possible, as I would have done myself.
I swear I will, replied De Guiche.
And,
continued Raoul,
some day when you shall have rendered her a great service, some day when she shall thank you, promise me to say these words to her. I have done you this kindness, madame, at the warm request of Monsieur de Bragelonne, whom you so deeply injured.
I swear I will, murmured De Guiche.
That is all. Adieu. I set out tomorrow or the day after for Toulon. If you have a few hours to spare, give them to me.
All? All? Cried the young man.
Thank you.
And what are you going to do now?
I am going to meet Monsieur le Comte at Planchet's residence, where we hope to find Monsieur d'Artagnan.
Monsieur d'Artagnan?
Yes, I wish to embrace him before my departure. He is a brave man who loves me dearly. Farewell, my friend. You are expected, no doubt. You will find me, when you wish, at the lodgings of the Comte. Farewell.
The 2 young men embraced. Those who chanced to see them both thus would not have hesitated to say, pointing to Raoul, "That is the happy man." End of chapter 57. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 58 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Planchet's Inventory. Athos, during the visit made to the Luxembourg by Raoul, had gone to Planchet's residence to inquire after D'Artagnan. The Comte, on arriving at the Rue des Lombards, found the shop of the grocer in great confusion, but it was not the encumberment of a lucky sale, or that of an arrival of goods. Planchet was not enthroned as usual on sacks and barrels. No, a young man with a pen behind his ear and another with an account book in his hand were setting down a number of figures whilst the third counted and weighed. An inventory was being taken. Athos, who had no knowledge of commercial matters, felt himself a little embarrassed by material obstacles and the majesty of those who were thus employed. He saw several customers sent away, and asked himself whether he, who came to buy nothing, would not be more properly deemed importunate. He therefore asked very politely if he could see Monsieur Planchet. The reply, quite carelessly given, was that Monsieur Planchet was packing his trunks. These words surprised Athos. "What? His trunks?" said he. "Is Monsieur Planchet going away?"
"Yes, monsieur, directly."
"Then, if you please, inform him that Monsieur le Comte de la Fère desires to speak to him for a moment." At the mention of the comte's name, one of the young men, no doubt accustomed to hear it pronounced with respect, immediately went to inform Planchet. It was at this moment that Raoul, after his painful scene with Montalais and De Guiche, arrived at the grocer's house. Planchet left his job directly he received the comte's message.
"Ah, Monsieur le Comte!" exclaimed he, "how glad I am to see you! What good star brings you here?"
"My dear Planchet," said Athos, pressing the hand of his son, whose sad look he silently observed, "we are come to learn of you. But in what confusion do I find you? You are as white as a miller. Where have you been rummaging?"
"Ah, diable! Take care, monsieur! Don't come near me till I have well shaken myself."
"What for? Flour or dust only whiten?"
"No, no! What you see on my arms is arsenic."
"Arsenic?"
"Yes, I am taking my precautions against rats."
"Aye, I suppose in an establishment like this, rats play a conspicuous part."
"It is not with this establishment I concern myself, Monsieur le Comte. The rats have robbed me of more here than they will ever rob me of again."
"What do you mean?"
"Why, you may have observed, monsieur, my inventory is being taken."
"Are you leaving trade, then?"
Mon Dieu! Yes, I have disposed of my business to one of my young men."
"Ah, you are rich, then, I suppose?"
"Monsieur, I have taken a dislike to the city. I don't know whether it is because I am growing old, and, as Monsieur d'Artagnan one day said, when we grow old we more often think of the adventures of our youth, but for some time past I have felt myself attracted toward the country and gardening. I was a countryman formerly." And Planchet marked this confession with a rather pretentious laugh for a man making profession of humility. Athos made a gesture of approval, and then added, "You are going to buy an estate, then?" "I have bought one, monsieur."
"Ah, that is still better."
"A little house at Fontainebleau, with something like 20 acres of land round it."
"Very well, Planchet. Accept my compliments on your acquisition."
"But, monsieur, we are not comfortable here. The cursed dust makes you cough. Corbleu! I do not wish to poison the most worthy gentleman in the kingdom."
Athos did not smile at this little pleasantry which Planchet had aimed at him in order to try his strength in mundane facetiousness. "Yes," said Athos, "let us have a little talk by ourselves, in your own room, for example. You have a room, have you not?"
"Certainly, Monsieur le Comte."
"Upstairs, perhaps?" And Athos, seeing Planchet a little embarrassed, wished to relieve him by going first.
"It is, but—" said Planchet, hesitating.
Athos was mistaken in the cause of this hesitation, and attributing it to a fear the grocer might have of offering humble hospitality. "Never mind, never mind," said he, still going up.
The dwelling of a tradesman in this quarter is not expected to be a palace. Come on."
Raoul nimbly preceded him and entered first. Two cries were heard simultaneously, we may say three. One of these cries dominated the others. It emanated from a woman. Another proceeded from the mouth of Raoul. It was an exclamation of surprise. He had no sooner uttered it than he shut the door sharply. The third was from fright. It came from Planchet. "I ask your pardon," added he. "Madame is dressing." Raoul had no doubt seen that what Planchet said was true, for he turned round to go downstairs again.
"Madame," said Athos. "Oh, pardon me, Planchet. I did not know that you had upstairs."
"It is Truchen," added Planchet, blushing a little.
"It is whoever you please, my good Planchet, but pardon my rudeness."
"No, no, go up now, gentlemen."
"We will do no such thing," said Athos.
"Oh, madame, having notice, has had time."
"No, Planchet, farewell."
Gentlemen, you would not disoblige me by thus standing on the staircase, or by going away without having sat down."
"If we had known you had a lady upstairs," replied Athos with his customary coolness, "we would have asked permission to pay our respects to her."
Planchet was so disconcerted by this little extravagance that he forced the passage and himself opened the door to admit the comte and his son. Truchen was quite dressed, in the costume of the shopkeeper's wife, rich yet coquettish, German eyes attacking French eyes. She left the apartment after two courtesies and went down into the shop, but not without having listened at the door to know what Planchet's gentlemen visitors would say of her. Athos suspected that, and therefore turned the conversation accordingly. Planchet, on his part, was burning to give explanations, which Athos avoided. But, as certain tenacities are stronger than others, Athos was forced to hear Planchet recite his idylls of felicity, translated into a language more chaste than that of Longus. So Planchet related how Truchen had charmed the years of his advancing age and brought good luck to his business as Ruth did to Boaz.
"You want nothing now, then, but heirs to your property?"
"If I had one, he would have 300,000 livres," said Planchet.
"You must have one, then," said Athos phlegmatically, "if only to prevent your little fortune being lost."
This word little fortune placed Planchet in his rank like the voice of a sergeant, when Planchet was but a piqueur in the regiment of Piedmont, in which Rochefort had placed him. Athos perceived that the grocer would marry Truchen, and in spite of fate establish a family. This appeared the more evident to him when he learned that the young man to whom Planchet was selling the business was her cousin. Having heard all that was necessary of the happy prospects of the retiring grocer,
"What is Monsieur d'Artagnan about?" said he. "He is not at the Louvre."
"Ah, Monsieur le Comte, Monsieur d'Artagnan has disappeared."
"Disappeared?" said Athos in surprise.
"Ah, monsieur, we know what that means."
"But I do not know it."
"Whenever Monsieur d'Artagnan disappears, it is always for some mission or some great affair."
"Has he said anything to you about it?"
"Never."
"You were acquainted with his departure for England formerly, were you not?"
"On account of the speculation," said Planchet heedlessly.
"The speculation?"
"I mean," interrupted Planchet, quite confused.
Well, well, neither your affairs nor those of your master are in question. The interest we take in him alone has induced me to apply to you. Since the captain of the musketeers is not here, and as we cannot learn from you where we are likely to find Monsieur d'Artagnan, we will take our leave of you. Au revoir, Planchet, au revoir. Let us be gone, Raoul."
"Monsieur le Comte, I wish I were able to tell you."
"Oh, not at all. I am not the man to reproach a servant with discretion." This word servant struck rudely on the ears of the demi-millionaire Planchet, but natural respect and bonhomie prevailed over pride.
"There is nothing indiscreet in telling you, Monsieur le Comte. Monsieur d'Artagnan came here the other day."
"Uh-huh."
"And remained several hours consulting a geographical chart."
"You are right, then, my friend. Say no more about it."
"And the chart is there as a proof," added Planchet, who went to fetch from the neighboring wall, where it was suspended by a twist forming a triangle with the bar of the window to which it was fastened, the plan consulted by the captain on his last visit to Planchet. This plan, which he brought to the comte, was a map of France upon which the practiced eye of that gentleman discovered an itinerary marked out with small pins. Wherever a pin was missing, a hole denoted its having been there. Athos, by following with his eye the pins and holes, saw that D'Artagnan had taken the direction of the south, and gone as far as the Mediterranean toward Toulon. It was near Cannes that the marks and the punctured places ceased. The Comte de la Fère puzzled his brains for some time to divine what the musketeer could be going to do at Cannes, and what motive could have led him to examine the banks of the Var. The reflections of Athos suggested nothing. His accustomed perspicacity was at fault. Raoul's researches were not more successful than his father's. "Never mind," said the young man to the comte, who silently and with his finger had made him understand the route of D'Artagnan. "We must confess that there is a providence always occupied in connecting our destiny with that of Monsieur d'Artagnan. There he is on the coast of Cannes, and you, monsieur, will at least conduct me as far as Toulon. Be assured that we shall meet with him more easily upon our route than on this map." Then, taking leave of Planchet, who was scolding his shopman, even the cousin of Truchen, his successor, the gentleman set out to pay a visit to Monsieur de Beaufort. On leaving the grocer's shop, they saw a coach, the future depository of the charms of Mademoiselle Truchen and Planchet's bags of crowns. "Everyone journeys towards happiness by the route he chooses," said Raoul in a melancholy tone. "Road to Fontainebleau!"
cried Planchet to his coachman. End of chapter 58. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 59 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The inventory of Monsieur de Beaufort. To have talked of D'Artagnan with Planchet, to have seen Planchet quit Paris to bury himself in his country retreat, had been for Athos and his son like a last farewell to the noise of the capital, to their life of former days. What, in fact, did these men leave behind them? One of whom had exhausted the past age in glory, and the other the present age in misfortune. Evidently, neither of them had anything to ask of his contemporaries. They had only to pay a visit to Monsieur de Beaufort and arrange with him the particulars of departure. The duke was lodged magnificently in Paris. He had one of those superb establishments pertaining to great fortunes, the like of which certain old men remembered to have seen in all their glory in the times of wasteful liberality of Henry III's reign. Then, really, several great nobles were richer than the king. They knew it, used it, and never deprived themselves of the pleasure of humiliating his royal majesty when they had an opportunity. It was this egotistical aristocracy Richelieu had constrained to contribute, with its blood, its purse, and its duties, to what was from his time styled the king's service. From Louis XI, that terrible mower down of the great, to Richelieu, how many families had raised their heads? How many, from Richelieu to Louis XV, had bowed their heads never to raise them again? But Monsieur de Beaufort was born a prince, and of a blood which is not shed upon scaffolds unless by decree of peoples, a prince who had kept up a grand style of living. How did he maintain his horses, his people, and his table? Nobody knew, himself less than others. Only there were then privileges for the sons of kings, to whom nobody refused to become a creditor, whether from respect or the persuasion that they would some day be paid. Athos and Raoul found the mansion of the duke in as much confusion as that of Planchet's. The duke, likewise, was making his inventory. That is to say, he was distributing to his friends everything of value he had in his house. Owing nearly 2 millions, an enormous amount in those days, Monsieur de Beaufort had calculated that he could not set out for Africa without a good round sum, and in order to find that sum, he was distributing to his old creditors plate, arms, jewels, and furniture, which was more magnificent in selling it, and brought him back double. In fact, how could a man to whom 10,000 livres were owing refuse to carry away a present worth 6,000, enhanced in estimation from having belonged to a descendant of Henry IV? And how, after having carried away that present, could he refuse 10,000 livres more to this generous noble? This, then, was what had happened. The duke had no longer a dwelling house. That had become useless to an admiral whose place of residence is his ship. He had no longer need of superfluous arms, when he was placed amidst his cannons. No more jewels, which the sea might rob him of, but he had 300,000 or 400,000 crowns fresh in his coffers. And throughout the house there was a joyous movement of people who believed they were plundering Monseigneur. The prince had, in a supreme degree, the art of making happy the creditors most to be pitied. Every distressed man, every empty purse found in him patience and sympathy for his position. To some he said, "I wish I had what you have, I would give it to you." And to others, "I have but this silver ewer, it is worth at least 500 livres. Take it." The effect of which was, so truly is courtesy a current payment, that the prince constantly found means to renew his creditors. This time he used no ceremony. It might be called a general pillage. He gave up everything. The oriental fable of the poor Arab who carried away from the pillage of palace a kettle, at the bottom of which was concealed a bag of gold, and whom everybody allowed to pass without jealousy, this fable had become a truth in the prince's mansion. Many contractors paid themselves upon the offices of the duke. Thus, the provision department, who plundered the clothes presses and the harness rooms, attached very little value to things which tailors and saddlers set great store by. Anxious to carry home to their wives presents given them by Monseigneur, many were seen bounding joyously along under the weight of earthen jars and bottles gloriously stamped with the arms of the prince. Monsieur de Beaufort finished by giving away his horses and the hay from his lofts. He made more than 30 happy with kitchen utensils, and 30 more with the contents of his cellar. Still further, all these people went away with the conviction that Monsieur de Beaufort only acted in this manner to prepare for a new fortune concealed beneath the Arabs' tents. They repeated to each other, while pillaging his hotel, that he was sent to Jejeli by the king to reconstruct his lost fortunes, that the treasures of Africa would be equally divided between the admiral and the king of France, that these treasures consisted in mines of diamonds or other fabulous stones. The gold and silver mines of Mount Atlas did not even obtain the honor of being named. In addition to the mines to be worked, which could not be begun till after the campaign, there would be the booty made by the army. Monsieur de Beaufort would lay his hands on all the riches pirates had robbed Christendom of since the Battle of Lepanto. The number of millions from these sources defied calculation. Why, then, should he, who was going in quest of such treasure, set any store by the poor utensils of his past life? And reciprocally, why should they spare the property of him who spared it so little himself? Such was the position of affairs. Athos, with his piercing, practised glance, saw what was going on at once. He found the admiral of France a little exalted, for he was rising from a table of 50 covers, at which the guests had drunk long and deeply to the prosperity of the expedition, at the conclusion of which repast the remains with the dessert had been given to the servants, and the empty dishes and plates to the curious. The prince was intoxicated with his ruin and his popularity at one and the same time. He had drunk his old wine to the health of his wine of the future, when he saw Athos and Raoul.
"There is my aide-de-camp being brought to me," he cried. "Come hither, comte! Come hither, vicomte!"
Athos tried to find a passage through the heaps of linen and plate.
"Ah, step over, said
the duke, offering a full glass to Athos. The latter drank it. Raoul scarcely moistened his lips.
"Here is your commission," said the prince to Raoul. "I had it prepared, reckoning upon you. You will go before me as far as Antibes."
"Yes, monseigneur."
"Here is the order."
And de Beaufort gave Raoul the order.
"Do you know anything of the sea?"
"Yes, monseigneur. I have traveled with Monsieur le Prince."
"That is well. All these barges and lighters must be in attendance to form an escort and carry my provisions. The army must be prepared to embark in a fortnight at the very latest."
"That shall be done, monseigneur."
"The present order gives you the right to visit and search all the isles along the coast. You will there make the enrolments and levies you may want for me."
"Yes, monsieur le duc."
"And you are an active man, and will work freely. You will spend much money."
"I hope not, monseigneur."
"But I am sure you will. My intendant has prepared the orders of 1,000 livres, drawn upon the cities of the south. He will give you 100 of them. Now, dear vicomte, be gone."
Athos interrupted the prince. "Keep your money, monseigneur. War is to be waged among the Arabs with gold as well as lead."
"I wish to try the contrary," replied the duke. "And then you are acquainted with my ideas upon the expedition. Plenty of noise, plenty of fire, and if so it must be, I shall disappear in the smoke."
Having spoken thus, Monsieur de Beaufort began to laugh, but his mirth was not reciprocated by Athos and Raoul. He perceived this at once.
"Ha!"
said he, with the courteous egotism of his rank and age.
"You are such people as a man should not see after dinner. You are cold, stiff, and dry, when I am all fire, suppleness, and wine. No, devil take me, I should always see you fasting, vicomte, and you, comte, if you wear such a face as that, you shall see me no more."
He said this, pressing the hand of Athos, who replied with a smile, "Monseigneur, do not talk so grandly because you happen to have plenty of money. I predict that within a month you will be dry, stiff, and cold, in presence of your strong box, and then that, having Raoul at your elbow, fasting, you will be surprised to see him gay, animated, and generous, because he will have some new crowns to offer you."
"God grant it may be so!" cried the delighted duke. "Comte, stay with me."
"No, I shall go with Raoul. The mission with which you charge him is a troublesome and difficult one. Alone, it would be too much for him to execute. You do not observe, monseigneur, you have given him command of the first order."
"Bah!"
"And in your naval arrangements, too."
"That may be true, but one finds that such fine young fellows as your son generally do all that is required of them."
"Monseigneur, I believe you will find nowhere so much zeal and intelligence, so much real bravery as in Raoul, but if he failed to arrange your embarkation, you would only meet the fate that you deserve."
"Humph! You are scolding me, then."
"Monseigneur, to provision a fleet, to assemble a flotilla, to enroll your maritime force would take an admiral a year. Raoul is a cavalry officer, and you allow him a fortnight."
"I tell you, he will do it."
"He may, but I will go and help him."
"To be sure you will. I reckoned upon you, and still further believe that when we are once at Toulon, you will not let him depart alone."
"Oh," said Athos, shaking his head.
"Patience, patience."
Monseigneur, permit us to take our leave."
"Begone, then, and may my good luck attend you."
"Adieu, Monseigneur, and may your own good luck attend you likewise." "Here is an expedition admirably commenced," said Athos to his son. "No provisions, no store flotilla. What can be done thus?" Murmured Raoul. "If all are going to do as I am, provisions will not be wanted." "Monsieur," replied Athos sternly, "do not be unjust and senseless in your egotism, or your grief, whichever you please to call it. If you set out for this war solely with the intention of getting killed therein, you stand in need of nobody, and it was scarcely worth while to recommend you to Monsieur de Beaufort. But when you have been introduced to the prime commandant, when you have accepted the responsibility of a post in his army, the question is no longer about you, but about all those poor soldiers who, as well as you, have hearts and bodies, who will weep for their country and endure all the necessities of their condition. Remember, Raoul, that officers are ministers as useful to the world as priests, and that they ought to have more charity." "Monsieur, I know it and have practiced it. I would have continued to do so still, but—" "You forget also that you are of a country that is proud of its military glory. Go and die if you like, but do not die without honor and without advantage to France. Cheer up, Raoul. Do not let my words grieve you. I love you and wish to see you perfect." "I love your reproaches, monsieur," said the young man mildly. "They alone may cure me, because they prove to me that someone loves me still." "And now, Raoul, let us be off. The weather is so fine, the heavens so clear, those heavens which we always find above our heads, which you will see more clear still at Gigelli, and which will speak to you of me there, as they speak to me here of God." The two gentlemen, after having agreed on this point, talked over the wild freaks of the duke, convinced that France would be served in a very incomplete manner, as regarded both spirit and practice, in the ensuing expedition, and having summed up the ducal policy under the one word vanity, they set forward in obedience rather to their will than destiny. The sacrifice was half accomplished. End of chapter 59. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 60 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Silver Dish. The journey passed off pretty well. Athos and his son traversed France at the rate of 15 leagues per day, sometimes more, sometimes less, according to the intensity of Raoul's grief. It took them a fortnight to reach Toulon, and they lost all traces of D'Artagnan at Antibes. They were forced to believe that the captain of the musketeers was desirous of preserving an incognito on his route, for Athos derived from his inquiries an assurance that such a cavalier as he described had exchanged his horse for a well-closed carriage on quitting Avignon. Raoul was much affected at not meeting with D'Artagnan. His affectionate heart longed to take a farewell, and received consolation from that heart of steel. Athos knew from experience that D'Artagnan became impenetrable when engaged in any serious affair, whether on his own account or on the service of the king. He even feared to offend his friend, or thwart him by too pressing inquiries. And yet when Raoul commenced his labor of classing the flotilla, and got together the chalons and lighters to send them to Toulon, one of the fishermen told the comte that his boat had been laid up to refit since a trip he had made on account of a gentleman who was in great haste to embark. Athos, believing that this man was telling a falsehood in order to be left at liberty to fish, and so gain more money when all his companions were gone, insisted upon having the details. The fisherman informed him that 6 days previously a man had come in the night to hire his boat, for the purpose of visiting the island of Saint Honorat. The price was agreed upon, but the gentleman had arrived with an immense carriage case, which he insisted upon embarking in spite of the many difficulties that opposed the operation. The fisherman wished to retract. He had even threatened, but his threats had procured him nothing but a shower of blows from the gentleman's cane, which fell upon his shoulders sharp and long. Swearing and grumbling, he had recourse to the syndic of his brotherhood at Antibes, who administered justice among themselves and protect each other. But the gentleman had exhibited a certain paper, at sight of which the syndic, bowing to the very ground, enjoined obedience from the fisherman, and abused him for having been refractory. They then departed with the freight. "But all this does not tell us," said Athos, "how you injured your boat."
"This is the way. I was steering towards Saint Honorat with the gentleman desired me, but he changed his mind and pretended that I could not pass to the south of the abbey."
"And why not?"
"Because, monsieur, there is in front of the square tower of the Benedictines, toward the southern point, the bank of the Moines."
"A rock?" asked Athos.
"Level with the water, but below the water, a dangerous passage, yet one I have cleared 1,000 times. The gentleman required me to land him at Saint Marguerite's."
"Well?"
"Well, monsieur," cried the fisherman with his Provençal accent, "a man is a sailor or he is not. He knows his course or he is nothing but a freshwater lubber. I was obstinate and wished to try the channel. The gentleman took me by the collar and told me quietly he would strangle me. My mate armed himself with a hatchet, and so did I. We had the affront of the night before to pay him out for, but the gentleman drew his sword and used it in such an astonishingly rapid manner that we neither of us could get near him. I was about to hurl my hatchet at his head, and I had a right to do so, hadn't I, monsieur? For a sailor aboard is master, as a citizen is in his chamber. I was going then, in self-defence, to cut the gentleman in two, when all at once, believe me or not, monsieur, the great carriage case opened of itself, I don't know how, and there came out of it a sort of phantom, his head covered with a black helmet and a black mask, something terrible to look upon, which came towards me, threatening with its fist."
"And that was?" said Athos.
"That was the devil, monsieur, for the gentleman with great glee cried out on seeing him, 'Ah, thank you, monseigneur.'"
"A most strange story," murmured the comte, looking at Raoul.
"And what did you do?"
asked the latter of the fisherman.
"You must know, monsieur, that two poor men such as we are could be no match for two gentlemen, but when one of them turned out to be the devil, we had no earthly chance. My companion and I did not stop to consult one another. We made but one jump into the sea, for we were within 700 or 800 feet of the shore."
"Well, and then?"
"Why, and then, monseigneur, as there was a little wind from the southwest, the boat drifted into the sands of Saint Marguerite's."
"Oh, but the travelers?"
"Bah! You need not be uneasy about them. It was pretty plain that one was the devil, and protected the other, for when we recovered the boat, after she got afloat again, instead of finding these two creatures injured by the shock, we found nothing, not even the carriage or the case."
"Very strange, very strange," repeated the comte. "But after that, what did you do, my friend?"
"I made my complaint to the governor of Saint Marguerite's, who brought my finger under my nose by telling me if I plagued him with such silly stories he would have me flogged."
"What? Did the governor himself say so?"
"Yes, monsieur, and yet my boat was injured,
seriously injured, for the prow is left upon the point of Saint Marguerite's, and the carpenter asks 120 livres to repair it."
"Very well," replied Raoul. "You will be exempted from the service. Go." "We will go to Saint Marguerite's, shall we?" said the Comte de Bragelonne as the man walked away. "Yes, monsieur, for there is something to be cleared up. That man does not seem to me to have told the truth." "Nor to me either, Raoul. The story of the masked man and the carriage having disappeared may be told to conceal some violence these fellows have committed upon their passengers in the open sea, to punish him for his persistence in embarking." "I formed the same suspicion. The carriage was more likely to contain property than a man." "We shall see to that, Raoul. The gentleman very much resembles D'Artagnan. I recognize his methods of proceeding. Alas, we are no longer the young invincibles of former days. Who knows whether the hatchet or the iron bar of this miserable coaster has not succeeded in doing that which the best blades of Europe, balls and bullets, have not been able to do in 40 years. That same day they set out for Saint Marguerite's, on board a chasse-marée come from Toulon under orders. The impression they experienced on landing was a singularly pleasing one. The island seemed loaded with flowers and fruits. In its cultivated part it served as a garden for the governor. Orange, pomegranate, and fig trees bent beneath the weight of their golden or purple fruits. All round this garden, in the uncultivated parts, red partridges ran about in conveys among the brambles and tufts of junipers, and at every step of the Comte and Raoul a terrified rabbit quitted his thyme and heath to scuttle away to the burrow. In fact, this fortunate isle was uninhabited. Flat, offering nothing but a tiny bay for the convenience of embarkation, and under the protection of the governor, who went shares with them, smugglers made use of it as a provisional entrepot, at the expense of not killing the game or devastating the garden. With this compromise, the governor was in a situation to be satisfied with a garrison of 8 men to guard his fortress, in which 12 cannons accumulated coats of mouldy green. The governor was a sort of happy farmer, harvesting wines, figs, oil, and oranges, preserving his citrons and cedrates in the sun of his casemates. The fortress, encircled by a deep ditch, its only guardian, arose like 3 heads upon turrets connected with each other by terraces covered with moss. Athos and Raoul wandered for some time round the fences of the garden without finding anyone to introduce them to the governor. They ended by making their own way into the garden. It was at the hottest time of the day. Each living thing sought its shelter under grass or stone. The heavens spread their fiery veils as if to stifle all noises, to envelop all existences. The rabbit under the broom, the fly under the leaf, slept as the wave did beneath the heavens. Athos saw nothing living but a soldier, upon the terrace beneath the 2nd and 3rd court, who was carrying a basket of provisions on his head. This man returned almost immediately without his basket, and disappeared in the shade of his sentry-box. Athos supposed he must have been carrying dinner to someone, and after having done so returned to dine himself. All at once they heard someone call out, and raising their heads perceived in the frame of the bars of the window something of a white color, like a hand that was waved backwards and forwards, something shining, like a polished weapon struck by the rays of the sun. And before they were able to ascertain what it was, a luminous train, accompanied by a hissing sound in the air, called their attention from the donjon to the ground. A second dull noise was heard from the ditch, and Raoul ran to pick up a silver plate which was rolling along the dry sand. The hand that had thrown this plate made a sign to the 2 gentlemen and then disappeared. Athos and Raoul, approaching each other, commenced an attentive examination of the dusty plate, and they discovered, in characters traced upon the bottom of it with the point of a knife, this inscription: "I am the brother of the King of France, a prisoner today, a madman tomorrow. French gentlemen and Christians, pray to God for the soul and the reason of the son of your old rulers."
The plate fell from the hands of Athos, whilst Raoul was endeavouring to make out the meaning of these dismal words. At the same moment they heard a cry from the top of the donjon. Quick as lightning, Raoul bent down his head and forced down that of his father's likewise. A musket barrel glittered from the crest of the wall. A white smoke floated like a plume from the mouth of the musket, and a ball was flattened against a stone within 6 inches of the two gentlemen. "Cordieu!" cried Athos. "What, are people assassinated here? Come down, cowards, as you are!" "Yes, come down!" cried Raoul, furiously shaking his fist at the castle. One of the assailants, he who was about to fire, replied to these cries by an exclamation of surprise, and as his companion, who wished to continue the attack, had re-seized his loaded musket, he who had cried out threw up the weapon, and the ball flew into the air. Athos and Raoul, seeing them disappear from the platform, expected they would come down to them, and waited with a firm demeanour. 5 minutes had not elapsed, when a stroke upon a drum called the 8 soldiers of their garrison to arms, and they showed themselves on the other side of the ditch with their muskets in hand. At the head of these men was an officer whom Athos and Raoul recognized as the one who had fired the first musket. The man ordered the soldiers to make ready. "We are going to be shot!" cried Raoul. "But, sword in hand at least, let us leap the ditch. We shall kill at least 2 of these scoundrels when their muskets are empty." And suiting the action to the word, Raoul was springing forward, followed by Athos, when a well-known voice resounded behind them. "Athos! Raoul!" "D'Artagnan?" replied the 2 gentlemen. "Recover arms! Mordieu!" cried the captain to the soldiers. "I was sure I could not be mistaken." "What is the meaning of this?" asked Athos. "What, were we to be shot without warning?" "It was I who was going to shoot you, and if the governor missed you, I should not have missed you, my dear friends. How fortunate it is that I am accustomed to take a long aim instead of firing at the instant I raise my weapon. I thought I recognized you. Ah, my dear friends, how fortunate!" And D'Artagnan wiped his brow, for he had run fast, and emotion with him was not feigned. "How?" said Athos. "And is the gentleman who fired at us the governor of the fortress?" "In person." "And why did he fire at us? What have we done to him?" "Pardieu, you received what the prisoner threw to you." "That is true." "That plate! The prisoner has written something on it, has he not?" "Yes." "Good heavens! I was afraid he had." And D'Artagnan, with all the marks of mortal disquietude, seized the plate to read the inscription. When he had read it, a fearful pallor spread across his countenance. "Oh, good heavens!" repeated he. "Silence! Here is the governor." "And what will he do to us? Is it our fault?" "It is true, then," said Athos in a subdued voice. "It is true?" "Silence! I tell you, silence! If he only believes you can read, if he only suspects you have understood! I love you, my dear friends. I would willingly be killed for you, but—" "But?" said Athos and Raoul. "But I could not save you from perpetual imprisonment if I saved you from death. Silence, then! Silence again!" The governor came up, having crossed the ditch upon a plank bridge.
"Well,"
said he to D'Artagnan,
"what stops us?"
"You are Spaniards. You do not understand a word of French,"
said the captain eagerly to his friends in a low voice.
"Well," replied he, addressing the governor, "I was right. These gentlemen are 2 Spanish captains with whom I was acquainted at Ypres last year. They don't know a word of French."
"Ah,"
said the governor sharply,
"and yet they were trying to read the inscription on the plate."
D'Artagnan took it out of his hands, effacing the characters with the point of his sword.
"How?"
cried the governor.
"What are you doing? I cannot read them now."
"It is a state secret,"
replied D'Artagnan bluntly. and as you know that, according to the king's orders, it is under the penalty of death anyone should penetrate it, I will, if you like, allow you to read it, and have you shot immediately afterwards." During this apostrophe, half serious, half ironical, Athos and Raoul preserved the coolest, most unconcerned silence.
"But is it possible," said the governor, "that these gentlemen do not comprehend at least some words?"
"Suppose they do. If they do understand a few spoken words, it does not follow that they should understand what is written. They cannot even read Spanish. A noble Spaniard, remember, ought never to know how to read." The governor was obliged to be satisfied with these explanations, but he was still tenacious.
"Invite these gentlemen to come to the fortress,"
said he. "That I will willingly do. I was about to propose it to you." The fact is, the captain had quite another idea, and would have wished his friends 100 leagues off, but he was obliged to make the best of it. He addressed the two gentlemen in Spanish, giving them a polite invitation which they accepted. They all turned toward the entrance of the fort, and, the incident being at an end, the 8 soldiers returned to their delightful leisure, for a moment disturbed by this unexpected adventure. End of chapter 60. Recording by John Van Stan. Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 61 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captive and jailers. When they had entered the fort, and whilst the governor was making some preparations for the reception of his guests, "Come," said Athos, "let us have a word of explanation whilst we are alone." "It is simply this," replied the musketeer. "I have conducted hither a prisoner, who the king commands shall not be seen. You came here, he has thrown something to you through the lattice of his window. I was at dinner with the governor. I saw the object thrown, and I saw Raoul pick it up. It does not take long to understand this. I understood it, and I thought you in intelligence with my prisoner. And then—" "And then you commanded us to be shot?" "Ma foi, I admit it. But if I was the first to seize a musket, fortunately I was the last to take aim at you." "If you had killed me, D'Artagnan, I should have had the good fortune to die for the royal house of France, and it would be an honor to die by your hand, you, its noblest and most loyal defender." "What the devil, Athos, do you mean by the royal house?" stammered D'Artagnan. "You don't mean that you, a well-informed and sensible man, can place any faith in the nonsense written by an idiot?" "I do believe in it." "With so much the more reason, my dear chevalier, from your having orders to kill all those who do believe in it," said Raoul. "That is because," replied the captain of the musketeers, "because every calumny, however absurd it may be, has the almost certain chance of becoming popular." "No, D'Artagnan," replied Athos promptly, "but because the king is not willing that the secret of his family should transpire among the people, and cover with shame the executioners of the son of Louis XIII." "Do not talk in such a childish manner, Athos, or I shall begin to think you have lost your senses. Besides, explain to me how it is possible Louis XIII should have a son in the Isle of Sainte Marguerite." "A son whom you have brought hither masked, in a fishing boat?" said Athos. "Why not?" D'Artagnan was brought to a pause. "Oh," said he, "whence do you know that a fishing boat—" "Brought you to Sainte Marguerite's with the carriage containing the prisoner, with a prisoner whom you styled Monseigneur. Oh, I am acquainted with all that," resumed the comte. D'Artagnan bit his mustache. "If it were true," said he, "that I had brought hither in a boat and with a carriage a masked prisoner, nothing proves that this prisoner must be a prince of the house of France."
"Ask Aramis such riddles," replied Athos coolly.
"Aramis!" cried the Musketeer, quite at a stand. "Have you seen Aramis?"
"After his discomfiture at Vaux, yes, I have seen Aramis, a fugitive, pursued, bewildered, ruined, and Aramis has told me enough to make me believe in the complaints this unfortunate young prince cut upon the bottom of the plate."
D'Artagnan's head sunk on his breast in some confusion. "This is the way," said he, "in which God turns to nothing that which men call wisdom. A fine secret must be that of which 12 or 15 persons hold the tattered fragments. Athos, cursed be the chance which has brought you face to face with me in this affair. For now—"
"Well," said Athos, with his customary mild severity, "is your secret lost because I know it? Consult your memory, my friend. Have I not borne secrets heavier than this?"
"You have never borne one so dangerous," replied D'Artagnan, in a tone of sadness. "I have something like a sinister idea that all who are concerned with this secret will die, and die unhappily."
"The will of God be done," said Athos. "But here is your governor."
D'Artagnan and his friends immediately resumed their parts. The governor, suspicious and hard, behaved towards D'Artagnan with a politeness almost amounting to obsequiousness. With respect to the travelers, he contented himself with offering good cheer and never taking his eye from them. Athos and Raoul observed that he often tried to embarrass them by sudden attacks, or to catch them off their guard, but neither the one nor the other gave him the least advantage. What D'Artagnan had said was probable, if the governor did not believe it to be quite true. They rose from the table to repose a while.
"What is this man's name? I don't like the looks of him,"
said Athos to D'Artagnan in Spanish. "De Saint Mars," replied the captain.
"He is then, I suppose, the prince's jailer?"
How can I tell? I may be kept at Sainte Marguerite forever."
"Oh, no, not you."
"My friend, I am in the situation of a man who finds a treasure in the midst of a desert. He would like to carry it away, but he cannot. He would like to leave it, but he dares not. The king will not dare to recall me, for no one else would serve him as faithfully as I do. He regrets not having me near him, from being aware that no one would be of so much service near his person as myself. But it will happen as it may please God."
"But," observed Raoul, "your not being certain proves that your situation here is provisional, and you will return to Paris."
"Ask these gentlemen," interrupted the governor, "what was their purpose in coming to Sainte Marguerite?"
"They came here from learning there was a convent of Benedictines at Saint Honorat, which is considered curious, and from being told there was excellent shooting in the island."
"That is quite at their service, as well as yours,"
replied Saint Mars. D'Artagnan politely thanked him.
"When will they depart?"
added the governor. "Tomorrow," replied D'Artagnan. Monsieur de Saint Mars went to make his rounds, and left D'Artagnan alone with the pretended Spaniards. "Ugh!" exclaimed the musketeer, "here is a life and a society that suits me very little. I command this man and he bores me. Mordieu! Come, let us have a shot or two at the rabbits. The walk will be beautiful and not fatiguing. The whole island is but a league and a half in length, with the breadth of a league, a real park. Let us try to amuse ourselves."
"As you please, D'Artagnan, not for the sake of amusing ourselves, but to gain an opportunity for talking freely."
D'Artagnan made a sign to a soldier, who brought the gentleman some guns and then returned to the fort. "And now," said the musketeer, "answer me the question put to you by that black-looking Saint Mars. What did you come to do at the Lérins Isles?"
"To bid you farewell."
Bid me farewell? What do you mean by that? Is Raoul going anywhere?"
"Yes."
"Then I will lay a wager it is with Monsieur de Beaufort."
"With Monsieur de Beaufort it is, my dear friend. You always guess correctly."
"From habit." Whilst the two friends were commencing their conversation, Raoul, with his head hanging down and his heart oppressed, seated himself on a mossy rock, his gun across his knees, looking at the sea, looking at the heavens, and listening to the voice of his soul. He allowed the sportsman to attain a considerable distance from him. D'Artagnan remarked his absence. "He has not recovered the blow," said he to Athos.
"He is struck to death."
"Ah, your fears exaggerate, I hope. Raoul is of a tempered nature. Around all hearts as noble as his there is a second envelope that forms a cuirass. The first bleeds, the second resists."
"No," replied Athos. "Raoul will die of it."
"Mordieu!" said D'Artagnan, in a melancholy tone, and he did not add a word to this exclamation. Then, a minute after, "Why do you let him go?"
"Because he insists on going."
"And why do you not go with him?"
"Because I could not bear to see him die."
D'Artagnan looked his friend earnestly in the face.
"You know one thing,"
continued the comte, leaning upon the arm of the captain.
"You know that in the course of my life I have been afraid of but few things. Well, I have an incessant, gnawing, insurmountable fear that an hour will come in which I shall hold the dead body of that boy in my arms."
"Oh," murmured D'Artagnan. "Oh."
"He will die, I know. I have a perfect conviction of that, but I would not see him die."
"How is this, Athos? You come and place yourself in the presence of the bravest man you say you have ever seen, of your own D'Artagnan, of that man without an equal, as you formerly called him, and you come and tell him, with your arms folded, that you are afraid of witnessing the death of your son, you who have seen all that can be seen in this world. Why have you this fear, Athos? Man upon this earth must expect everything, and ought to face everything."
"Listen to me, my friend. After having worn myself out upon this earth of which you speak, I have preserved but two religions, that of life, friendship, my duty as a father, that of eternity, love and respect for God. Now I have within me the revelation that if God should decree that my friend, or my son, should render up his last sigh in my presence— oh, no, I cannot even tell you, D'Artagnan."
"Speak, speak, tell me."
"I am strong against everything, except against the death of those I love. For that only there is no remedy. He who dies gains. He who sees others die loses. No, this is it. To know that I should no more meet on earth him whom I now behold with joy, to know that there would nowhere be a D'Artagnan any more, nowhere again be a Raoul. Oh, I am old, look you. I have no longer courage. I pray God to spare me in my weakness, but if he struck me so plainly and in that fashion, I should curse him. A Christian gentleman ought not to curse his God, D'Artagnan. It is enough to once have cursed a king."
"Humph!" sighed D'Artagnan, a little confused by this violent tempest of grief. "Let me speak to him, Athos. Who knows?"
"Try if you please, but I am convinced you will not succeed."
"I will not attempt to console him. I will serve him."
"You will?"
"Doubtless I will. Do you think this would be the first time a woman had repented of an infidelity? I will go to him, I tell you." Athos shook his head and continued his walk alone.
D'Artagnan, cutting across the brambles, rejoined Raoul and held out his hand to him. "Well, Raoul, you have something to say to me?" "I have a kindness to ask of you," replied Bragelonne. "Ask it, then." "You will some day return to France?" "I hope so." "Ought I to write to Mademoiselle de la Valliere?" "No, you must not." "But I have many things to say to her." "Go and say them to her, then." "Never." "Pray, what virtue do you attribute to a letter which her speech might not possess?" "Perhaps you are right." "She loves the king," said D'Artagnan bluntly, "and she is an honest girl." Raoul started. "And you whom she abandons, she perhaps loves better than she does the king, but after another fashion." "D'Artagnan, do you believe she loves the king?" "To idolatry. Her heart is inaccessible to any other feeling. You might continue to live near her and would be her best friend." "Ah!" exclaimed Raoul with a passionate burst of repugnance at such a hideous hope. "Will you do so?" "It would be base." "That is a very absurd word, which would lead me to think slightly of your understanding. Please to understand, Raoul, that it is never base to do that which is imposed upon us by a superior force. If your heart says to you, 'Go there or die,' why go, Raoul. Was she base or brave, she whom you loved, in preferring the king to you, the king whom her heart commanded her imperiously to prefer to you? No, she was the bravest of women. Do then as she has done, oblige yourself. Do you know one thing of which I am sure, Raoul?" "What is that?" "Why, that by seeing her closely with the eyes of a jealous man—" "Well?" "Well, you would cease to love her." "Then I am decided, my dear D'Artagnan." "To set off to see her again?" "No, to set off that I may never see her again. I wish to love her forever." "Ha! I must confess," replied the musketeer, "that is a conclusion which I was far from expecting." "This is what I wish, my friend. You will see her again, and you will give her a letter which, if you think proper, will explain to her, as to yourself, what is passing in my heart. Read it. I drew it up last night. Something told me I should see you today." He held the letter out, and D'Artagnan read: "Mademoiselle, you are not wrong in my eyes in not loving me. You have only been guilty of one fault towards me, that of having left me to believe you loved me. This error will cost me my life. I pardon you, but I cannot pardon myself. It is said that happy lovers are deaf to the sorrows of rejected lovers. It will not be so with you, who did not love me, save with anxiety. I am sure that if I had persisted in endeavoring to change that friendship into love, you would have yielded out of a fear of bringing about my death, or lessening the esteem I had for you. It is much more delightful to me to die, knowing that you are free and satisfied. How much, then, will you love me when you no longer fear either my presence or reproaches? You will love me because, however charming a new love may appear to you, God has not made me in anything inferior to him you have chosen, and because my devotedness, my sacrifice, and my painful end will assure me in your eyes a certain superiority over him. I have allowed to escape in the candid credulity of my heart the treasure I possessed. Many people tell me that you loved me enough to lead me to hope you would have loved me much. That idea takes from my mind all bitterness, and leads me only to blame myself. You will accept this last farewell, and you will bless me for having taken refuge in the inviolable asylum where hatred is extinguished, and where all love endures forever. Adieu, mademoiselle. If your happiness could be purchased by the last drop of my blood, I would shed that drop. I willingly make the sacrifice of it to my misery. Raoul, Vicomte de Bragelonne.
The letter reads very well, said the captain. I have only one fault to find with it.
Tell me what that is, said Raoul.
Why, it is that it tells everything except the thing which exhales like a mortal poison from your eyes and from your heart, except the senseless love which still consumes you. Raoul grew paler, but remained silent. Why did you not write simply these words? Mademoiselle, instead of cursing you, I love you, and I die.
That is true, exclaimed Raoul with a sinister kind of joy, and tearing the letter he had just taken back, he wrote the following words upon a leaf of his tablets. To procure the happiness of once more telling you I love you, I commit the baseness of writing to you, and to punish myself for that baseness, I die. And he signed it. You will give her these tablets, Captain, will you not? When? Asked the latter. On the day, said Bragelonne, pointing to the last sentence. On the day when you can place a date under these words. And he sprang away quickly to join Athos, who was returning with slow steps. As they re-entered the fort, the sea rose with that rapid, gusty vehemence which characterizes the Mediterranean. The ill humor of the element became a tempest. Something shapeless and tossed about violently by the waves appeared just off the coast. "What is that?" said Athos. "A wrecked boat?"
"No, it is not a boat," said D'Artagnan.
"Pardon me," said Raoul. "There is a bark gaining the port rapidly."
"Yes, there is a bark in the creek, which is prudently seeking shelter here. But that which Athos points to in the sand is not a boat at all. It has run aground."
Yes, I see it."
"It is the carriage which I threw into the sea after landing the prisoner."
"Well," said Athos, "if you take my advice, D'Artagnan, you will burn that carriage, in order that no vestige of it may remain, without which the fishermen of Antibes, who have believed they had to do with the devil, will endeavor to prove that your prisoner was but a man."
"Your advice is good, Athos, and I will this night have it carried out, or rather I will carry it out myself. But let us go in, for the rain falls heavily and the lightning is terrific."
As they were passing over the ramparts to a gallery of which D'Artagnan had the key, they saw Monsieur de Saint Mars directing his steps toward the chamber inhabited by the prisoner. Upon a sign from D'Artagnan, they concealed themselves in an angle of the staircase. "What is it?" said Athos.
"You will see. Look, the prisoner is returning from chapel."
And they saw by the red flashes of lightning against the violet fog which the wind stamped upon the banquet sky, they saw pass gravely, at 6 paces behind the governor, a man clothed in black and masked by a visor of polished steel, soldered to a helmet of the same nature which altogether enveloped the whole of his head. The fire of the heavens cast red reflections on the polished surface, and these reflections, flying off capriciously, seemed to be angry looks launched by the unfortunate instead of imprecations. In the middle of the gallery, the prisoner stopped for a moment to contemplate the infinite horizon, to respire the sulphurous perfumes of the tempest, to drink in thirstily the hot rain, and to breathe a sigh resembling a smothered groan.
"Come on, monsieur,"
said Saint Mars sharply to the prisoner, for he already became uneasy at seeing him look so long beyond the walls.
"Monsieur, come on."
"Say, monseigneur," cried Athos from his corner, with a voice so solemn and terrible that the governor trembled from head to foot. Athos insisted upon respect being paid to fallen majesty. The prisoner turned round.
"Who spoke?"
asked Saint Mars.
"It was I," replied D'Artagnan, showing himself promptly. "You know that is the order."
"Call me neither monsieur nor monseigneur," said the prisoner in his turn, in a voice that penetrated to the very soul of Raoul. "Call me accursed." He passed on, and the iron door croaked after him. "There goes a truly unfortunate man," murmured the musketeer in a hollow whisper, pointing out to Raoul the chamber inhabited by the prince. End of chapter 61. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 62 of The Men in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Promises. Scarcely had D'Artagnan re-entered his apartment with his two friends when one of the soldiers of the fort came to inform him that the governor was seeking him. The bark, which Raoul had perceived at sea, and which appeared so eager to gain the port, came to Sainte Marguerite with an important dispatch for the captain of the musketeers. On opening it, D'Artagnan recognized the writing of the king. "I should think," said Louis XIV, "you will have completed the execution of my orders, Monsieur d'Artagnan. Return then immediately to Paris, and join me at the Louvre."
"There is the end of my exile!" cried the musketeer with joy. "God be praised! I am no longer a jailer." And he showed the letter to Athos.
"So then you must leave us," replied the latter in a melancholy tone.
"Yes, but to meet again, my dear friend, seeing that Raoul is old enough now to go alone with Monsieur de Beaufort, and will prefer his father going back in company with Monsieur d'Artagnan to forcing him to travel 200 leagues solitarily to reach home at La Fère. Will you not, Raoul?"
"Certainly,"
stammered the latter with an expression of tender regret.
"No, no, my friend," interrupted Athos. "I will never quit Raoul till the day his vessel disappears on the horizon. As long as he remains in France, he shall not be separated from me."
"As you please, dear friend, but we will at least leave Sainte Marguerite together. Take advantage of the bark that will convey me back to Antibes."
"With all my heart. We cannot too soon be at a distance from this fort, and from the spectacle that shocked us so just now." The three friends quitted the little isle, after paying their respects to the governor, and by the last flashes of the departing tempest they took their farewell of the white walls of the fort. D'Artagnan parted from his friend that same night, after having seen fire set to the carriage upon the shore by the orders of Saint Mars, according to the advice the captain had given him. Before getting on horseback, and after leaving the arms of Athos, "My friends," said he, "you bear too much resemblance to two soldiers who are abandoning their post. Something warns me that Raoul will require being supported by you in his rank. Will you allow me to ask permission to go over into Africa with a good 100 muskets? The king will not refuse me, and I will take you with me." "Monsieur d'Artagnan," replied Raoul, pressing his hand with emotion, "thanks for that offer, which would give us more than we wish, either Monsieur le Comte or I. I, who am young, stand in need of labor of mind and fatigue of body. Monsieur le Comte wants the profoundest repose. You are his best friend. I recommend him to your care. In watching over him, you are holding both our souls in your hands."
"I must go. My horse is all in a fret," said D'Artagnan, with whom the most manifest sign of a lively emotion was the change of ideas in conversation. "Come, Comte, how many days longer has Raoul to stay here?"
3 days at most."
"And how long will it take you to reach home?"
"Oh, a considerable time," replied Athos. "I shall not like the idea of being separated too quickly from Raoul. Time will travel too fast of itself to require me to aid it by distance. I shall only make half stages."
"And why so, my friend?
Nothing is more dull than traveling slowly, and hostelry life does not become a man like you."
"My friend, I came hither on post horses, but I wish to purchase 2 animals of a superior kind. Now, to take them home fresh, it would not be prudent to make them travel more than 7 or 8 leagues a day."
"Where is Grimaud?"
"He arrived yesterday morning with Raoul's appointments, and I have left him to sleep."
"That is, never to come back again." D'Artagnan suffered to escape him. "Till we meet again, then, dear Athos. And if you are diligent, I shall embrace you the sooner." So saying, he put his foot in the stirrup which Raoul held.
"Farewell," said the young man, embracing him.
"Farewell,"
said D'Artagnan as he got into his saddle. His horse made a movement which divided the cavalier from his friends. This scene had taken place in front of the house chosen by Athos, near the gates of Antibes, whither D'Artagnan, after his supper, had ordered his horses to be brought. The road began to branch off there, white and undulating in the vapors of the night. The horse eagerly respired the salt, sharp perfume of the marshes. D'Artagnan put him to a trot, and Athos and Raoul sadly turned toward the house. All at once they heard the rapid approach of a horse's steps, and first believed it to be one of those singular repercussions which deceive the ear at every turn in a road. But it was really return of the horsemen. They uttered a cry of joyous surprise, and the captain, springing to the ground like a young man, seized within his arms the 2 beloved heads of Athos and Raoul. He held them long embraced thus, without speaking a word or suffering the sigh which was bursting his breast to escape him. Then, as rapidly as he had come back, he set off again with a sharp application of his spurs to the sides of his fiery horse.
"Alas," said the comte in a low voice, "alas, alas." "An evil omen," on his side said D'Artagnan to himself, making up for lost time. "I could not smile upon them. An evil omen." The next day Grimaud was on foot again. The service commanded by Monsieur de Beaufort was happily accomplished. The flotilla, sent to Toulon by the exertions of Raoul, had set out, dragging after it in little nutshells, almost invisible, the wives and friends of the fishermen and smugglers put in requisition for the service of the fleet. The time so short which remained for father and son to live together appeared to go by with double rapidity, like some swift stream that flows toward eternity. Athos and Raoul returned to Toulon, which began to be filled with the noise of carriages, with the noise of arms, the noise of neighing horses. The trumpeters sounded their spirited marches, the drummers signalized their strength, the streets were overflowing with soldiers, servants, and tradespeople. The Duc de Beaufort was everywhere, superintending the embarkation with the zeal and interest of a good captain. He encouraged the humblest of his companions, he scolded his lieutenants, even those of the highest rank. Artillery, provisions, baggage, he insisted upon seeing all himself. He examined the equipment of every soldier, assured himself of the health and soundness of every horse. It was plain that light, boastful, egotistical in his hotel, the gentleman became the soldier again, the high noble a captain, in face of the responsibility he had accepted. And yet it must be admitted that, whatever was the care with which he presided over the preparations for departure, it was easy to perceive careless precipitation, and the absence of all the precaution that make the French soldier the first soldier in the world, because, in that world, he is the one most abandoned to his own physical and moral resources. All things having satisfied, or appearing to have satisfied, the admiral, he paid his compliments to Raoul and gave the last orders for sailing, which was ordered the next morning at daybreak. He invited the comte and his son to dine with him, but they, under a pretext of service, kept themselves apart. Gaining their hostelry situated under the trees of the great place, they took their repast in haste, and Athos led Raoul to the rocks which dominate the city, vast grey mountains, whence the view is infinite and embraces a liquid horizon which appears, so remote is it, on a level with the rocks themselves. The night was fine,
as it always is in these happy climes. The moon, rising behind the rocks, unrolled a silver sheet on the cerulean carpet of the sea. In the roadsteads maneuvered silently the vessels which had just taken their rank to facilitate the embarkation. The sea, loaded with phosphoric light, opened beneath the hulls of the barks that transported the baggage and munitions. Every dip of the prow ploughed up this gulf of white flames. From every oar dropped liquid diamonds. The sailors, rejoicing in the largesses of the admiral, were heard murmuring their slow and artless songs. Sometimes the grinding of the chains was mixed with the dull noise of shot falling into the holds. Such harmonies, such a spectacle, oppressed the heart like fear and dilate it like hope. All this life speaks of death. Athos had seated himself with his son upon the moss among the brambles of the promontory. Around their heads passed and repassed large bats, carried along by the fearful whirl of their blind chase. The feet of Raoul were over the edge of the cliff, bathed in that void which is peopled by vertigo and provokes to self-annihilation. When the moon had risen to its fullest height, caressing with light the neighboring peaks, when the watery mirror was illumined in its full extent, and the little red fires had made their openings in the black masses of every ship, Athos, collecting all his ideas and all his courage, said, "God has made all these things that we see, Raoul. He has made us also, poor atoms mixed up with this monstrous universe. We shine like those fires and those stars. We sigh like those waves. We suffer like those great ships, which are worn out in ploughing the waves, in obeying the wind that urges them towards an end, as the breath of God blows us toward a port. Everything likes to live, Raoul, and everything seems beautiful to living things."
"Monsieur," said Raoul, "we have before us a beautiful spectacle."
"How good D'Artagnan is!" interrupted Athos suddenly. "And what a rare good fortune it is to be supported during a whole life by such a friend as he is. That is what you have missed, Raoul."
"A friend!"
cried Raoul.
"I have wanted a friend."
"Monsieur de Guiche is an agreeable companion," resumed the comte coldly, "but I believe in times in which you live, men are more engaged in their own interests and their own pleasures than they were in ours. You have sought a secluded life. That is a great happiness, but you have lost your strength thereby. We four, more weaned from those delicate abstractions that constitute your joy, furnished much more resistance when misfortune presented itself."
"I have not interrupted you, monsieur, to tell you that I had a friend, and that friend is Monsieur de Guiche. Certes, he is good and generous, and moreover, he loves me. But I have lived under the guardianship of another friendship, monsieur, as precious and as strong as that of which you speak, since it is yours."
"I have not been a friend for you, Raoul," said Athos.
"Eh, monsieur, and in what respect not?"
"Because I have given you reason to think that life has but one face. Because, sad and severe, alas, I have always cut off for you, without, God knows, wishing to do so, the joyous buds that spring incessantly from the fair tree of youth, so that at this moment I repent of not having made of you a more expansive, dissipated, animated man."
"I know why you say that, monsieur. No, it is not you who have made me what I am, it was love, which took me at the time when children only have inclinations. It is the constancy natural to my character, which other creatures is but habit. I believed that I should always be as I was. I thought God had cast me in a path quite clear, quite straight, bordered with fruits and flowers. I had ever watching over me your vigilance and strength. I believed it myself to be vigilant and strong. Nothing prepared me. I fell once, and that once deprived me of courage for the whole of my life. It is quite true that I wrecked myself. No, monsieur, you are nothing in my past but happiness, in my future but hope. No, I have no reproach to make against life such as you made it for me. I bless you, and I love you ardently.
My dear Raoul, your words do me good. They prove to me that you will act a little for me in the time to come.
I shall only act for you, monsieur.
Raoul, what I have never hitherto done with respect to you, I will henceforward do. I will be your friend, not your father. We will live in expanding ourselves instead of living in holding ourselves prisoners when you come back. And that will be soon, will it not?
Certainly, monsieur, for such an expedition cannot last long.
Soon, then, Raoul, soon. Instead of living moderately on my income, I will give you the capital of my estates. It will suffice for launching you into the world till my death, and you will give me, I hope, before that time, the consolation of not seeing my race extinct.
I will do all you may command,
said Raoul, much agitated. It is not necessary, Raoul, that your duty as aide-de-camp should lead you into too hazardous enterprises. You have gone through your ordeal. You are known to be a true man under fire. Remember that war with Arabs is a war of snares, ambuscades, and assassinations.
So it is said, monsieur.
There is never much glory in falling in an ambuscade. It is death which always implies a little rashness or want of foresight. Often, indeed, he who falls in one meets with but little pity. Those who are not pitied, Raoul, have died to little purpose. Still further, the conqueror laughs, and we Frenchmen ought not to allow stupid infidels to triumph over our faults. Do you clearly understand what I am saying to you, Raoul? God forbid I should encourage you to avoid encounters.
I am naturally prudent, monsieur, and I have very good fortune,
said Raoul with a smile which chilled the heart of his poor father.
For,
the young man hastened to add,
in 20 combats through which I have been, I have only received one scratch.
There is an addition, said Athos. The climate to be dreaded, that is an ugly end. To die of fever. King St. Louis prayed God to send him an arrow or the plague, rather than the fever.
Oh, monsieur, with sobriety, with reasonable exercise—
I have already obtained from Monsieur de Beaufort a promise that his dispatches shall be sent off every fortnight to France. You, as his aide-de-camp, will be charged with expediting them, and will be sure not to forget me.
No, monsieur,
said Raoul, almost choked with emotion. Besides, Raoul, as you are a good Christian and I am one also, we ought to reckon upon a more special protection of God and his guardian angels. Promise me that if anything evil should happen to you on any occasion, you will think of me at once.
First, and at once. Oh, yes, monsieur.
And will call upon me.
Instantly.
You dream of me sometimes, do you not, Raoul?
Every night, monsieur. During my early youth I saw you in my dreams, calm and mild, with one hand stretched out over my head, and that it was which made me sleep so soundly formerly.
We love each other too dearly, said the comte.
that from this moment in which we separate, a portion of both our souls should not travel with one and the other of us, and should not dwell wherever we may dwell. Whenever you may be sad, Raoul, I feel that my heart will be dissolved in sadness, and when you smile on thinking of me, be assured you will send me, from however remote a distance, a vital scintillation of your joy. I will not promise you to be joyous, replied the young man, but you may be certain that I will never pass an hour without thinking of you. Not 1 hour, I swear, unless I shall be dead.
Athos could contain himself no longer. He threw his arm round the neck of his son and held him embraced with all the power of his heart. The moon began to be now eclipsed by twilight. A golden band surrounded the horizon, announcing the approach of the day. Athos threw his cloak over the shoulders of Raoul and led him back to the city, where burdens and porters were already in motion like a vast ant-hill. At the extremity of the plateau which Athos and Bragelonne were quitting, they saw a dark shadow moving uneasily backwards and forwards, as if in indecision or ashamed to be seen. It was Grimaud, who in his anxiety had tracked his master and was there awaiting him.
"Oh, my good Grimaud," cried Raoul, "what do you want? You are come to tell us it is time to be gone, have you not?"
"Alone?" said Grimaud, addressing Athos and pointing to Raoul in a tone of reproach, which showed to what an extent the old man was troubled.
"Oh, you are right," cried the comte.
"No, Raoul shall not go alone. No, he shall not be left alone in a strange land without some friendly hand to support him, some friendly heart to recall to him all he loved."
"I,"
said Grimaud.
"You? Yes, you!"
cried Raoul, touched to the inmost heart. "Alas," said Athos, "you are very old, my good Grimaud." "So much the better," replied the latter with an inexpressible depth of feeling and intelligence.
"But the embarkation is begun,"
said Raoul,
"and you are not prepared."
"Yes," said Grimaud, showing the keys of his trunks mixed with those of his young master.
"But,"
again objected Raoul,
"you cannot leave Monsieur le Comte thus alone, Monsieur le Comte, whom you have never quitted."
Grimaud turned his diamond eyes upon Athos and Raoul, as if to measure the strength of both. The comte uttered not a word. "Monsieur le Comte prefers my going," said Grimaud. "I do," said Athos by an inclination of the head. At that moment the drums suddenly rolled and the clarions filled the air with their inspiring notes. The regiments destined for the expedition began to debouch from the city. They advanced to the number of 5, each composed of 40 companies. Royals marched first, distinguished by their white uniform faced with blue. The ordonnance colors, quartered crosswise, violet and dead leaf, with a sprinkling of golden fleur-de-lis, left the white-colored flag, with its fleur-de-lised cross, to dominate the whole. Musketeers at the wings with their forked sticks and their muskets on their shoulders, pikemen in the centre with their lances, 14 feet in length, marched gaily toward the transports which carried them in detail to the ships. The regiments of Picardy, Navarre, Normandy, and Royal Vassaux followed after Monsieur de Beaufort had known well how to select his troops. He himself was seen closing the march with his staff. It would take a full hour before he could reach the sea. Raoul with Athos turned his steps slowly toward the beach, in order to take his place when the prince embarked. Grimaud, boiling with the ardor of a young man, superintended the embarkation of Raoul's baggage in the admiral's vessel. Athos, with his arm passed through that of the son he was about to lose, absorbed in melancholy meditation, was deaf to every noise around him. An officer came quickly towards them to inform Raoul that Monsieur de Beaufort was anxious to have him by his side.
"Have the kindness to tell the prince,"
said Raoul,
"that I request he will allow me this hour to enjoy the company of my father." No, no, said Athos. An aide-de-camp ought not thus to quit his general. Please to tell the prince, monsieur, that the vicomte will join him immediately.
The officer set off at a gallop.
Whether we part here or part there, added the comte, it is no less a separation. He carefully brushed the dust from his son's coat and passed his hand over his hair as they walked along. But Raoul, said he, you want money. Monsieur de Beaufort's train will be splendid, and I am certain it will be agreeable to you to purchase horses and arms, which are very dear things in Africa. Now, as you are not actually in the service of the king or Monsieur de Beaufort, and are simply a volunteer, you must not reckon upon either pay or largesse. But I should not like you to want for anything at Gigelli. Here are 200 pistoles. If you would please me, Raoul, spend them.
Raoul pressed the hand of his father, and at the turning of a street they saw Monsieur de Beaufort, mounted on a magnificent white genet, which responded by graceful curvets to the applause of the women of the city. The duke called Raoul and held out his hand to the comte. He spoke to him for some time with such a kindly expression that the heart of the poor father even felt a little comforted. It was, however, evident to both father and son that their walk amounted to nothing less than a punishment. There was a terrible moment, that at which, on quitting the sands of the shore, the soldiers and sailors exchanged the last kisses with their families and friends. A supreme moment, in which, notwithstanding the clearness of the heavens, the warmth of the sun, of the perfumes of the air, and the rich life that was circulating in their veins, everything appeared black, everything bitter, everything created doubts of Providence, nay, at the most, of God. It was customary for the admiral and his suite to embark last. The cannon waited to announce with its formidable voice that the leader had placed his foot on board his vessel. Athos, forgetful of both the admiral and the fleet, and of his own dignity as a strong man, opened his arms to his son and pressed him convulsively to his heart.
"Accompany us on board," said the duke, very much affected. "You will gain a good half-hour."
"No," said Athos, "my farewell has been spoken. I do not wish to voice a second."
"Then, Vicomte, embark quickly,"
added the prince, wishing to spare the tears of these two men, whose hearts were bursting. And paternally, tenderly, very much as Porthos might have done, he took Raoul in his arms and placed him in the boat, the oars of which, at a signal, immediately were dipped in the waves. He himself, forgetful of ceremony, jumped into his boat and pushed it off with a vigorous foot.
"Adieu!"
cried Raoul. Athos replied only by a sign, but he felt something burning on his hand. It was the respectful kiss of Grimaud, the last farewell of the faithful dog. This kiss given, Grimaud jumped from the step of the mole upon the stem of a two-oared yawl, which had just been taken in tow by a chaland served by 12 galley oars. Athos seated himself on the mole, stunned, deaf, abandoned. Every instant took from him one of the features, one of the shades of the pale face of his son. With his arms hanging down, his eyes fixed, his mouth open, he remained confounded with Raoul, in one same look, in one same thought, in one same stupor. The sea by degrees carried away boats and faces to that distance at which men become nothing but points, loves nothing but remembrances. Athos saw his son ascend the ladder of the admiral's ship. He saw him lean upon the rail of the deck, and placed himself in such a manner as to be always an object in the eye of his father. In vain the cannon thundered. In vain from the ship sounded the long and lordly tumult, responded to by immense acclamations from the shore. In vain did the noise deafen the ear of the father. The smoke obscured the cherished object of his aspirations.
Raoul appeared to him to the last moment, and the imperceptible atom, passing from black to pale, from pale to white, from white to nothing, disappeared for Athos. Disappeared very long after, to all the eyes of the spectators, had disappeared both gallant ships and swelling sails. Toward midday, when the sun devoured space and scarcely the tops of the masts dominated the incandescent limits of the sea, Athos perceived a soft, aerial shadow rise and vanish as soon as seen. This was the smoke of a cannon, which Monsieur de Beaufort offered to be fired as a last salute to the coast of France. The point was buried in its turn beneath the sky, and Athos returned with slow and painful step to his deserted hostelry. End of chapter 62. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 63 of The Man in the Iron Mask by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William ROBSON. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Among Women. D'Artagnan had not been able to hide his feelings from his friends so much as he would have wished. The stoical soldier, the impassive man-at-arms, overcome by fear and sad presentiments, had yielded for a few moments to human weakness. When, therefore, he had silenced his heart and calmed the agitation of his nerves, turning toward his lackey, a silent servant always listening in order to obey the more promptly, "Rabaud," said he, "mind, we must travel 30 leagues a day." "At your pleasure, captain," replied Rabaud. And from that moment D'Artagnan, accommodating his action to the pace of the horse like a true centaur, gave up his thoughts to nothing, that is to say, to everything. He asked himself why the king had sent for him back, why the Iron Mask had thrown the silver plate at the feet of Raoul. As to the first subject, the reply was negative. He knew right well that the king's calling him was from necessity. He still further knew that Louis XIV must experience an imperious desire for a private conversation with one whom the possession of such a secret placed on a level with the highest powers of the kingdom. But as to saying exactly what the king's wish was, D'Artagnan found himself completely at a loss. The musketeer had no doubts either upon the reason which had urged the unfortunate Philippe to reveal his character and birth. Philippe, buried forever beneath a mask of steel, exiled to a country where the men seemed little more than slaves of the elements. Philippe, deprived even of the society of D'Artagnan, who had loaded him with honors and delicate attentions, had nothing more to see than odious spectres in this world. And despair beginning to devour him, he poured himself forth in complaints, in the belief that his revelations would raise up some avenger for him. The manner in which the musketeer had been near killing his two best friends, the destiny which had so strangely brought Athos to participate in the great state's secret, the farewell of Raoul, the obscurity of the future which threatened to end in a melancholy death. All this threw D'Artagnan incessantly back on lamentable predictions and forebodings, which the rapidity of his pace did not dissipate, as it used formerly to do. D'Artagnan passed from these considerations to the remembrance of the proscribed Porthos and Aramis. He saw them both fugitives, tracked, ruined, laborious architects of fortunes they had lost, and as the king called for his man of execution in hours of vengeance and malice, D'Artagnan trembled at the very idea of receiving some commission that would make his very soul bleed. Sometimes, ascending hills, when the winded horse breathed hard from his red nostrils and heaved his flanks, the captain, left to more freedom of thought, reflected on the prodigious genius of Aramis, a genius of acumen and intrigue, a match to which the Fronde and the Civil War had produced but twice. Soldier, priest, diplomatist, gallant, avaricious, cunning, Aramis had never taken the good things of this life except as stepping stones to rise to giddier ends. Generous in spirit, If not lofty in heart, he never did ill but for the sake of shining even yet more brilliantly. Toward the end of his career, at the moment of reaching the goal, like the patrician Fouquet, he had made a false step upon a plank and had fallen into the sea. But Porthos, good, harmless Porthos, to see Porthos hungry, to see Mousqueton without gold lace, imprisoned perhaps, to see Pierrefonds Bracieux razed to the very stones, dishonored even to the timber. These were so many poignant griefs for D'Artagnan, and every time that one of these griefs struck him, he bounded like a horse at the sting of a gadfly beneath the vaults of foliage where he has sought shady shelter from the burning sun. Never was the man of spirit subjected to ennui if his body was exposed to fatigue. Never did the man of healthy body fail to find life light if he had something to engage his mind. D'Artagnan, riding fast, thinking as constantly, alighted from his horse in Paris, fresh and tender in his muscles as the athlete preparing for the gymnasium. The king did not expect him so soon and had just departed for the chase toward Meudon. D'Artagnan, instead of riding after the king as he would formerly have done, took off his boots, had a bath, and waited till his majesty should return dusty and tired. He occupied the interval of 5 hours in taking, as people say, the air of the house, and in arming himself against all ill chances. He learned that the king, during the last fortnight, had been gloomy, that the queen mother was ill and much depressed, that Monsieur, the king's brother, was exhibiting a devotional turn, that Madame had the vapors, and that Monsieur de Guiche was gone to one of his estates. He learned that Monsieur Colbert was radiant, that Monsieur Fouquet consulted a fresh physician every day, who still did not cure him, and that his principal complaint was one which physicians do not usually cure unless they are political physicians. The king, D'Artagnan was told, behaved in the kindest manner to Monsieur Fouquet, and did not allow him to be ever out of his sight. But the surintendant, touched to the heart, like one of those fine trees a worm has punctured, was declining daily in spite of the royal smile, that son of court trees. D'Artagnan learned that Mademoiselle de la Valliere had become indispensable to the king, that the king, during his sporting excursions, if he did not take her with him, wrote to her frequently, no longer verses, but, which was much worse, prose, and that whole pages at a time. Thus, as the political Pleiad of the day said, the first king in the world was seen descending from his horse with an ardor beyond compare, and on the crown of his hat scrawling bombastic phrases which Monsieur de Saint-Aignan, aide-de-camp in perpetuity, carried to La Valliere at the risk of foundering his horses. During this time, deer and pheasants were left to the free enjoyment of their nature, hunted so lazily that it was said the art of venery ran great risk of degenerating at the court of France. D'Artagnan then thought of the wishes of poor Raoul, of that desponding letter destined for a woman who passed her life in hoping, and as D'Artagnan loved to philosophize a little occasionally, he resolved to profit by the absence of the king to have a minute's talk with Mademoiselle de la Valliere. This was a very easy affair. While the king was hunting, Louise was walking with some other ladies in one of the galleries of the Palais Royal, exactly where the captain of the musketeers had some guards to inspect. D'Artagnan did not doubt that, if he could but open the conversation on Raoul, Louise might give him grounds for writing a consolatory letter to the poor exile, and hope, or at least consolation for Raoul, in the state of heart in which he had left him, was the sun, was life to 2 men who were very dear to our captain. He directed his course, therefore, to the spot where he knew he should find Mademoiselle de la Valliere. D'Artagnan found La Valliere the centre of the circle. In her apparent solitude, the king's favourite received, like a queen, more perhaps than the queen, an homage of which Madame had been so proud when all the king's looks were directed to her and commanded the looks of the courtiers. D'Artagnan, although no squire of dames, received nevertheless civilities and attentions from the ladies. He was polite, as a brave man always is, and his terrible reputation had conciliated as much friendship among the men as admiration among the women. On seeing him enter, therefore, they immediately accosted him, and, as is not unfrequently the case with fair ladies, opened the attack by questions. Where had he been? What had become of him so long? Why had they not seen him, as usual, make his fine horse curvet in such beautiful style, to the delight and astonishment of the curious from the king's balcony? He replied that he had just come from the land of oranges. This set all the ladies laughing. Those were times in which everybody travelled, but in which, notwithstanding, a journey of 100 leagues was a problem often solved by death.
"From the land of oranges?"
cried Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente.
"From Spain?"
Eh, said the musketeer.
"From Malta?"
echoed Montalais. Ma foi, you are coming very near, ladies.
"Is it an island?"
asked La Valliere. Mademoiselle, said D'Artagnan, I will not give you the trouble of seeking any further. I am come from the country where Monsieur de Beaufort is, at this moment, embarking for Algiers.
"Have you seen the army?"
asked several warlike fair ones. As plainly as I see you, replied D'Artagnan.
"And the fleet?"
Yes, I saw everything.
"Have we any of us friends there?"
said Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente coldly, but in a manner to attract attention to a question that was not without its calculated aim. Why, replied D'Artagnan, yes, there were Monsieur de la Guillotière, Monsieur de Manchy, Monsieur de Bragelonne. La Valliere became pale.
"Monsieur de Bragelonne?"
cried the perfidious Athenais.
"Eh, what? Is he gone to the wars? He?"
Montalais trod on her toe, but all in vain.
"Do you know what my opinion is?"
continued she, addressing D'Artagnan. "No, mademoiselle, but I should like very much to know it."
"My opinion is, then, that all the men who go to this war are desperate, desponding men, whom love has treated ill, and who go to try if they cannot find jet-complexioned women more kind than fair ones have been."
Some of the ladies laughed. La Valliere was evidently confused. Montalais coughed loud enough to waken the dead. "Mademoiselle," interrupted D'Artagnan, "you are in error when you speak of black women at Gigelli. The women there have not jet faces. It is true they are not white. They are yellow."
"Yellow?"
exclaimed the bevy of fair beauties. "Eh, do not disparage it. I have never seen a finer colour to match with black eyes and a coral mouth."
"So much the better for Monsieur de Bragelonne,"
said Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente with persistent malice.
"He will make amends for his loss. Poor fellow!"
A profound silence followed these words, and D'Artagnan had time to observe and reflect that women, mild doves, treat each other more cruelly than tigers. But making La Valliere pale did not satisfy Athenais. She determined to make her blush likewise, resuming the conversation without pause.
"Do you know, Louise,"
said she,
"that there is a great sin on your conscience?" "What sin, mademoiselle?"
stammered the unfortunate girl, looking round her for support without finding it.
"Why,"
continued Athenais,
"the poor young man was affianced to you. He loved you, and you cast him off." "Well, that is a right which every honest woman has,"
said Montalais in an affected tone.
"When we know we cannot constitute the happiness of a man, it is much better to cast him off." "Cast him off, or refuse him, that's all very well,"
said Athenais.
"but that is not the sin Mademoiselle de la Valliere has to reproach herself with. The actual sin is sending poor Bragelonne to the wars, and to the wars in which death is so very likely to be met with."
Louise pressed her hand over her icy brow.
"And if he dies," continued her pitiless tormentor, You will have killed him. That is the sin."
Louise, half dead, caught at the arm of the captain of the Musketeers, whose face betrayed unusual emotion.
"You wished to speak with me, Monsieur d'Artagnan?"
said she in a voice broken by anger and pain.
"What had you to say to me?"
D'Artagnan made several steps along the gallery, holding Louise on his arm. Then, when they were far enough removed from the others— "What I had to say to you, mademoiselle," replied he, "Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente has just expressed, roughly and unkindly, it is true, but still in its entirety." She uttered a faint cry. Pierced to the heart by this new wound, she went her way, like one of those poor birds which, struck unto death, seek the shade of the thicket in which to die. She disappeared at one door, at the moment the king was entering by another. The first glance of the king was directed toward the empty seat of his mistress. Not perceiving La Valliere, a frown came over his brow, but as soon as he saw D'Artagnan, who bowed to him—
"Ah, monsieur," cried he, "you have been diligent. I am much pleased with you."
This was the superlative expression of royal satisfaction. Many men would have been ready to lay down their lives for such a speech from the king. The maids of honor and the courtiers, who had formed a respectful circle round the king on his entrance, drew back, on observing he wished to speak privately with his captain of the Musketeers. The king led the way out of the gallery, after having again with his eyes sought everywhere for La Valliere, whose absence he could not account for. The moment they were out of the reach of curious ears—
"Well, Monsieur d'Artagnan,"
said he,
"the prisoner—"
"Is in his prison, sire."
"What did he say on the road?"
"Nothing, sire."
"What did he do?"
"There was a moment at which the fisherman, who took me in his boat to Sainte Marguerite, revolted and did his best to kill me. The prisoner defended me instead of attempting to fly." The king became pale. "Enough," said he, and D'Artagnan bowed. Louis walked about his cabinet with hasty steps.
"Were you at Antibes," said he, "when Monsieur de Beaufort came there?"
"No, sire, I was setting off when Monsieur le Duc arrived."
"Huh!"
Which was followed by a fresh silence.
"Whom did you see there?"
"A great many persons," said D'Artagnan coolly. The king perceived he was unwilling to speak.
"I have sent for you, Monsieur le Capitaine, to desire you to go and prepare my lodgings at Nantes."
"At Nantes?" cried D'Artagnan.
"In Bretagne."
"Yes, sire, it is in Bretagne. Will your majesty make so long a journey as to Nantes?"
"The states are assembled there," replied the king. "I have 2 demands to make of them. I wish to be there."
"When shall I set out?" said the captain.
"This evening. Tomorrow evening, for you must stand in need of rest."
"I have rested, sire."
"That is well. Then, between this and tomorrow evening, when you please."
D'Artagnan bowed as if to take his leave, but perceiving the king very much embarrassed— "Will your majesty," said he, stepping 2 paces forward, "take the court with you?"
"Certainly I shall."
"Then your majesty will doubtless want the Musketeers?" And the eye of the king sank beneath the penetrating glance of the captain.
"Take a brigade of them,"
replied Louis. "Is that all? Has your majesty no other orders to give me?"
"No. Yes."
"I am all attention, sire."
"At the castle of Nantes, which I hear is very ill arranged, you will adopt the practice of placing musketeers at the door of each of the principal dignitaries I shall take with me."
"Of the principal?"
"Yes." For instance, at the door of Monsieur de Lyon?" "Yes." "And that of Monsieur Letellier?" "Yes." "Of Monsieur de Brienne?" "Yes." "And of Monsieur le Surintendant?" "Without doubt." "Very well, sire. By tomorrow I shall have set out." "Oh yes, but one more word, Monsieur d'Artagnan. At Nantes you will meet with Monsieur le Duc de Gesvres, captain of the guards. Be sure that your musketeers are placed before his guards arrive. Precedence always belongs to the first comer." "Yes, sire." "And if Monsieur de Gesvres should question you—" "Question me, sire? Is it likely that Monsieur de Gesvres should question me?" And the musketeer, turning cavalierly on his heel, disappeared. "To Nantes!" said he to himself as he descended the stairs. "Why did he not dare to say from thence to Belle Isle?" As he reached the great gates, one of Monsieur Brienne's clerks came running after him, exclaiming, "Monsieur d'Artagnan, I beg your pardon." "What is the matter, Monsieur Ariste?" "The king has desired me to give you this order." "Upon your cash-box?" asked the musketeer. "No, monsieur, on that of Monsieur Fouquet." D'Artagnan was surprised, but he took the order, which was in the king's own writing, and was for 200 pistoles. "What?" thought he, after having politely thanked Monsieur Brienne's clerk. "Monsieur Fouquet is to pay for the journey, then? Mordieu! That is a bit of pure Louis XI. Why was not this order on the chest of Monsieur Colbert? He would have paid it with such joy." And D'Artagnan, faithful to his principle of never letting an order at sight get cold, went straight to the house of Monsieur Fouquet to receive his 200 pistoles. End of chapter 63. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.